Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole, because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
You still texting?
Busy. Where we at?
County morgue?
Not on my schedule.
You scheduled it when you T-boned that minivan and sent 2 people to the hospital. Guess you was paying more attention to that thing than the road.
Making sure my wife picks up my suit.
Sounds like a text message that just couldn't wait.
Texting and driving. A killer combination.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything. Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive, and I was almost done with my text when that car came out of nowhere.
You still veered in oncoming traffic. And that text message, it never got through.
One text or call could wreck it all.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
Is this a real morgue?
Yep.
Shut up. Like with real dead people. Ooh, I gotta text Ashley.
Ashley identified you when you wrapped your car around that light pole because you was caring more about that thing than the road.
I knew she liked me.
Not anymore.
No text message is worth a life.
Over 90 miles of creeks run through Santa Rosa. Runoff from streets, roofs, and parking lots end up in our creeks through the storm drain system. To help protect creeks, keep your street gutters and roadside ditches clear of trash and other pollutants. For more information on the benefits of our creeks and tips on how to enjoy them, visit the Stormwater and Creeks webpage.
Good afternoon and welcome to our 2 o'clock study session. Mr. McGlann.
Item 3.1, Mobile Home Rent Control Ordinance. Marjorie Jackson, Program Specialist, and Michael Casey, Assistant City Attorney, presenting.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This study session is regarding the city's mobile home rent control ordinance. The purpose of the study session will be to review the ordinance and its current provisions, to talk about how a group of mobile home residents are requesting changes to the mobile home rent control ordinance, which I'll call the ordinance from now on, and to review the process for possible amendment to the ordinance and to seek direction from council. I'll start out with talking just a little bit about the residents' requests, and then we'll go into a little bit of background on mobile home parks in Santa Rosa. The group of residents that have submitted a request are proposing many changes or additions to the current ordinance in many different general categories or subject areas of the ordinance. For example, the annual base rent increase methodology, pass-throughs, which items that the park owners are allowed to pass through as far as costs or expenses of the park, the fair return rent increase procedure, the arbitration procedure, the provisions regarding in-place transfer of ownership rent increase, disclosure provisions, and other items such as prohibition on park owners renting out mobile homes. So a little bit of background on mobile home parks in Santa Rosa. The rent control ordinance for mobile home parks applies to mobile home parks within the city limits where 2 or more mobile home spaces are rented or held out to rent for mobile homes. The state mobile home residency law provides an exemption from local mobile home rent control for any mobile home space with a rental agreement in excess of 12 months duration, or what is commonly called a long-term lease. Therefore, only those mobile home spaces in the Santa Rosa city limits with a rental agreement of less than 12 months is subject to the city's mobile home park rent control ordinance. So you'll see on the screen that we have a small chart here showing that there are 15 mobile home parks in the city that fall under the mobile home rent control ordinance. Of those 15 parks, 12 of them are senior age parks, 55 plus, and 3 of them are all age parks. As far as the space numbers of the 15 parks under the rent control ordinance, there are a total spaces of 2,198. Of those, 1,664 are subject to rent control. And then the chart goes further to say that the senior age parks have a total of 1,846 spaces, with 1,369 of those currently under rent control. And the all-age parks have 352 spaces, 295 of which are under the rent control ordinance. I want to go back on the slide here and see if I can click into the map, but I'm not successful at that. So I'm sorry, the map is a little bit small, but it is attached to the staff report in the agenda packet, and it does show the locations of the various parks that are subject to the rent control ordinance. And then there are a few in the city that are not subject to rent control. There are a couple of parks that don't meet the definition as defined with mobile home spaces held out to rent. And then some of the parks, a couple of the parks have spaces where the mobile home owner actually owns the property as well, and therefore they're not being rented to them. At this point, I'll go through a brief history of the rent control ordinance. It was enacted in 1993, ordinance number 3072, adopted by the council on September 17th, 1993. And that is when mobile home space rent control began, stabilizing the base space rents. And it added Chapter 6-66 to the Santa Rosa City Code. The stated purpose in the ordinance is to allow for reasonable annual base rent increases and vacancy rent increase control for the protection of mobile home residents while providing a fair return to the mobile home park owners. The ordinance established the Mobile Home Park Policy Board to administer and enforce the ordinance. The Park Policy Board operated from 1993 to 2001. It had 5 board members appointed by the council and 2 non-voting board advisors that were selected by the board. 1 represented the residents and 1 represented the park owners. Then in the period of time between 1995 and 2004, there were many amendments made to the ordinance that the council adopted. 13 times there were amendments adopted. The 2001 amendment eliminated the Park Policy Board, and then it established procedures for petitions objecting to various rent increases or pass-throughs, a meet and confer process between the park owners and the mobile home owner residents, and an arbitration process for certain pass-throughs and for the fair return rent increase application process. Now I'll turn the mic over to Mike Casey, Assistant City Attorney, who will talk about the current ordinance provisions.
Thank you. Mr. Casey.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sawyer, members of the council, and members in the audience. My name is Michael Casey. I'm an Assistant City Attorney. What I'd like to do is, to follow up on Marjorie's presentation, is talk a little bit about how we got to the 2004 ordinance, and take you through some of what are perhaps the more key features of the ordinance itself. If I were to go through the entire ordinance with you, we'd probably be here for a good hour, 2 hours, so I'm not going to do that to you or to the audience. So the current version that we have in front of us was adopted by the council in 2004, and it was hammered out after a rather long, arduous process. It involved a council committee that involved 2 members of the council and staff. There were representatives from the park owners. There were representatives from the mobile home residents. There were a series of mediated meetings, because as you can imagine, the 2 sides, the residents and the park owners, don't necessarily see eye to eye on all the issues. There was extensive analysis, research, and review of almost all of the provisions. And this process took place over a matter of months. However, in the end, we thought that there was a good product. The council did too, and that's what the council adopted. For the residents, what this ordinance did and does is it built in protection and safeguards for them in terms of arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable rent increases. For the owners, it provided and provides them with their constitutionally protected and required right to a fair return on their investment. Now, since 2001, when we went to an arbitration process, as opposed to having the Mobile Home Park Policy Board decide these matters, since 2001, there have been, to the present day, 9 petitions or 9 formal requests for arbitration concerning pass-through issues or fair return issues. Out of those 9 requests or petitions, 8 of them were settled by the parties themselves without the need to go through a hearing. One of them, back in the early 2000s, involved a pass-through. The arbitrator ruled in favor of the park owner. it ended up going to court, and the court upheld that. However, since then, 8 have been resolved and settled. Since 2004, under the current ordinance, there have been no hearings, no lawsuits. The parties themselves resolved the matter. To some of us, that indicates that perhaps there's nothing wrong with the current ordinance, that it's working as it was intended to provide a process for the issues to be resolved. Before I actually get into the substance of the ordinance, I also think it's very important to keep in mind what the findings and the purpose are, as stated in the ordinance. Number one, the current ordinance recognizes that the removal and relocation of mobile homes from the parks is prohibitively expensive and inconvenient to the mobile home owners. It also recognizes that it's virtually impossible to move one of these mobile homes from one park to another. It recognizes that mobile homes are an important source of housing for people of low and moderate income, and that large numbers of residents in the parks are elderly, they're on fixed income, and they cannot afford improperly increased rents. So the provisions of the ordinance, as stated in the findings, and also the purposes of the ordinance, or one of the purposes of the ordinance, is designed to prevent hardship of mobile homeowners and at the same time to protect the property rights of the park owner. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. That's stated in the current ordinance. So let's talk about a few of the provisions that we currently have. There's a disclosure requirement. There's a mandatory duty on the part of the park owners to disclose to prospective residents what the rent is or what the rent is going to be. Secondly, there has to be a mandatory option given to a prospective resident of either going into a short-term lease, which will be controlled by Santa Rosa's rent control, or a long-term lease. They have to be given that option. Long-term leases, as you might imagine, are exempt from rent control. The park owners are required to give a copy of our ordinance to each prospective resident so they can have it available and they can read it and understand it if they choose to. And there has to be a disclosure form that's filled out by the park owner or the management, rather. The form is approved by the city. With respect to rent increases under rent control, there's an annual CPI increase that is allowable. And the methodology that's used, it's 100% of the Bay Area CPI. Maximum is 6%. There's no minimum. There's also provision in there for an increase under fair return. So if a park owner believes that he or she is not getting enough of a return under the annual CPI, the park owner can petition to have a fair return hearing, which would be arbitrated. There's a very detailed process for the arbitration process, and there's a detailed process that the arbitrator has to entertain and consider before coming up with a decision. Very briefly, before the hearing even begins, the park owners got to provide to the other side of the park residents documents that support the requested increase under the fair return, including financial records in advance of the hearing. There's a meet and confer requirement between representatives of the park owners as well as the residents, and at that time there has to be an exchange of documentary evidence, and the park owner must provide all financial data that supports the request under the fair return proceeding. A mediator is provided upon request, and then at the time of the arbitration hearing, the park owners got to supply 4 years of income and expense portions of their general ledger. And as I mentioned, there's a detailed methodology that the arbitrator has to follow in coming up with a decision on whether there's a fair return. So it's a pretty sophisticated methodology, but one that we think is certainly appropriate and legal and has never been challenged. The other part of the increase of rent that can occur in the parks under rent control are what's called pass-throughs. Generally, a pass-through is a separate charge, separately itemized from base rent. Otherwise, it would be included in base rent. So under the ordinance, we allow a separate pass-through for utilities that are separately metered. If the utilities are not, water are not separately metered, there's no pass-through, but any increase in that to the park owner can be passed along in terms of a additional rent. Under our ordinance, we do not allow for any pass-through of any charges that are prohibited by the Public Utilities Commission. For capital improvements, which are new services that are provided by a park owner, any increase or any pass-through, rather, can only be obtained with the consent of the majority of the residents. With respect to a capital replacement, which would be the replacing of an existing improvement, the separate charge or increase in that pass-through is subject to the residents' petition and arbitration, along with the meet and confer requirements. With respect to pass-throughs concerning property taxes and other government-mandated expenses, that too is subject to a petition and arbitration process that the residents can implement. The courts have recognized that a park owner's property taxes are a traditional component of rent. The California Supreme Court a few years ago stated that the pass-through of a property tax under a mobile home rent control ordinance is not prohibited. Generally, the courts feel that capital improvement costs and property taxes are items that are typically included in rent, and they can be passed through. If they're not allowed to be passed through, then generally they will be subject to a fair return process and could go into base rent. There's other protections. Well, let me back up a little bit. So I want to be clear that under our rent control ordinance, the residents have the opportunity to petition and request arbitration for those rent increases or pass-throughs, except for separately metered utilities, and they can have an independent arbitrator ultimately decide whether or not that's an appropriate increase. So in addition to the ability to petition, the ability to have an independent arbitrator decide whether or not the increase should be implemented, we provide for the ability to ask for a rent freeze. In that situation, if the maintenance in a park is substantially reduced, the residents can petition to prohibit a rent increase, and they can have an arbitrator decide that. Secondly, our ordinance allows for a rent rollback, so that if a rent increase, has been improperly implemented under our ordinance, then the residents can petition to prohibit the rent increase, or they can request that the rent be reduced. So I think we have a slide or two that talks about some details prior to 2001. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Did we go through the fees? All right. I think we can just put the fees up. They're pretty self-explanatory. You want to go to the next one? Yeah.
So just to briefly explain the annual administration fee that is invoiced to the park owners, the ordinance provides that the fee be charged in order to pay for the costs of administration of the ordinance. And the fee is $4.78 per rent control space per month, invoiced in quarterly installments. 50% of that fee is allowed to be passed through to the residents, which would equate to $2.39 a space per month. The council passed resolutions in 1998 and 2000 in regard to the fee amount and the quarterly installment process.
All right, so what we have here is a slide that shows briefly the arbitration hearing prior to 2001. It's self-explanatory. And after 2001, again, we see the number of petitions that I alluded to earlier, and that 8 of 9 were settled prior to arbitration. So I'd like to talk at this point, as I wind down, just generally about some of the concerns that have been raised about our current ordinance, the requested proposals. Preliminarily, these proposals, and they are extensive, and they basically go through our ordinance from front to back, almost A to Z. The proposals will require extensive review and analysis. Many of the provisions have been taken from mobile home rent control ordinances in other jurisdictions. Those jurisdictions will have to be contacted to get information on the background of those particular provisions, why they felt it was necessary to have them in their ordinance, and what's the effect. Is that particular provision or provisions, is it working for that jurisdiction? That would be important information for us to know. Generally, the current version that we have is consistent with the county and other jurisdictions that have a mobile home rent control, although our ordinance is not identical to them, and frankly, we've not reviewed our ordinance with others for consistency in some time. But on a general basis, there is some consistency. When we were here back in 2004 determining whether or not the current ordinance should be adopted, one of the issues that was raised during that process was that the city's ordinance was not the same as the county, so there was some effort to try and get some consistency between the two. In going through the proposals, and I don't feel that I should have to go through each one of the categories of proposed changes because they're easily readable, but I do want to point out some problems that immediately jump out from a legal perspective. First, if we're going to change or add any findings to the ordinance, it's going to require new backup, and it's going to require evidence in order to support any new findings or any new purpose. There's a proposal that suggests that we should prohibit new park owners from passing through any increase in property taxes. That is problematic. There's also a request for us to implement a provision prohibiting park owners from passing through any cost that is claimed as a business expense on a tax return. That is going to be a problem. There's also a request that suggests that there would potentially be no allowance to a park owner to recover operational costs in a private water system. That will have to be looked at very carefully. There's also a request that there be a provision that prohibits a park from renting mobile homes that it owns. That appears to be problematic. Lastly, another provision, and this is not exhaustive, these are just some examples of some initial problems that jumped out. There's a request that we make arbitration binding. That is a real problem. Parties are free to consent to binding arbitration. Okay? There's a matter of due process when it's basically forced upon the parties to undergo binding arbitration. Parties have to have the right to take any matter to court. So at this point, I'm going to be quiet, but I want to come back to what was initially stated by Marjorie and what's in your staff report. We need direction. We need to have direction from you as the council as to whether or not you want this ordinance to be amended or changed, or whether you're fine with it in its current condition. If you do want changes or amendments, there has to be direction on what areas of the ordinance you would like that inquiry to be directed. In other words, what areas of the ordinance do you want reviewed and analyzed? The last time we went through this process, we had a council committee. There were 2 council people that were involved, as well as staff. And there was a series of meetings, as I referred to earlier, in order to see if there were issues that could be agreed upon. So I would anticipate over the course of several months, several mediated meetings with representatives and a committee. We'd have to come back to council for a meeting to report the results of that, and there probably would be another meeting for a public hearing if the city council wanted to amend. So at this point, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Council, questions before I move to public comment? Sure, Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for your report. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. A couple quick questions. You refer to the current ordinance as extensive, sophisticated, and it stood the test of time. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist I get. Is legal assistance required for most residents to file claims, or they pretty much can they do it on their own?
Our experience is that the process is pretty basic, and it's fairly easy and straightforward for the residents to submit a petition. There's forms that are available from the clerk, and the EDH department works with the residents if there's questions, and can be very helpful in that regard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The previous ordinance, was that pretty much similar to the one that was 2001, when we had the 9 claims? Was that pretty much left intact?
Well, what happened is before 2001, they had a mobile home park policy board, and they would meet on a fairly regular basis, almost monthly. 2001, they decided, because there was so much time being consumed with the board meetings, that, okay, we're going to go to an arbitration process. And then in 2004, that ordinance was changed to what we have right now. But since 2001, yes, 9 arbitrations, 8 have been settled. Since 2004, 6.
Were there attorneys involved in that, or were those all people?
I understand that there were in some, but not all.
Okay, that's fine. Just a sense of it. I appreciate that. A couple things popped out at me. Is fair defined in this ordinance?
Is what?
Fair.
I don't think fair is.
Because that's all throughout it, and what's a fair return? What does the finder of fact rely upon?
A fair return's different. A fair return, when we get back toward the meat of the ordinance on the fair rate of return, there's probably close to 2 pages that sets forth the parameters of what's to be considered in a fair return. It's pretty extensive.
If we could see, the council could see that, that'd be, not now, if it's 2 pages, that's fine.
Yeah. I believe the ordinance was attached to the staff report, and if if council would look at section 6-66.100 and the 3 or 4 sections after
I'm sorry, Mike.
that.
What number was that?
6-66.100 is where it begins, and there's several sections after that that get into
Is there a page number on the staff report as well? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. How much staffing do we currently need by the city cost to monitor the current ordinance, and would that change significantly should we decide to change to the residents' request?
Well, I think that would depend on the significance of the change. Right now, that would be hard. I'll leave it to the rest of the team to answer the staffing requirement. But on the future, we would need to see the change to then project what the cost.
Fair enough. How about right now? How much do we need for the current ordinance?
Well, currently we have partial time of one staff member, myself, in EDH, working with the ordinance with support from EDH manager and very tiny amount probably of EDH director. And we have support from the city attorney's office in the form of Mike Casey's. And when there is a meet and confer process, we call on the Department of Human Resources for meeting facilitation process.
Okay, I appreciate that.
If I may, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I want to fully answer the question. There is a couple of proposals with respect to a disclosure that's been presented to us, and there's also a provision that they're seeking to have city staff go out to each of the parks to inspect the parks to make sure that certain postings.
Is this for a future?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's speculative, so we can't comment on that. I appreciate that. And then lastly, before we current ordinance, excuse me, has the appeal to the city council. Why wouldn't this go into the court system as a civil matter?
Well, it does. If it were to go through arbitration and one of the parties was unhappy with the arbitration result, their remedy is to file a petition with the Superior Court, and a Superior Court judge would hear it. It's what we call a writ proceeding.
So there's nothing in here, because I thought I saw something, prior to 2001, it doesn't go to city council now? On slide 16.
Yeah, that was prior to the
Okay, so
current
that was
order.
changed.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Schwedhelm. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I found it very informative. A couple questions. On slide 12, you talked about I guess it's per space costs, but I'm interested, what's the total administrative cost of this program?
Well, as far as the cost, I think I'd like to defer to my manager, Nancy Gornowitz, to answer that question.
Thanks, Marjorie. Nancy Gornowitz, Economic Development and Housing Manager. So we budget every year approximately $40,000. However, really depends on what the activity is over that year's time frame, depending upon if there's mediations.
So I guess my question with going back to slide 12, the methodology was $4.78 per rent control space per month. That sounds like a fixed cost. So isn't there, here's the revenue, and then we have an expenditure line, so we don't have an exact figure for the revenue regardless of mediation or any other additional costs?
Well, the revenue is fixed based upon the space, so it does come in around, I think it's about $95,000 a year.
So the revenue side is about $95K. Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure who this would be for, but since the establishment of this ordinance in 1993, have there been any new mobile home parks opened up in Santa Rosa?
We recently had a park annexed from the county. That was Sequoia Gardens.
But since the ordinance,
there's no new parks.
there have been no new investors saying, I want to invest in Santa Rosa given this field.
No new parks.
Okay, thank you. And then going to the second to last slide, we talked about if we did want to go and actually change the ordinance, staff review and analysis or residents' request, and we have a time frame there. What impact, and this might be for the city manager, what impact would that So regarding there, if we chose to go in this direction, what impact would this have on the council priorities that you've shared with us? And we've had numerous discussions because there's some hard numbers there. So I'm interested in hearing, if we do this, what else would be lower prioritized?
Well, again, right now, we're prepared to take the direction. We, as I've said on multiple occasions, it depends on the scope of the direction, and then we would adjust accordingly, and we'll bring back a proposal in how we deal with that. But right now, we had staff prepared. That's why we anticipate a 6 to 9 month time frame. We'd figure out how to fit that in. That's our commitment as it stands right now. Some of that will be shaped upon the scoping of the conversation the council directs to us, and then we'll be more prepared to respond. Right now, this is our best guess, is 6 to 9 months to try to bring this matter to a resolution.
So then potentially at the end of this session, when we give direction, I could re-ask that question to have a better idea?
Well, again, you're asking me to respond on the spot when I have to measure the entire impact against the entire action of the organization. Right now, as we understand it, looking at the full extent of what is being asked by the residents, we're forecasting a 6 to 9 month turnaround.
Okay, I can appreciate it. It's just for information for council to make these decisions with the number of priorities that are facing this community. For me, that's an important data point.
I appreciate the question, and that's part of the reason we put the number in here, so you would get a forecast of when we would be able to meet the obligation that was being set forward.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. We have kind of grown to capacity in this part of our chambers. We're going to open up the rear of the chambers and into the art area. So we need to keep the aisles clear. As attractive as these stairs may be to sit on, we can't do that. But we will open up the rear, and we will also have speakers on the exterior of the chambers so that people can hear the proceedings as well. I believe, if I could have the hands for the number of people that are here for the mobile home ordinance. Okay, thank you. So you can see that when we're finished with this particular item, there's a good chance that the chambers will clear considerably, but we will be opening up the back because we can't have people blocking the doors. In the event of an emergency, we would need to have clear access to those doors. So we will be opening the gates to allow people access to the art area behind. And I think if they're not quite open yet, there's going to be a little bit of a flurry of movement at that point, and I may just hold questions. I think they're on both sides. Our art is well protected. Okay, so if we'll continue with questions. If I could just have everyone just kind of maintain a little bit of quiet, then everyone will be able to hear the questions and the answers as well. So next, oh, good job. Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Casey, earlier you mentioned, you made reference to consistencies or inconsistencies related to other jurisdictions that have rent control ordinances within the county. Is there a mechanism for communication with the other jurisdictions to see how far off we are, or any conversations to see if they have similar issues related to their ordinance?
Yes, there is. That involves contact with our compatriots in the other cities, and that obviously takes some time. One way to do it is to check to see what their ordinance says online, and that usually precedes a telephone call and a discussion. Sometimes it results in getting the underlying staff report and whatnot, and also anecdotal information as to what led to a particular provision and what problems, if any, have been solved or experienced because of the provision.
That is not something we do on a regular basis, only as needed or as the need arises. Would that be correct?
Yes, it's more or less a reactive exercise, not a proactive exercise, unless an issue has arisen to create the need to do that.
So I'll make an assumption then that if we do make some decisions today to move forward with some of these considerations, that we would reach out to the others to see if they have had similar issues and how they've been resolved as well.
Well, I think at the very least, what would be entertained is to the extent that a request has been made of us to consider a provision because another city has it. At the very least, we'd want to reach out to that other city and find out the background behind it. I don't know that I would recommend an exhaustive cold calling of all the cities up and down the state.
No, well, no, I wouldn't suggest that either. I would be more interested in what's going on in our county, not what's going on up and down the state, because I think it'd be more relevant to what's happening here than a broader area.
Yeah, certainly, we can check ordinances and make appropriate telephone calls to, people that are administering the rent control ordinances in the other cities in the county.
Thank you.
Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, you mentioned a couple of items that are being requested as changes in the ordinance as being problematic or that they would be problems. And just one of them was an example prohibiting a pass-through of any expenses that are listed as business expenses on a tax form. Is that a problem because it's not legal to do, or is it a problem because it's a difficult thing to do?
I'm not a tax attorney. My understanding, though, is that information contained in tax returns or tax returns themselves are private and confidential. So that raises a particular issue in terms of putting that, I think, in an ordinance. The other issue that arises preliminarily is that I'm not sure what, a business expense, if it's in a tax return, but if it's in the ordinary course of business of the park, it seems that if it's a traditional component of rent, we're going to have to take a hard look at a request to say that it's improper or we're going to prohibit its consideration in a rent increase.
So this goes more toward the idea that this is a long and complicated process. Are there any requests that are being made that are simply not legal to do?
Well, at this point, I think there are a couple, as I said, that jump out, and the rest is going to involve review and analysis to give a final opinion on that. I think the request to prohibit a park from renting out mobile homes that it owns, that troubles me on its face, but I'd be willing to entertain argument or legal authorities to the contrary. I'm not aware of any. That's a little disconcerting from a legal perspective to tell the property owner they can't rent their property out.
You mentioned that several of these would require, I think you said, new backup and new evidence. What is that process? What does that entail?
Well, to the extent...
Can you speak closer into the mic? I'm getting signals from the public that they're having trouble hearing.
We will have we'll have a little bit of sound issue when every time those doors open, it reduces the ability for people to hear. So if the council members do speak in, everyone speak into your mics, please. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have it readily available in front of me, but I do recall in reviewing some of the proposals that there was a suggestion that we might want to consider new findings. I think there was reference to mobile homes being affordable housing or a source of affordable housing and offering certain protections to mobile home residents and whatnot, just as a general example. So to the extent that we're going to put new findings in the ordinance, the only thing I'm saying is that we have to have findings to do that. You have to have evidence. You just can't take a statement from someone and throw it into the findings section of the ordinance. So For example, affordable housing. I'm just kind of picking it up here as I go along. I mean, we'd have to have some information on that. We'd have to have some background information on finances, income levels, rents, all of that stuff. It could get, it could get a little involved. So I just want to bring that up.
But the kind of findings that we make all the time when we're passing ordinances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Combs, do you mind if I go to Mr. Wysocki as a direct follow-up question to this piece? Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on that tax return question, if I may. Perhaps the intent on this definition was to exclude items that may be appropriate on the owner's tax return, but not applicable to the park. And maybe they just want a different starting point. And I'm thinking, like, travel and entertainment, auto, which may be very appropriate income tax deductions, but not applicable to the specific park. Maybe that's the intent there, and that's what first thing that came to my mind. Would that be problematic to incorporate such a definition as a starting point of income from the park?
I don't know, and I think that's one of the things we're trying to convey here is that the issues that are being presented are going to require a lot of review and analysis on our part.
Just by 2 cents. Okay.
Yeah, we just haven't gone down that path. Excuse me. Because the request has been, very thorough and very extensive, and it so far has involved a lot of staff time, and we haven't even gotten direction yet on which way to go.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
And some of it really relates to the question that Councilmember Wysocki asked about fair return, and that's something, a definition that the courts define. And just because something is itemized as a business tax expense, it might be something that would be valued in evaluating whether a park owner is getting a fair return. Some of the examples you gave, such as travel or entertainment, are not typically things, but if you were amortizing an improvement in the park or other types of capital expenditures that might qualify for some tax write-off, they would be things that normally would be part of the pass-through that a landlord could request. So those are some of the issues that would have to be looked at.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you. And thank you, staff, for bringing this forward to us. I know we've had a group of residents who have been interested in this topic for a couple of years, and I'm just wondering if over that time you have met with them to discuss these points. Can you give me an idea how often you've met with the constituent group from the manufactured home parks?
I personally have been to, I believe, at least 2 meetings, and I have reviewed, I believe, at least 2 or 3 different proposals up until about last week.
Okay.
There have been some additional ones recently.
Thank you for meeting with them and hopefully conveying some of your concerns about whether it's legal or not. And I'm not sure you would be the best person to ask this. It may be a planning department question, but as a follow-up to my council member Schwedhelm's question about new parks, do we have any planning or zoning limitations on the location of manufactured home parks in our city?
We can get back to you with that.
I would appreciate having that come back because I think there may be some limitations on the ability to start a park on private property. So we may have another place we would want to look as we move forward with this if we're interested in this as a source of affordable housing. I'm also interested, and I myself am somewhat troubled by the concept that someone can't rent out their own property. I think that's troubling. My understanding about the origin of that particular request is that homeowners who live in parks are being told that they can't rent out their own home by property owners, and they're looking for some kind of equity there. So it may be that instead of going one direction, we might want to go the other. Where there are rental units, we allow property owners to rent as an alternate. That might be something but obviously this is going to take some time where folks talk to each other about what their real intention is and make some progress. Can you explain the disclosure piece again to us? I've purchased a house and received a whole stack of stuff that I had to sign off, and I'm trying to get a sense of how the disclosure part works. do folks get like a stack of papers when they buy a house in a park? And you know, if they do it like I did it, it's kind of hard to read everything. You try, but you can't read everything.
Yeah, I don't have any personal experience with that, never having lived in a mobile home park. So the best that I can answer is what we require in our ordinance, which is what I outlined before.
Okay.
That either the park owner and the management, they are required under our ordinance to provide certain information to a prospective resident about the fact that the city has rent control, that they have an option. They can either take a short-term lease, 12 months or less, that gives them the benefit of rent control, or they can choose a long-term lease. And they also have to be provided a copy of the ordinance. That is the mobile home resident. Then the management, they have to sign a form that shows that they actually did that stuff. So that's what we require.
What kind of follow-up do we do to confirm that that happens?
We have the ability under the ordinance to request copies of the disclosure forms to see, and I can recall doing that in particular of one park, and it was pretty exhaustive going through a lot of the materials. Do they provide it to us on a regular basis? No. So we do have the right to request that under the ordinance.
I look forward to hearing from the public on this. Thank you very much.
Ms. Karlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Mr. Casey, my comment currently simply parallels that issue raised by Councilmember Corsi, which is as we walked through this presentation, there were a lot of, well, that's going to be a problem, that's going to be a problem, that's going to be a problem. As an attorney myself, I respect having the conservative approach, but I will be very interested to hear, well, we can't do specifically X, but you could do Y with the same intent. And I recognize we have a lot of commenters today, and I'll be very interested to hear the outcomes of that. But that's very important, and it is definitely an issue that we as a council have raised many times before.
No, I understand that, and recall I said preliminarily some of these things jumped out. It's going to require further review and analysis, and what may at first blush appear to be a real problem, perhaps it may not. But for me to sit here and tell you otherwise, it wouldn't be fair or appropriate. But it just jumps out. You know, as a lawyer, you see certain things, and there's a little red flag. We have to check that out.
Okay, Council, I'm going to move to public comment if there aren't any further questions. And I apologize for swiveling around like this. I hurt my neck over the weekend, and it's not out of desire to look like Frankenstein, but I am going to act like that. I have to turn my whole body to see who wants to speak at the dais. So I'll apologize in advance. If my chair starts to squeak, you'll know why. Mr. Casey, Sean Casey, you are number one, sir, and you will be followed by Diane McPherson. And I thank you all for so clearly printing your names on these speaker cards. It's making my job a great deal easier. Mr. Casey. And we are going to limit our comments this afternoon to 2 minutes. Yeah, just a little housekeeping. Just in case you have not attended council meetings in the past, we don't get into a dialogue when there is public comment, so we will take your testimony, limiting it to 2 minutes. We won't be able to have a conversation with you. And if the issue that you want to speak to has been well articulated by a prior speaker, there's nothing wrong with coming down and saying, I agree with Mr. Casey, or with a prior speaker, and then go back to your chair, or you can raise your hand and say it's been addressed. So brevity is appreciated, and Mr. Casey, you can start off.
Mr. Mayor, too, I also wanted to point out that we do have 2 additional microphones up at the top, so I don't have to come down.
Good point. Thank you. In case you can't see them, we do have microphones at the top as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Sean Casey. I'm president of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Homeowners Association. Is that better? Is that better? Okay,
you will be yelled at if you don't speak at the mic.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I'd like to thank Mike Casey and Marjorie Jackson for their presentations. And I did have some prepared statements, but I'm going to kind of throw those away a little bit. And I'm going to try to respond to Mr. Casey's, and he's not a relative, by the way, to Mr. Casey's gentle argument that there is nothing wrong with the current process. But if there were nothing wrong with the current process, I don't believe we would all be here. And by we, I mean the mobile home residents. Do this. There is a few things, and more than a few things, wrong with the current ordinance and the current process. Not to say that our ordinance is not better than no ordinance. Of course, it's far better than no ordinance, okay? Just to clarify that. You're going to hear from a number of people after me about why we need to change. But one of the points that Mr. Casey made was that we would need extensive review and analysis of the proposals that we have made for change. And we agree with him. And we think that's a good thing. And we think if I were a council member, I'd say that's a good thing. And we believe that the end product of this process, okay, will be an updated, stronger ordinance that will reflect changes that have occurred in the last decade for other cities, changes from CPI, for example, to using the Social Security Index. You're going to hear about that. Is that the 2-minute warning?
Yeah, it comes up very quickly, believe it or not.
Okay, all right. But what I want to emphasize, and if I can take just a few more seconds, is that the vast majority of our proposals are simply taking what is best practice in other Bay Area and, in fact, California cities and applying them to the city of Santa Rosa. And I don't see or understand, and I don't think you do or would understand why mobile home residents in Santa Rosa should not get equal or, in fact, if not superior treatment than mobile home residents get in other cities and other parts of the state. Okay?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Dan McPherson and Diana's will be followed by Don McLeod.
Hello, and Mr. Mayor, council members. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today. Just a little bit. I'm a board member of Santa Rosa Mobile Homeowners Association. I'm also secretary of our Homeowners Association at Sequoia Gardens, where I live. And I'm a retired accountant, so you're going to get some numbers today. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was the CPI and what it's raised. The Consumer Price Index is based on the San Francisco Bay Area. And what we're asking is, like the city of Roanoke Park has COLA, which is the cost of living adjustment that's based on the Social Security. It's 0.5% of the base of the cost of living adjustment. Just to let you know that in 2000, if your space rent for the land, which, by the way, we own our own homes. I pay property tax on my home. I lease the land underneath my house. So, but in the year 2000, if my rent was $600, based on the CPI that's used for Santa Rosa, for the total, it would be $833 today. Based on Roanoke Park, because they use the cost of living adjustment, or COLA, the same $600 would only be $695 today. Now, most of the, as you would see, 89% of the park, seniors in the park are on rent control. Most of us are on Social Security, and it may not seem much that when you say, like this year, my rent was $16, it would have been about $13 if I had lived in Roanoke Park. But it adds up over the year, and it really is important to us to stay within that adjustment.
I'll need you to wrap up, Ms. McPherson.
I'm sorry?
I'll need you to wrap up.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that that is part of what we would like to do in looking into other cities around us, is to make it under the COLA rather than the CPI.
Thank you. Dawn McLeod, and Dawn is followed by Marianne O'Neill.
Good afternoon, and I appreciate the time that you council members are giving us, and the staff as well, for sure. I am Don McLeod. I'm Vice President of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Homeowners Association, and I've been President of the Rancho San Miguel Homeowners Association for over 11 years. What I want to discuss very briefly with you is the impact of pass-throughs on the ordinance. Now, park owners continually attempt to get around the rent control ordinance restrictions on space rent increases by passing through as many park operating expenses as possible to the park residents. Now, the rent control ordinance is the only practical vehicle that residents have to appeal any unwarranted or illegal cost pass-throughs. We cannot afford to continually hire lawyers to make appeals through the civil courts. So we're really dependent on the rent control ordinance. Park owners have lawyers on staff. They can hire lawyers from across the country, which they've done to present their cases. Now, at Rancho San Miguel, we've used the rent control arbitration process twice since I've been president. And we tried to appeal the pass-through of property taxes to residents. Residents pay property taxes, as mentioned, on their homes, which they own, but we felt it was unfair to pay property taxes on the land which we do not own. Now, unfortunately, we lost that case because, as Mike Casey would mention, it is a government-mandated expense and they're allowed to do it. Most park owners just write it off as a business expense. They don't try to pass it on. But as a result of our losing that appeal, our residents now are paying $54 per month for land property taxes, again, on land which they don't even own. The owner could just write it off as an expense. Park owners also attempt to pass through to our residents the costs of replacing a portion of the falling down fence and completion of electrical infrastructure work. These cost pass-throughs were going to cost us $102 a month for each resident to cover those costs. Again, we used the arbitration process of the RCO to appeal these pass-throughs. We were primarily successful in avoiding the electrical infrastructure cost pass-through, since that cost is paid to the owners through the discount they get from PG&E. So we had a very strong case, of course, there.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, okay. So all I'm saying to you now is we have a continual battle with the park owners trying to pass through things. We urge you to honor a Santa Rosa Housing Elements goal of preserving the amount of affordable housing units in the city. We need a stronger manufactured park RCO, and if things aren't done, all of a sudden the parks are going to become unaffordable. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Marianne O'Neill, and Marianne will be followed by Henry Motory. Is Marianne? Hold on, Henry. That's okay, no problem. We're doing okay.
I'd like to thank the council and you, Mr. Mayor, for hearing us. I'm a real estate broker, have been for 31 years, so I have a really personal part in wanting to be here talking about disclosure. I know for a fact, from my own personal experience and my clients, that disclosures are not presented, sometimes are never given until you're actually sitting at the table signing a lease. You've had no time to look at them, you've had no time to think about them. I will say that the top of the lease, at least at Brookwood, says that any lease over 12 months is not covered by rent control. First time you see it, it doesn't register because you have no idea that Santa Rosa even has rent control. And so you sit there, you're getting the lease put in front of you, and you're told, this is your choice. You can have rent control. My husband and I, when we sat down, and we should have been on rent control because our previous owner had lived there 20 years. My husband said, well, what about the rent control? Owner said, well, you know how that is. 12 months, month to month. My husband said, oh, we could be evicted. No answer, just a kind of a response with the eyes. So we went for a 15-year lease, 3% a year, because our other two choices were 10 years, 6%, 5 years, 8%. Those were our choices. Knew nothing about rent control. I know for a fact that in many parks, nobody is disclosed what rent control is. We are not handed a piece of paper we can look at and read. The state says that in the mobile home residency law, that every owner should be providing a booklet with the lease and all disclosures and give a person 30 days. I only know of one park that does that, only one. So my plea is that you seriously look at this disclosure, because people are not being told, and I know for a fact there are many people paying on these long-term leases who had the right and should have been told about rent control. Thank you.
Thanks, Marianne. Henry. You're on. No problem. And you are followed by Arlene Clark.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, just speak fairly close to the mic. You'll be all right. There you go.
A fair rate of return. For most corporations, this figure is somewhere below 4. Nope. I'm sorry, I'm a little
There you
weak.
go.
A fair rate of return. For most corporations, this figure is below 14%. Time Warner revealed for 1998-1999, a mobile home park can exceed 55%. My home is located in Cottingtown Estates. It was a senior park and the reason I moved in. But now it's a family park. And new management, after new management, maintenance started slipping and the park started slipping downhill. The park's property tax now appears on our monthly statements. Water meters were installed and water, sewer, and dumpster charges, which were included in the base rent, are now paid by residents. Water meter readings are disregarded when it comes to sewer charges. The sewer is divided, excuse me, by a number which may or not include the park manager's home or the clubhouse. Our suspicions are they're not. The result is an unfair burden. And if a resident attempts to conserve, they are penalized since sewer charges are not linked to individual water consumption. And by attempting to conserve, you actually support those that won't. And also, there is something very suspicious about a billing program that costs less when you use more. And you'll see in the handouts, in those two front handouts, I've included those. Using current utility, this is very intimidating.
You're doing fine.
Using current utility billing methods, water costs associated with underground water leaks, the pool, common area watering, and laundry, and the car wash can be hidden. I lost my place there. Our water is shut off several times each year for underground leaks for the repair. And who pays for this waste? Well, since there's...
Yeah, it goes fast.
I'm sorry?
The time goes fast.
Okay.
But we do have your documents here.
Okay, well, let's... Can I read the last line?
The last line, yes.
Please help us.
That's a great line.
The for-profit mobile home park companies will not. Now I'm going to come here and speak, and this is rather humiliating and pretty terrifying. Thank you. Thanks, you all for
Henry.
listening.
Good job. Arlene Clark. And Arlene will be followed by Sharon Lieberman. Yep, up top.
Okay. I just wanted to give you a little blurb of something to think about. We rent our space on the park owner's dirt in the mobile home parks, but we are owners of our home. We have the responsibility of the home. It's a little different than stick houses. If your stove goes out in a stick house, your landlord pays for it. My stove caught on fire, I had to pay for it. I also lost my oven over 4 years ago, and I'm still without an oven because I can't afford it. So there are a lot of differences, and I think you should be thinking about the differences there and help us out a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon? Sharon will be followed by Marion Geller.
Marianne O'Neill really spoke about the violations with disclosures, so I won't go there. I loved Henry asking for help. And Diane McPherson, spoke about the CPI, how that works. The point I want to make is that a lot of seniors got into mobile home parks after they retired because it seemed to be a practical and affordable situation. And yet, we do need help. We do need it to be more affordable, to have the ordinances followed and the CPI change. And a lot of people come to me and say, you know, I'm so afraid that the money, because of 2008, the money is going to run out and I don't know what I'm going to do. So we do need your help. And I beat the buzzer.
Thank you. Good job. Ms. Geller. Followed by Daniel Knights. There you go.
After 5 years of living in a mobile, it should not be called a mobile home park. These homes do not move. We move. And I would like to say that I went around taking a census of almost all of the men who lived there, and almost all of them had been in the armed services and have problems. As you know, as we get older, our problems usually are with sight, teeth, hearing, and God forbid, sometimes actual mobility. So our medical costs increase. Do you think it's fair that our rent should be based on Silicon Valley, San Francisco? We don't live there. We live in the country. And the only other thing, I won't waste your time, is that in Corinthians it says there is kindness, hope, and charity. And the best of this is charity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geller. Daniel. Okay. And I will ask the members of the public to not applaud, please, so that people can't hear the next name. I appreciate it. Daniel Denners, followed by Sue Bell.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak to the mayor and the associates here. My name is Dan Knights, and I was the past president of Mobile Home States, and I was a site administrator for 270 HUD units in San Francisco for 7 years. So I know something about affordable homes. The main thing, and I agree with Don's assessment of the CPIs, I think that they have to change to what we have in this community. Yesterday, I received a letter from the park stating that my rent was going to go up 3%. Well, that's more than the increase that I get from my Social Security. So there has to be an adjustment. And the final thing I'd just like to say, that the parks are on an island of a sea of economic despair. A big wave could wipe us out. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Knights. Sue Bell, and Sue is followed by Jean Warrens.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Sue Bell, and I live at Rincon Valley Mobile Estates. I'd like to tell you a personal story. I moved here from San Antonio, Texas. Go Texas. I arrived at my home at Rincon Valley Mobile Estates after visiting 4 times during the previous year, making plans for a custom-built mobile home. I arrived there on August 21st, 2013, and spoke with the current manager, who told me for months prior that she was going to prepare my lease and send it to me by email for review. It was never sent nor prepared until I met with her face-to-face on the morning of September 5th, 2013, and I had to sign the lease unread as the title company required the lease to close escrow that afternoon. So I was there from August 21st to September 5th without having ever received a lease to review. The effective date of the lease was September 3rd, 2013, because I had gotten caught sleeping in the home that evening by one of the managers. I was tired of driving back and forth from Sonoma. I further want to let you know that my lease, Exhibit D, which has a line on there for my receiving the rent control information, is blank, as is another item. And I was told by the manager at the time, you don't need this since you are on a lease. This must be changed so that all new homeowners fully understand the difference between rent control and a lease. Furthermore, a lease is supposed to protect one from increases for the term of the lease, but no, the owners are allowed to raise rents every year. This is absurd, in my opinion, and I will be happy to provide proof of my situation to the council when it's appropriate, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Jean, followed by Linda.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, I would like to start with saying we have heard a lot about the CPI today. So I went online last night just to see what that consists of. And it is the cost of transportation and rent and food. That determines what the CPI is for that year. Where is the next question? Where do we get the basis for this? And it turned out it was San Francisco, San Jose, and Oakland. Now, they pay a lot more. And in San Francisco, they are pricing people out into the streets. So I will call those high costs oranges. We're apples. Who pays the higher costs for goods and services to our homes? We do. We are being charged for the dirt we sit on and for decaying infrastructure. We cannot be compared to anything but other apples. So we are petitioning the city leaders to judge us by a different standard. In reality, we are the ones that deserve the increased income for upkeep. Please hear our voices. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. Linda Adrian, and Linda is followed by Greg O'Hagan.
Thank you for hearing all of us. I also have to say, and I'm going to ask before I start, I'm going to ask all the residents to raise their sign. We have never had so many senior mobile home park residents ever in this auditorium. My God, it's impressive from here. Thank you all. Anyway, okay. I appreciate Mike Casey's viewpoint. I definitely don't agree with it at all. He seems to like one thing. Sorry. He seems to think any kind of changes that are studied is just too much trouble. I mean, we have to live with the rent control ordinance that has not been changed. One thing he was right in, it has not been changed since 2004, where between 1993 and 2004, which is the same time period, it was changed 13 times because it needed to be updated. The economic and social area today is so much different than 2004, and we're still stuck in the same problems. I mean, we're seniors. 12 of the 15 parks are senior parks. We're on fixed income. I mean, I may have Meals on Wheels so I can make ends meet. You know, it's just, and let me see. And we have worked, by the way, I'm chairman of the constituency group that has put these changes together. We have researched them and studied them for 2.5 years. We have offered the city to give them our information on where we researched them and all the technical data so it would make it easier for them. Because we did not put any changes in here that we did not find somewhere else or verify that they were fair. And that's another thing, we're fair. We don't want everything one-sided for the resident. We're just trying to have equality. That's all we're trying to do. One more.
15 seconds.
Okay, we need these changes now. We really do. I mean, and residents don't do legal stuff. They're bullied by many managers and stuff. They're afraid to even say hi or anything. That's one of the reasons I got into this, because it's just not fair to our senior residents. We need the changes now. Thank you for listening, and I hope you really hear us. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Greg O'Hagan, followed by Doug Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff for the presentation. I thought it was well done. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
That's as far as it goes.
All right, no tall jokes. My name is Greg O'Hagan. I work for Rutherford Investments. We're owners and operators of Rancho San Miguel Mobile Home Park. We are, I believe, the newest investor in your city. I think one thing is very clear. With the amount of people here, amount of people involved, this is a housing element that the city, the residents, and owners want still in Santa Rosa. I think we can all agree on that, and I applaud the residents for all coming out. With that said, and one of the council members pointed it out, there has not been a mobile home park that has been built in the last 30 years. And there's a reason for that. It's not an affordable option for an investor or for a city to allow. Mobile home parks are not affordable housing. Okay, we are not subsidized by the city, and I think that's important to point out. But I don't understand why we're looked at differently. Why we're continually asked to have regulations put upon us and get stricter and stricter. I believe this ordinance is fair, and to continue to open it to do restricted on a private business that's not subsidized by the city, I think is a dangerous proposition. I believe now there is a fair process in place. We have been through it with an arbitrator and a meet and confer. If there are rent disputes, that there is a process for that. And also understand if the ordinance is opened up as park owners, I believe we will have provisions that we want to be looked at as well. We're one of the team players in this ordinance as well. To answer another council member's question, you can build mobile home parks in Santa Rosa in this area. You can go in and do that as multifamily housing, but again, it's just not an option that's out there. If we want to maintain this product, which we do, and I believe residents want it because it's a element that is widely used, I think we need to protect both park owners and residents, protect current residents with a ordinance that's fair, and we have that now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Johnson? There you are. Thanks, Doug. And Doug will be followed by Philip Taylor.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Doug Johnson. I'm with the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA. We represent the owners and operators of mobile home parks throughout California. Sorry, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm shouting here. With WMA, the city of Santa Rosa has had a rent control ordinance since 1993. It is not the most restrictive ordinance in the state of California. There are 110 actually, but it is also not the easiest ordinance. It has been worked on, as you heard from the Deputy City Attorney earlier, arbitrations, it's gone through reviews, it's been amended more than any other rent control ordinance in the state of California. So, and this is the product here. It's something I think we should stick with. I think the job of the City Council is to find that middle ground, and I think you've already done that. There's a middle ground between what the park owners want, which would be market rents, and what residents would want, which would be zero rent increases. This ordinance addresses virtually everything that we've talked to. The proposals by the residents that they've given to your council, they would blow up this ordinance. They would destroy it. And I don't think that's a smart thing to do. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's wise. We have already charted a course right down the middle, and it is right in line with just about every other ordinance, especially in Northern California. So I would urge your council to stick with this. These changes are not necessary. And half of those changes, recommendations actually, are already dealt with by state law. And I think the Deputy City Attorney, again, addressed that in his remarks earlier. So I would, again, urge the council to stick with an ordinance you have already. Residents have been protected since 1993. And real quick, the discussion of CPI, virtually all of the counties and cities with rent control use the CPI. There maybe are 2 or 3 in the entire state that use COLA. You yourself, when dealing with raises for your city employees, deal with CPI. It's the most fair way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Taylor?
Thank you for Phil Taylor. I'm partner and regional manager for HCA Management Company. We operate 2 communities in Santa Rosa, one of which we own. I think that really the evidence that there has been a good rent control ordinance here in Santa Rosa, the fact that the challenges have dropped basically from between 1991 and 2004 to the current time period. There have been virtually no challenges to the ordinance. I agree with Doug that the changes that are being proposed really are not a revision of an existing ordinance. It's really the writing of a new ordinance, which opens many things up to challenge on both sides of the fence. I don't think that can be done in 6 or 9 months either. I think that's a substantial investment on everybody's part. I'd just like to address the, excuse me, the COLA versus CPI issue. The example that was given was a $600 rent in 2000. Our rents in 2000 were averaging $366. 600 sounds like a great number to use, but it's not appropriate to the time period. I also extrapolated out the difference between a COLA adjustment and a CPI adjustment over that 12-year period, and it comes out to just a little bit more than 0.2% difference. I'd also like to say that at least in our communities at the moment, we have no vacancies. Houses are selling very well, both new houses and homes that are owned by residents. And those are really 2 very strong indications of the healthy nature of the economy and the healthy nature of our communities. I think that the current ordinance is working well, and that we should respect the ordinance as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Garcia, and Ruben is followed by Jan Sharp.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll keep my comments short. I believe we have a good ordinance. It was agreed upon by both sides. I think where the issue lies, and it will lie here, whether you're here, whether I'm still here, whether you make changes, no matter where we go, this issue will always creep up. The ordinance is great as long as the protections that were agreed upon by both sides protect the residents, keeping the rents lower and so forth and everything that goes along with it. What usually precipitates these types of audiences and issues with stuff is when the ownership who met with the residents to agree upon this ordinance decide to use the ordinance for something that they're allowed to get through the ordinance. And I think that's a key issue to remember. It's always going to come up. No matter what you do, no matter what you decide, as long as it benefits one side, and that's not, you're here to govern all sides. As long as it benefits and keeps their rents low and everything works out to their favor, it's great. But the moment we move over here and say, well, the ordinance allows us to pass through property taxes. Whoa, our rent just went up. But it's what we agreed upon. It has to be equally fair and usable to both sides. And though I empathize with a lot of the stories, of hardship and so forth, you can't shift that responsibility over to the ownership for financial assistance. It's not fair. So I just want you to keep that in mind. No matter where we go, whenever the ownership will use the ordinance as it is agreed upon by both sides, we will always end up here because they don't want us to use what we agree upon. The purpose of an ordinance is for both sides to know their protections and what we can and cannot do. So I just ask that everybody keep that in mind. It serves both parties, not just one.
Thank you. Jan Sharp? That's the last card I have on this topic.
Hi, thank you for your time.
Sure. Oh, this other mic.
This only one?
There you go. Just bend it down.
Just down. Okay. I remember there was a question about enforcement on the disclosures, and I just wanted to share my experience with you, and please try not to laugh. My husband and I drove from the Valley, excited to become, Santa Rosa residents, and we sat down, we were signing things. We thought that all of our questions were going to be asked in that session. Then the lease came out, and we said, well, what about rent control? He stopped, the owner, we were with the owner, he stopped. He slammed all the papers back in his folder, and he left the room saying, buy another unit. So we waited for an hour and a half, begging and pleading his secretary to have him please come out. It turned out that my husband had left his reading glasses at home. So he was using the bifocal part of his sunglasses. The owner took opposition to that. So he thought that this was a play on him. We never found out anything about rent control. And, I really think we were bullied into this. So I have the same lease options, bad, worse, and worst. So please consider that. And if you want to do the exhaustive search of how it's been done, we can do it for you. We can go door to door, showing the people papers, asking them if that was your signature, just to find out. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Sharp. Those are all the cards that I have. That's all. I'm seeing no one. Oh, for this item. What is your name, sir? Well, please come down. This is 3.1. This is manufactured home rent control. There's another one following. So I believe that is all of the cards that I've had on this, and I will bring it back to the council at this point. Council, any further questions before we move to comments? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all that spoke. A recurring theme was lack of disclosure prior to closing, and have we seen a lot of complaints on that, or? And I'm specifically referring to the lease as opposed to rent control.
This is not a new complaint by any means. And I don't have an answer for that other than you can pass all the laws and regulations that you want, but it's up to people to follow and abide by them. And we have heard repeated instances of disclosures not being made the way they were supposed to. It comes to our attention anecdotally, either through a phone call or an email on occasion. And so that's how we find out about it. We have many laws on the books, but if we don't have the resources to enforce them, it's going to be a problem. But
I can appreciate
that's a different story.
How about if the complainant doesn't have the resources to pursue? Is that part of the problem here, would you think?
I don't know. I imagine that's the case, too. I have no doubt that there are many folks that, they're afraid. they're intimidated, and they feel under the circumstances, if they speak out, there's going to be some kind of retaliation or retribution. Whether or not it's actually going to happen, I don't know. But I don't have any doubt that there are some people that are have some problems with that.
I appreciate that. And then moving to the pass-throughs for capital projects, I guess since we haven't had too many challenges, it's hard to discern how that's worked out. But what jumps at me is if the net income from the mobile home park is presented as a number that includes a deduction for these very improvements, and they're also getting a pass-through, the potential's there for a double count.
I just don't know if that occurs. I just don't have an answer for you, Mr. Wysocki. That doesn't mean there's not one out there. I just don't have.
And then lastly, how difficult would it be to get a COLA for just this specific area?
How difficult? I think that's a policy decision that has to be made.
Okay, but the number's there. The numbers are available.
The numbers are there. Interestingly enough, we do have some figures. Ms. Jackson, I think, ran a table. I hope you don't mind if I'm jumping on your territory here. A comparison between the Social Security COLA that's being proposed and the CPI for the Bay Area, which almost everyone uses. And for many years, the CPI for the Bay Area was lower than the Social Security COLA, and some years it flipped.
Okay.
So up until 2014, there was almost a negligible difference between the two until this year, 2015. I think there's Social Security COLA is lower than the Bay Area CPI.
Thank you.
Other questions, council, or comments at this point? Ms. Combs.
So in addition to being interested in just moving forward the conversation, since we have so many people who clearly want to have the conversation, I have an interest in our other land use policies around this, and am hoping that we can bring back information about what policies we can have to preserve manufactured home parks as manufactured home parks, and what policies we could possibly implement that involve no net losses, so that we're not eliminating a source of affordable housing. So if we could also at some point include that in this larger conversation as we talk about affordable housing, I would be interested in that information.
Mr. Corsi.
I don't have a question, just comments. And what we're hearing is that the park owners don't think there's any problem. The park residents obviously do think there's a problem. I think it's up to the city to take a look at this, to do a review. I don't think that the fact that it's difficult is a reason not to do it, and I'll support this request.
Just for clarification, when a review of the ordinance in part or in its complete form, big difference in the two. How are you recommending the review?
I think that the residents need to understand that a review needs to include not just the things that you're asking for, but there are two parties here. I don't know how extensive we have to get in this review. I can't tell you, based on the list that we've been given and the information that we've received today, what should or shouldn't be included in the review. I'll say that if it's illegal, if we can't do it, it doesn't need to be included. The requests that have been made, I don't think are unreasonable to look at. If there's a council committee that needs to be formed, I'd be happy to be part of that. This is something that I support us doing, whatever form it takes, and I'll be willing to help out with that.
So your recommendation would be to form a committee to ferret out some of those questions about the depth of that review, for instance. So I would be, Mr. McGlynn, could you give me a sense of the
staff time that it may take to staff a review committee at some point?
Well, I think, again, we've had a pathway and a conversation before around this particular ordinance. Staff was looking at that particular pathway that we had before, which involved council members in a conversation with residents and park owners in an ongoing dialogue to get to some of the understandings of what's allowable, what's not allowable, and then a larger conversation that could come out with the council in that conversation. What was challenging for staff in this is without some formal direction from the council, we were being petitioned from one part of the, as you say, one part of this conversation. And as is often the case right now in what we do, we're a very reactive group to conversations. We're structured in a way that is complaint-driven. You're hearing some of the challenges around that even in this conversation about how you manage or educate or do other types of opportunities around some of the things that we're wrestling with right now. So what I would say is that what we forecast, again, was the 6 to 9 month process where we would be utilizing some of the same processes that we've engaged before, but it's about bringing the parties to the table. Whenever you open an ordinance, you obviously give opportunity for all folks to have input in a conversation. It is not a prescription that is driven from one part of a conversation, and we wanted to make sure that we were fully understanding that this is a direction council was willing for us to explore before we launched fully into that conversation. And that's really what today is about.
Thank you. Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to lend my voice in support for taking the residents' requests, going through them, and giving us options specifically with respect to those requests. With due respect to our city manager, on this particular issue, we have not been very reactive. There are a group of at least 4 people who have been coming to me as a council member for almost 3 years on this issue. And Mr. McGlynn is going to chime in to suggest that we respond when necessary, and I understand that. But I very much am interested in having the list of requests that the residents have put forward fleshed out, reviewed, and brought back to us in their entireties, whether it's up, down, or middle. I want them to feel heard on this issue. That is what I'm interested in. Our very last speaker asked us not to laugh at her. And my great-grandmother, my maternal great-grandmother, lived in a manufactured home park, and she was the most sophisticated lady I ever knew. She would take you for everything you're worth in a game of poker, but she was not as sophisticated on a rental agreement as the park owners were. I am not as sophisticated, you are not, and that is not meant to be a side or meant to be an insult. It is not our job to find the middle ground here. And I want to see what our options are.
Mr. Schweno.
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of the process together to take a look at what this ordinance does and some of the metrics. I know one of the speakers mentioned it. I really truly believe it's a shared responsibility. So not everyone's going to get everything they want, but if the groups come together and actually have dialogue and come up with where are we trying to go, what's the desired outcome of going through this process? And if people are true to that and working together, I think we can come to the solution, because I don't think a council chamber is a way to solve some of these complex issues, but actually dialogue with the people, those stakeholders who are there. I'm also a big believer that those that tend to create will tend to support that outcome. So both of them coming together versus dictating this is the way it's going to be. So I'm in favor of actually bringing the people together rather than mediation. I think some active facilitation would do wonders, where everyone can actually hear, not just listen to what those interests are, but involve in the process. So let's get that model, because I think a decade-old ordinance, I don't think it can hurt for us to actually let's figure out what in 2015 is best for this community.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thanks to all that were here. I'm very much supportive of the staff looking at this and looking to make revisions. However, I like the idea that the Vice Mayor brought forward of a subcommittee with certain stakeholders. I would also offer to serve on that to help staff be efficient with their job. Otherwise, I don't know how extensive the list is. The things that came out to me that I would want to have explored is the access for the procedure. My gut feel is it's not easy for homeowners, for mobile park owners, to get into this procedure and pursue a complaint. That's the sense I get. So I want to try and make that a lot more customer friendly. I want to talk about the fairness of using Silicon Valley, using the city as a barometer for future increases. And I'm looking you right at the eye, sir, when you said there's no measurable difference. That might have been in the past. I don't think it's going to be that way in the future. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm highly skeptical. We're also talking about, on that measure, other elements other than housing, and to give 100% of that, to me, doesn't seem fair to this councilman. So I would like that to be explored. The disclosures, very, very troubling, as I've said, but that's more for the subcommittee. But if 6 months is what it takes, if 9 months is what it takes, so be it. But I will say, the council chamber is where this public policy should be formed, and I look forward to seeing that in 6 to 9 months with the citizenry, not the audience. These are the citizens of the community. And it's their lives. There are a lot of people's mothers and grandmothers here, and that's the job of government, is to try and cart that path so everyone has a dignified retirement. Thank you.
So, Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we are looking for some clarity. We're not going to get it tonight, and I hope that we're going down a path where we get to it. But I think that too is what the people here are looking for, some clarity as well. I think that in our community there are many populations that we serve, and I think too that are one of the most important to me are our youth and our seniors. And for the most part, we're talking a lot about our seniors here because I think that's the majority of you out there in those mobile home parks. All of you have worked very, very, very hard to get where you are in your lives. I don't know that too many of you were looking at a younger age thinking of a mobile home as your dream home, but you're there because of whatever circumstances presented themselves to you. It has been a difficult journey for many, but I think we need to respect you as who you are as our residents. There are people that I know personally out there. Don Cox, Marvella Cox up there, good friends of mine who live in a mobile home. I know that wasn't their choice either, but they're there. They worked hard as residents of our community, and I think that we do deserve, as a council, to do what we can to help them, understanding that there is that equity, that we have to look at both sides, but we do need to engage in a process that will get us there. And if it means that we may have to reconsider other options or other priorities within the council, we'll do that. But again, it's important to me, again, because of the population that we're looking at here. And again, we're looking at a population, for the most part, that oftentimes gets taken advantage of. We see it all the time with various issues, and that's not okay. So I think we need to be that voice as well to make sure that they are heard. The loudest voice that I heard today was the comment, "Please help us," and I think that's what we have an obligation to do. So let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveris. Mr. City Manager, do you have enough specificity to move forward?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to, I agree with what's being said on council today. The fear is that the committee and those involved in the committee get mired in minutia. And I've been hearing lots and lots of, I've heard over a period of time, the most serious issues that were being brought up that need to be dealt with. And I'm hoping that the committee kind of quickly focuses in on those most important issues that challenge our manufactured home residents, so as not to spend a month after month because I think you know what the issues are. I believe that you know, and the council knows to some degree, and the managers know as well, but probably those same issues that have come up on a regular basis. So the city manager will take next steps. I appreciate you being here this afternoon and providing testimony on both the managers, owners, and the residents as well. What I'm going to ask for you to do, if you can, is to exit the chambers, the door to up here,
because we have people coming in from the right hand as you face the wall from the right-hand side. So if you could exit to the
John.
western doors, that would be very much appreciated. We'll be taking a 10-minute break while you do that.
John, can we clarify that we
Hold
don't
on, folks.
vote during a study session?
Pardon me? Oh, yes, this is being a study session. We are not taking a vote tonight. That's why this kind of action is being taken. Thank you. Well, it's a four-slam afternoon. I've never had to do that before. Welcome, everyone, to our second study session. Mr. McGlynn. Oh, just before he begins, just so you know, in the process this afternoon, the council will not be taking a formal vote on anything this afternoon. What we will be doing is providing the staff with direction. So just so you know, there won't be a vote. There will be no motions. This is a study session for information and then for future action. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 3.2, rent stabilization options. Chuck Regalia, Assistant City Manager, and Caroline Fowler, City Attorney presenting.
Mayor Sawyer and members of the City Council, the purpose of this afternoon's discussion is to review the issues that have come up and as you have identified on the Council. We want to summarize potential strategies. We want to look at the background of the issues of rent stabilization. And to do that, we'll want to look at the state law, and City Attorney Fowler will do that. We'll have a brief overview of the local market. We'll look at other city rental housing programs, and we'll look at a few policy options and implications. As we began this work, we were fortunate that there were there's at least one city that was about 6 months ahead of us and gave us some information that we could share with you that's apropos to what we're talking about today. The issues, though, are of concern to all of us. We all are familiar with and concerned about the rapid rise in residential rates in recent years. Residential rents, excuse me. The reduction in affordability and the impact on family budgets, displacement of working families, and limited rental housing supply are all issues that are important to us and that we need to attempt to resolve as we address this issue. Other California cities have adopted a range of strategies to manage rent increases and protect renters. This range is from enhanced monitoring and community outreach in terms of education, to voluntary programs that property owners agree to do, to standalone just cause for eviction ordinance, which protects renters from unnecessary evictions, and ultimately to the rent stabilization ordinance that a number of cities have considered. To begin that background, City Attorney Fowler will talk to us about the state law with regard to these issues.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. First, I'm going to start with the broad parameters of the law. Under the Constitution, the cities have the authority under their police power to institute rent stabilization in order to serve legitimate government purposes, subject to some of the constraints that I will be discussing through the presentation. The other main thing that you have to understand is under the Constitution, property owners also have rights in their property, and therefore any rent stabilization ordinance must provide that landlords get a just and reasonable return on their investment. Otherwise, the city will be considered to have instituted an unconstitutional taking of their property. Currently, under state law, there are provisions that govern increasing of rent for month-to-month leases. If someone has a written long-term lease, the provisions, like any other contract, govern that relationship. But for month-to-month leases under the current civil code provisions, a landlord, if they are going to increase the rent, must give a notice of the increase between 30 to 60 days, depending on the amount of the increase that they are proposing. And that's looked at for the prior 12 months. A 30-day notice is required if it's 10% or less cumulatively in the last 12 months. If it is over 10%, then an additional 30-day period must be given for notice. Currently, state law does not have a specific limit on the amount of rent that's charged unless it's in connection with a state or federal subsidized program. For example, our Section 8 vouchers have certain requirements as to what landlords can charge under those types of programs. Similarly, the state law does provide eviction proceedings and governs the timelines for those. There can be a 30 to 60-day advance notice for a no-fault eviction if the expiration of the month-to-month, of the written lease or for a month-to-month lease. And then there's what's commonly referred to as an unlawful detainer proceeding, where a landlord can give 3 days' notice if there is a failure of the tenant to comply with the terms of the lease, such as failure to pay rent or violating some other provision of the lease. Also, state law currently prohibits under the Fair Housing Act retaliatory or discriminatory evictions. So if people are complaining about sanitary conditions, if they're complaining about discrimination based on race or some other protected class, then there are provisions to prevent landlords from excluding them or removing them on that basis. The more challenging part of state law that complicates this issue is the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act that was passed in 1995. And it exempts from rent control a number of properties, which makes a city's adoption of a rent control ordinance somewhat challenging and difficult for the public to understand. The law provides that units with a certificate of occupancy after February 1st, 1995 cannot be subject to rent control, regardless of the type of property that it is. It also provides that single-family homes, regardless of when they were constructed, are not subject to rent control. And condominium units that are sold separately to a purchaser for value are also not subject to rent control. Additionally, it provides that the initial rental rate, or the rent that can be charged once a unit is vacated appropriately, there is no limitation on what that initial rent could be. In order to reduce evictions of tenants, as Mr. Regalia referred to, some cities have adopted what is called a just cause eviction ordinance, to require that a landlord cannot just evict a tenant merely because they would like to increase the rent. So under the just cause eviction, these ordinances would describe a number of bases on which a termination of a lease would be appropriate. Obviously, the most obvious one is failure to pay the rent, a use of unlawful purpose of the property. For example, if you were having an unauthorized medical marijuana, not medical marijuana, but marijuana grow or other criminal activity going on in the property, that would be a basis for terminating the rent. If you're violating the terms of the lease, having pets when you're not required to have pets, having more people than are authorized in the lease. Also, an owner always has a right to withdraw from the market the property if they intend to occupy the property.
This next section, the purpose of this next section is to give you a brief view of the housing market in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. And so what I'd like to start with is a picture of what we have here. So Santa Rosa has a higher share of renters, 46.6%, than the county of Sonoma, which averages just under 40%. Nearly 68% of the city's housing units are single-family attached and detached units. 28% of the housing units are multifamily. 89% of those consist of buildings of 3 or more units. And 80% of the city's housing units were built before 2000, which indicates that we have an aging housing market, housing stock here.
Excuse me, Chuck, could you explain what single-family attached and detached means?
Sure. Single-family attached is a single-family lot on, say, a 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 square feet or larger. Single-family attached, excuse me, I'm confused on that. Single-family attached is what we commonly call a condominium unit that has a condominium map. They can be sold separately for value. The single-family detached, excuse me for making that clarification, is what you typically think of as a single-family house on a lot separated, with the walls separated from neighbors.
So this bullet point is inclusive of the dwellings in Santa Rosa that would not be under any kind of rent control.
That was the point of this.
Thank you.
Of this.
Thank you.
Can I sure. Quick follow-up? I wanted to say if it's not one, it's the other, but I notice you don't have 2 units. Is that the other 4%? Because the 68 and the 28% come up to 96%.
There are other ones. There are other. The main category for the purpose of this slide was single-family attached and detached. I'll go over it. There's another slide that goes over everything. But the point I was making is the categories of units as it relates to the issue that we're considering. So this slide is meant to get to the bottom line there, where we say how many potential units could be subject to rent control. And these are estimates. This is our first time through this. We think we've done a good job. But so essentially what we did is we found that we have about 66,600 total units in Santa Rosa, 45,000 plus attached and detached, 18,800-ish multiple family, other, which is mobile homes and that sort of thing. So our estimate is that built prior to February 1st, 1995, we had about 1,460. And then when you do these kinds of estimates through some work on this, we found that you exclude certain things, you subtract certain things, and those include units owned by a housing authority. We don't have a housing authority, so we didn't subtract any. Low-income housing tax credit units, we have 227 of those. Project-based Section 8 units, we have 986. And projects with housing authority restrictions, we have 41. So the total number that would be subtracted here is 1,254. So our estimate is that we have 13,386 units that might be subject to rent stabilization should you choose to go in that direction. Councilman, here's the chart that breaks everything down by single-family detached, and then 2 units and more, and that sort of thing. That's where we got that information. Housing tenure relates to whether something is rented or ownership. In Santa Rosa, we have 53.4% of the occupied units are owner, and 46.6% are renter. And the other numbers are the county. Like I said before, we're a little bit higher than the county. Year built, this documents the number that we talked about earlier. Surprising amount of units. Most of our units, as you can see, were built during the 70s and the 80s, the 2 decades in that era. So now we're moving on to a discussion about rent. Santa Rosa has at $1,359 per month, Santa Rosa has the 3rd highest average rent in Sonoma County as of the 2nd quarter of 2015. But on the other hand, Sonoma County has the 2nd lowest rents of the 9 Bay Area counties. This is a little continuation of a theme that we've had going on for a little while. What we've been able to document is in the past year, average rents have increased more than 9% in Santa Rosa, which is outpaced only by Petaluma and Rohnert Park. And over the past 2.5 years, average rents have increased more than 20%. So we're documenting a time of increasing rents that I don't think is a surprise to anyone. With a vacancy rate of approximately 1%, Santa Rosa's vacancy rate is so low is that there's not enough available supply to offer meaningful choice in the rental market. And also at 98.6%, Sonoma County has the highest occupancy rate of the 9 Bay Area counties. So we have the lowest rents and the highest occupancy rates. Here's the charts that look at average rents for the city and the county. Santa Rosa is the 3rd from the top on the left at 1,359. Average rent growth of 9.2%. Rent rankings for the 9 Bay Area counties, we're down there at the bottom at 1,394. And rent over rent, we're still toward the bottom at 10.1%. Here's that same comparison in a bar chart that's a little bit of a picture of the issue. Occupancy rates, the same thing. We are at 98.9% occupancy in Santa Rosa. No choice. You lose your residence, and you really have a hard time finding another one. Sonoma County, and of course our situation also, is at the highest level of that in the Bay Area. Now we're going to talk about a little bit of affordability. What we found in affordability is that families that own their house have incomes nearly double that of renters. Nearly 50% of all households are overpaying for housing based on the HUD standard of not paying more than 30% of your gross income for housing. And lower income families are much likely to be overpaying than anyone else. We also have seen that incomes have either dropped or stayed flat over the last several years, and that contributes to the overpaying issue. And lastly, in this regard here, you can see on the income is along the left side of this chart, and the overpaying households are along the right. So the lower the income, the higher the overpaying category. So an individual making less than $20,000 is 85% of that group is overpaying. The next topic that we're going to talk about here is rent stabilization strategies. And as we did our research and looked at several cities, not exhaustively, but we were able to look at some, we categorize these in terms of enhanced monitoring and community outreach, trying to help the people by letting them know what's coming, helping them plan for changes, and then outreaching in terms of education and training. Voluntary programs, usually by owners, standalone just cause for eviction policy, and rent stabilization. Excuse me.
And I would like I just need to add that each of these in increasing in the increasing scaffolding as it gets to more regulation, what we're finding underlying this is the cost to operate those programs grows with each step in the engagement, so that the cities have adopted policies to allow staff and allow the community to activate the particular measures that they have taken through this process.
Thank you for that. So before I get into what other cities are doing, I wanted to remind the council of what the city of Santa Rosa is doing. So at this point, the city provides rent monitoring service for housing choice vouchers, mobile home parks, and deed-restricted affordable housing. So we do that already. Landlord-tenant issues are handled under a contract by Fair Housing of Sonoma County or by civil court. And then a rental inspection program here in Santa Rosa are used in the 8 neighborhood revitalization program areas where we have active code enforcement to ensure that those areas are safe and sound housing. Like I said, other cities monitor that. Other cities more aggressively monitor the rental housing market in terms of prices, vacancy rates, housing costs, how much of people's income are they spending on housing, and they review and are more knowledgeable of what type of eviction issues are going on at that time. Other cities have more outreach and expanded community education efforts to both the tenants and the landlords to make sure they understand their rights and to make sure they're talking. The other thing is other cities use mediation and arbitration services more than we do here. In a lot of instances, these are contracts with nonprofit organizations. And what I've been able to determine over just a short time period is that there's a cluster of this kind of activity that occurs in San Mateo County in the South Bay, where there are a dozen or two cities that link up with a third party named Sentinel Services, and they do a lot of this kind of thing. And what I've been able to find out is this is an interesting topic that we don't do that much here that might be in the future something for us to look at. The other things that we've found here that are interesting are voluntary programs. And we have 2 examples, or had 2 examples locally. In San Rafael, we had the Fair Rental Practice Owner, and Healdsburg has just launched a rent stabilization advisory. And in both of these cases, this type of program seeks to gain owners' agreement to follow a suggested approach. And in both of these cases, there was the agreement, they asked the owners to agree to 1 increase per year with a 60 to 90-day notice, and to limit that increase to 10% per year. What we have found in researching the San Rafael example is this worked for about a year, but it's been dropped. It hasn't. There was a lot of monitoring issues. What our staff found when we contacted them is it became much more of an effort for staff, and because it didn't have any teeth in it, it became more of a refereeing of an argument as opposed to doing anything really to solve the problem. So, and then in the Healdsburg example, they're just beginning, and we don't know how successful this will be. But I wanted to report on these two efforts. The next level or the next direction that certainly is open for consideration is a just cause for eviction ordinance. Now, some cities that only adopt this, they go with this and they don't adopt rent stabilization. But the just cause for eviction would provide additional protection for tenants to avoid eviction solely for the purpose of raising rent. It can't conflict with the summary nature of the eviction procedures that Caroline mentioned earlier. Usually they increase noticing requirements, and landlords must state the reason for eviction. So they can't, where what Caroline was talking about earlier is that there are reasons that a landlord can evict. There are rules, but in this case, they have to state the reason, and usually the just cause ordinance lists the reasons, the types of reasons they have to state. And then in many of these, there's a requirement for relocation assistance, and in the Richmond ordinance, that is required. So to the topic of rent stabilization, under current state law, cities can adopt a rent stabilization ordinance that limit rent increases on rental properties built before 1995. As I said earlier, we have about 13,300 properties that meet this test. We probably have 4,500 or almost 5,000 units that are built after 1995. Rent increases in the examples I've seen are typically limited to an index like the CPI and to those costs that are necessary to recoup the cost of major improvements. As we've said before, a rent stabilization ordinance would require that there be a due process opportunity for landlords to apply rent adjustments to ensure that they receive a just and reasonable return. And what we've noticed from looking at some of these ordinances is that the number of administrating procedures can be reduced by authorizing annual increases based on a percentage of a CPI, and to adopt a procedure to request additional increases if the landlord can justify those. Most of the ordinance we've seen has it's almost like there's a model ordinance that has passed muster, and it has these kinds of things in it. Only a small number of California cities use rent control. The list we have here is a list that either have adopted rent stabilization or just cause for eviction. And when you look at it, a lot of cities there are recognizable. But the thing that became very important to me was that all of the cities, with the exception of Richmond on this list, have about a 10 or 15-year history with rent stabilization programs. Some of them have, like Los Gatos, adopted a program in 2004. However, when you review Los Gatos' program a little earlier, as early as 1998, they were enforcing the same standards, but not through an ordinance, but through a policy. Other cities were the same thing. East Palo Alto had a program in 1988, but then they revised it and adopted it again in 2010. So the point that I wanted to make is that most of these cities have a long-term history with this issue. Richmond just adopted, and it provides a kind of to me, it's a laboratory for us to observe and see how it's working out for them and to learn from things that they've done. So to talk a little bit more about Richmond, the rent stabilization just cause for eviction was adopted on August 5th, 2015. The code or the ordinance that they adopted will become effective on September 5th. Their annual increase is 100% of the consumer price index. You can increase one time per year. They have a rent board that handles the general administration and rent adjustments that we talked about earlier. Initially, these board members are appointed, but as of the election of November of 2016, these rent board members will be elected. This ordinance, as well as others like it, are funded by an administrative fee charged to landlords, usually by a per unit fee. We have two examples of rent stabilization programs that Santa Monica and Richmond provide comparable examples of rent stabilization programs. And frankly, I've had multiple conversations with the staff in Richmond who prepared this. And essentially what Richmond did is they used the Santa Monica example and scaled it to what they believe Richmond would be like. For instance, in Santa Monica, they have 25,000 units that are, and some extra, that are subject to rent control. In Richmond, they have 9,912. For comparison, in Santa Rosa, ours is 13,300. So what we find in this type of rent control program, where we have substantial policy making, administrative efforts involved, a board, a staff, that sort of thing, that's a real big change for Santa Rosa. And then the funding policy and administrative efforts are typically derived from fees charged to rental property owners. So that's something that would be new for Santa Rosa also. For the staffing example in Richmond, they're looking at enhancing and monitoring community education. They already have a rental inspection program. They want to make it a little better. They adopted a just cause for eviction ordinance and a rent control or rent stabilization ordinance. This was the slide that we sent out this morning that had a few changes to it. And it was based on a conversation that I had with their chief staff member last evening. Whereas previously they were looking at a staffing level of about 14 to 22, the council authorized a staffing level of about 7 to 11, but they kept the budget where the maximum budget where it was previously. And the reason for that is one of the things I think we could learn from them is right now they don't know what these costs are. The council adopted a program relatively quickly. I mean, they worked on this from February to June. They had a couple of meetings, and then in the July meetings, they came together as a council and decided they wanted to adopt this, that they had the necessary votes, and they moved ahead. The staff tells me that they had recommended against that they wanted it to be effective on January 1st, and now the issue that they have now is they have two consultant contracts, one for $100,000 to define the program, design the procedures, and another one that's for a nexus study to define the fee that supports this program. So they're essentially from the date this goes into effect on September 5th, next week, or this week, I guess, if they get a request for an adjustment, they have 120 days to bring it to their rent board. And as of right now, they don't know how many to expect at their rent board. They don't know the design of their staff and what kind of programmatic program that they have to have. And they don't have a nexus study that's adopted that would allow them to pass on the cost to the rent board. So they're scrambling. And if I've learned anything in the last week is we should avoid scrambling in this kind of a thing. Santa Monica is the example of the tried and true long time effect program. They have a rent control board, also elected. They have a general counsel and staff. They provide public information services and education. They have a hearing department, and they have administrative support. This is a staff of almost 26 people, and they have a budget of $4.7 million a year. They cover that. They have 26,335 units subject to their rent control. They have an annual registration fee of about $175 per unit. The gross fee revenue is $4.6 million, and the net fee is about $4.6 million. So this fee covers all but about $100,000 of this program. So I think that's it. So what I wanted to just do a brief summary on is that we brought you today what the legal background is, what the legal setting is for this. We talked a little bit about what the housing market is like here, and it confirmed a lot of my knowledge that I already had, that we do have, these rents are going up. There are examples. We looked at a few examples. We looked at the Santa Monica and the Richmond example. They're not the only ones, but we look at the kind of rent control program that involves a board, involves all this, means that it's an extra level of staffing and bureaucracy. And at this point, we're hoping that you'll take this information and start the process review. So we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Regalia. Council questions before we move to public comment? Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Chuck, for the presentation. With the research that you did with the other cities, did you find anywhere where they gave a stated goal for the ordinance? And then if they did have a stated goal, what were the metrics that they used to decide whether or not this ordinance was successful in what they're trying to accomplish?
In direct answer to your question, no, I didn't. But it'd be something that if the council wanted us to work on that, we could research several of those and find that for you.
I mean, do they even have a problem statement? This is the problem we're trying to solve?
Typically, what all of them had is a whereas statement, and they would say, in Richmond, there are 67% of the renters who can't afford the rent. All of them had something like that. Our overpaying statement is similar to what other cities use in terms of an initial justification for the rent control.
So using the laboratory of Richmond, as you referred to it, if they said 74% was a figure, are they suggesting that with this ordinance, that 74 will one day be fill in a number?
I don't think they are. I think what they're... Did you have something to say?
Well, I'm not sure that we were looking specifically for the problem statement in the conversation. I think the assumption is that a lot of this was being driven by that whereas statement. We can we can as a staff take that down as a notation and see if there wasn't any kind of established metric for measuring success in this particular endeavor. But right now, that wasn't what we focused on.
Because that has been similar to what the research that I've been trying to do to find that model program. Finding out what those metrics are would be very important for me. Thank you.
Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. That was a question I had as well. They went down this path, I would assume, because there was an identified or perceived issue within those communities, so they went down the path of some type of rent control. So I too have an interest in what are the results. Some of these have been doing it for quite a few years. So did they meet their needs? What were the consequences of doing what they did, unintended consequences as well? So I would be very interested in seeing some of that information.
What I would say is that there's a lot of literature on both sides of the equation around consequences. And again, we would need some further direction in looking into that, and we might need to bring in some expertise if that's the direction to assist with sorting through those issues. Because there's a lot of white papers, dissertations, other types of things that are out there.
Right. So I think, to my point, is that I don't know, maybe you had a dozen or so cities up there, Richmond most recent. Are these the only communities in California facing this issue? I don't think so. So what have other communities done to address this issue as well would be important.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Chuck. I had a question about something you said. I believe it was about Los Gatos, and that I think that you said that they had been enforcing a policy and now they have an ordinance. how do they enforce a policy?
I asked them that question, and it was, they didn't have an answer for me.
Apparently it didn't work out, though, because they made...
We could do a little deeper dive, but I think that that's probably why they went from a policy to
Yes.
an ordinance.
Okay.
I would suspect.
I would suspect that as well, and I was just curious if you knew.
They were, we can ask some more, but yes.
Actually, I'd be more interested in getting some more information about, you mentioned several communities in San Mateo County that have a mediation or arbitration process. I'm not sure which, but I'd be interested in hearing about the effectiveness of that, whether it works, as well as how it works.
We'd be glad to do that.
And you mentioned that Richmond is scrambling right now, and I agree that we don't want to be scrambling. But if we were to go down this road, would one way to avoid scrambling be to adopt a rent moratorium at the same time in order to kind of call a pause on things while we get our act together?
Well, I mean, that would be, I would leave that to you all. What we would be recommending, that is, if you wanted to explore any of these options, that we would we would bring some additional outside expertise into the conversation, and that's where we'd be looking for direction right now on where we would and what particular items you're interested in learning more about. I think the challenge that Richmond is facing is that they're in the midst of creating a program, and they don't have the answers, and it's hugely challenging to try to figure out, what's the staffing, what's the cost, what's the implication of this as you're doing. Staff's recommendation would be to get some direction this evening, figure out what we would need to do to really make sure that we've got the information in front of you to make the most informed decision. Part of that is that this is a new way of doing business for the city of Santa Rosa. The way these programs get financed, by and large, is some kind of fee associated with doing business in the city as a landlord. And then as you've heard, there's back and forth on what can and cannot be passed back to renters. We have some research and work to do on that front as well. There's a variety of opinions there, but we would be looking to bring in outside expertise to really tease out what it is, what the program might look like, what you could count on. I mean, in the San Mateo example, there is a provider who works in that county that actually, the Sentinel Group, that's actually providing those services city to city. We could tell you what that's looked like, but right now, we would have to sort of figure out where we potentially could get a similar service here.
To the point that this would be a new way of doing business for the city of Santa Rosa, we just spent 2 hours talking about a mobile home rent control ordinance, and I'm wondering whether there is any potential relationship between a more broad rent control ordinance and a mobile home rent control ordinance. Obviously, it needs to be a separate ordinance, but we do have some experience here, and so I'm just kind of wondering whether
there is obviously an interrelation between the two. We already assess a fee. That fee goes to support some of the programs. I think in the conversation of the mobile home ordinance we'll be looking at some of the concerns that council voiced, and is the fee appropriate that we're assessing to the desired outcomes in that conversation? I think that would be an open conversation in that field of endeavor as well. A lot of what we were hearing seemed to be around education, making sure that certain things were in compliance, and as was related prior, we are a complaint-driven organization and often playing catch-up to a situation instead of maybe being in a more education and compliance mode of operation.
And I would just add, there's a lot more guidance with respect to mobile homes, with respect to state law, and a lot of the cases in more cities in California that have mobile home rent control than regular rent control. So they are similar in some respects, but there's a great deal more guidance out there on mobile home rent control.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of people waiting to talk to us, and I'm really glad that so many people came out to give their opinion on this. And I have a couple of questions that, if the council decides this comes back to us, that I would like to have included in the information that comes back. I noticed that there is some statement about the costs for renters through the just cause eviction process, the relocation costs. So I'm wondering, I've heard a number like that it costs a family about $10,000 to relocate. That seems high. I don't know what the correct number is. So if someone can come back with what reasonable numbers are for people relocating in our area. I've seen, multiples of rent as what different places do. So I would like to know about that. For me, this is fundamentally about community stabilization and not about stabilizing rent. This is about helping people who live here now. This is about the preservation of housing stocks. So I'm very interested in, as markers of success, looking at displacement and gentrification. And I would very much like to receive, I understand that the MTC funded a study through Dr. Zook in Berkeley for displacement data, and having information about displacement and gentrification, and I think would be a useful way to establish a marker of success or failure of a program. Another option, of course, is the vacancy rate. One of the reasons that we're talking about this, from my point of view, is comparable to manufactured home parks. People no longer can move easily from place to place within the city. And one of the reasons rent control was established in manufactured home parks was that the free market didn't work as well because people couldn't move easily within the city. While our vacancy rates are where they are, it's very hard to move from place to place. So I'd be interested in looking at whether vacancy rates are available for decontrol, what are reasonable rates if we reach a point for that, for the decontrol. Jobs to housing ratios is another place to look. I mean, if we're seriously thinking that we're going to house the people who work here, looking at a jobs housing ratio might be another place to look for decontrol. And I think we could have a lot of conversations about, when we've reached success at the other end. And I think, my concern is
Could we ask a clarifying question of you?
Please.
What do you mean by decontrol in your example?
Some ordinances that I've read about, and I believe the Richmond ordinance also has this, has a section in it where when a certain level is achieved, certain value is achieved, and in, I believe, the Richmond ordinance, it is a vacancy rate, that the board, they have a rent board, which, I'm very open about what models we use. The council, some entity could decide to decontrol, to not continue to have rent stabilization,
Right.
if that is achieved.
That's what I was
And
thinking,
that's
but-
what I'm talking about.
Just wanted to make sure.
There's a set of those, again, a jobs housing relationship, because we would want to house a percentage of the people here is one of them. A percentage of the vacancy rate is one of them. I've heard 5% used. But again, typically the body that has the authority decides when to implement that.
Thank you.
And so something
Thank you
like
very
that.
much.
That's where I was thinking I was hoping you would bring me back information about that. This is the only policy I've been able to find in doing quite a bit of research that preserves housing, that preserves affordable housing. So I would be happy to look at any policies that protect the rights of people who live here now, as opposed to planning for folks who might be coming in the future. So that's an element for me. I thought also that a number of the ordinances had a provision where the fee could be passed through. So if you can bring us fee pass-through information, 50%, 60%, so that it's shared between tenants and owners. Yeah. I think some of these things are comments, and I will wait on them. Thank you very much for the, and I want to appreciate you, Chuck, that you've brought forward this fast. I appreciate that you've had to do a lot of research quickly, and I think we need to recognize that you've really stepped up here and done some research, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, Mayor Sawyer. On our mobile home park stabilization or mobile home park rent ordinance we just had, we were just told budgeted city cost was $40,000 for 1,600, excess of 1,600 units. This proposal can affect 13,000 units, that's the stock. To me, that's rough math, 10 times. Why isn't the budget number 400,000?
Because there's a lot more that goes into this ordinance, and that's what we would need to lay out if you want us to go in that direction. So we would lay out the actual cost, the structuring of that program. As you see, there are multiple check-ins in this. And one of them is if you go for just cause eviction, if you want us to move forward, there's a cost associated with that. It's not a discrete apples to apples comparison, but we would come back and show you the differentiation. I also believe that we heard very passionate plea from the renters to actually expand the scope of some things under consideration and address some needs that we are not currently addressing. So we're going to take that under advisement on the other issue and potentially bring you back where we need to do more work and how we could get that work
No, I'm
done.
holding you to the 400,000, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's a fluid number is what you're saying, but I'm really skeptical about over $2 million. I mean, do we know how much Palm Springs is? To me, that's more of a comparable size.
I think what we would be asking to do is do some of this just exactly like you're skeptical, Councilmember Wysocki. We're not sold on this either. What we've seen is a guesstimate to get to a figure. We need to do some, if you give us the direction, some really deeper dive on this. Right now, that what we understand happened is they looked at a model that was already in existence. They used the baseline number. They did simple math to figure out how they would get, we have 9,000, they have 25,000, so they scaled based upon that. And now they're scrambling to find out what the actual cost to run the program they voted on is. That's the challenge Richmond is in right now.
But the challenge, sure they have a challenge, but they haven't done it before. I would hate to see us rely on someone that hasn't done it before.
But again, that's why we're urging okay. That if you give us that direction, we would bring somebody to actually tell you what the cost.
I just wanted to explore that point. We'll not delay it anymore. Screen 6, I think. This is for the Madam City Attorney. Just and reasonable return. Is that defined in state law? Is that court case? What is that?
It's by court cases, and unfortunately, they don't give a lot of bright line. Usually, it's on a factual case-by-case basis. So some ordinances, for example, some of you may recall that Cotati had a rent control ordinance some time ago. They were sued on that ordinance on the basis that it wasn't providing a fair return because it had absolute prohibitions on certain pass-throughs, and the court said that that would be unconstitutional in the manner in which it was being applied in that particular case. And so ultimately, Cotati ended up repealing their rent control. So you have to...
If I could stop you there, thank you for that information. The pass-through is unconstitutional, and that invalidates the whole ordinance?
No, if you're saying that you just have a blanket statement that there would be no pass-throughs, you have to have, as we talked about, an opportunity for the property owner to make their case so that they do get the fair rate of return.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Screen 18. I think this is yours, Chuck. Average rents, in the last 2.5 years, average rents increased more than 20%. Where did we get that number?
That information was put together for us from our consultant, Economic and Planning Systems. to look at the last couple of years of increases, and that's what they found by looking at the information.
Does that include single-family residences as well, or is that just our?
We were looking at multiple family,
Okay, 2 or more?
yes.
And then, like near the end, one of your last slides, 34, I think I'd just give in and keep these on. Screen 34, have any of these cities noticed or had complained about a lack of development activity since the adoption of the rent control, rent stabilization?
Not that I'm aware of. We know for a fact that Oakland is gangbusters right now, so not that I'm aware of, but it would be something that we'd have to look at deeper than just whether Chuck is aware of something. We'd have to look into it and examine.
You've been here the longest.
But I've been here, not there. That's the
And again, sort of this is sorting through what's fact and what's being marketed, and some things have multiple impacts, and so that's one of the things we struggle with and why we need to bring in some outside expertise to help answer some of these questions. For example, there's a community up there that we've heard through the pipeline. You know, one of their property owners are 70% owned by one property owner, and the property owner, because of the continuation of rent control, is going around and threatening to tear down all their buildings and put condominiums in the place. Whether that is a actual threat or an inconceivable threat, it's just those are the things that make differentiations in every community, that one community has 70% of its stock managed by one landlord could create issues. We don't necessarily have the same issue here.
What
obviously.
community is that?
It's East Palo Alto.
Yes, Ms. Carlstrom?
That, I want to really emphasize, we were hearing that through the grapevine. It may not be true.
That's right. But you can ask Chuck.
yeah.
Ms. Carlstrom?
Thank you. I love the collective chuckle at East Palo Alto's expense. I've got a lot of comments and a lot of things that I'm going to want to see brought back. I'll be real clear. I want this to come back. No spoiler there. Excuse me. I have a number of questions, though, before, and I know also we have a ton of commentary to come back. So, to the city attorney, in your early slides, you talked about the state law with respect to retaliatory and discriminatory eviction. Can you just give me a sense, what is a process for a tenant who feels they've been discriminated or evicted improperly?
As Sean says, we contract with the Fair Housing Department, and so we generally direct complaints to that organization. There are also a number of civil remedies people can file under the Unruh Act or other state statutes if there's been discrimination on the basis of a protected class. And then, as Chuck mentioned, some cities have adopted just cause ordinances which give additional protections beyond sort of the obvious protected class or sort of whistleblower type protections.
And I just want to emphasize, we're also going to be having a presentation on fair housing on the 15th of September. So we're bringing some of that partner to a conversation with us, so you get all educated about what we're doing and what's going on around the fair housing conversation.
Okay, so 2 questions stem from that answer. The first is, how many appeals have come, or how many complaints have come to the city for those types of evictions?
I think there's some that's come to the Housing Department that I've been aware of that we have referred to the Fair Housing Department, but not a significant number. I think I can recall 2 or 3 that have been referred, but none that the city has ever taken any action on.
2 or 3 total, or
Yes,
per year?
in the time that I've been here.
Okay. And then in the event the city were to adopt just cause eviction, would that follow the same procedure? When a complaint came in, would the city refer it to the Fair Housing Board?
No. So that's part of the administration that Mr. McGlynn's talking about, that the city would set up a board to deal with those types of disputes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Regalia, you mentioned in passing that the San Rafael ordinance has been dropped or sort of abandoned. I would love to hear a little bit more as to why and what are they doing now, to the extent that you know.
Well, and again, I would just caution, sometimes we get full information, we're talking to staff. Some of these were policy levels that we'll be giving the newspaper article of what was said by the council members at a conversation. So I don't want to attest that we're going to be able to report back really why something is dropped. We can tell you why publicly it was dropped.
That's fine. I asked because the San Rafael ordinance was presented to me, and I'm sure several of the council members, as something that we ought to look at. But if it's been abandoned, I would like to know if there are public reasons why.
We can find out.
Thank you. When this comes back to us, I should have started by saying I really appreciate this presentation. The information contained within this is shocking, but not. I'm a renter. And I really hope that everyone in the public takes a minute to let it sink in, because it's extremely important information. And I just really want to commend you for the work that you've done in putting it together and bringing it to us. It's been a difficult conversation to navigate, even just getting to this point. It's been very polarized in the comments I've received. The positions we as council members have been placed in. So I should have begun with a thank you for the information. When our ordinance options come back to us, when they come back, just like this analysis takes into account the housing stock, rent increases, income decreases, in the same way that we come up with comparable cities for labor negotiations, it would be very useful if you can come up with comparable cities and what they've done. I mean, the reason we chuckle about East Palo Alto is we know it's a very different community from us. The reason San Rafael is a very different community. So I want to know that I'm comparing an apple to an apple. And that's going to be a lot of work, and I respect that, but this is an extremely important issue. And I don't want us to be scrambling. Richmond is scrambling because the ordinance is only a month old. I mean, let's be very clear about that. But I want us to do this well. And this part of that, for me, is looking at a city that actually has some of the similar circumstances that we do. With respect to, I'm looking at slide, apologies, my iPad is old. I'm looking at the application fee that's charged in Richmond, the administrative fee. What is the nexus there? What are they paying for?
Again, they're in the process of establishing a nexus. This was a guesstimate that was based upon the complete program.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs has corrected me. I'm referring to Santa Monica.
And again, we can get into a detailed conversation of what all Santa Monica provides. We can provide that to you in a detail, but we're not prepared to give you an item by item conversation.
That's fine. I saw it as a very specific per unit fee. I just would like to know how it's established and what it goes towards, if it's not just the program administration fees. I can anecdotally answer Councilmember Combs' question about the costs of relocation. Me too. I'm sure some of the public will answer that as well. Are you looking for direction right now as to what we would like to see when you come back, or you just want us to have questions? Because I've got a litany of stuff I'd like to see, and I'm sure we'll hear more. Okay. I very much support the establishment of some level of city administrative grievance board that people can adhere to. There's been discussion of a tenants credit clearinghouse potentially facilitated. I think Catholic Charities is looking at it right now. So please look into that and find out what they might be doing. It has been referenced to me that in some of the communities that have adopted rent control, that there's been an unanticipated impact in Section 8 landlords. I'd like to know if that's true. And then there was a question, I think one of my colleagues asked a question about the cost of the program, and I didn't see a number estimated in our proposal here.
We don't currently have an estimate. That's part of the process we would have to go through, listening to you all, where you want us to engage further. We would be frankly contracting with somebody, and I will be probably bringing that contract back for approval at this body to look at potential, to address the questions that council is now asking, so we could give you what programs might look like and the associated fees that you would be necessary to implement such programs.
Great. And just one final suggestion. Fort Collins, Colorado was also suggested to me as a community that did some interesting work on something with respect to their zoning, owner occupancy requirements, and its impact on the market for apartment housing. So look into it. I would love to hear what they're doing and whether it's been successful. That's it for now.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Before the public comment time comes, I wanted to confirm that I'd heard all the elements of the state law. Basically, we have sort of a lot of people who are worried about what I would call my grandfather's rent control versus rent stabilization versus what we're doing now. It's sort of a family thing. So I don't recall hearing that the state law included occupancy, vacancy deregulation between renters. And I'm pretty sure that's true in California.
That's correct.
Was that on the slide? Did I miss it?
Yes. That we
Which
can't
slide was it on?
It was discussing that we can't control the initial setting of the rent after there is a tenancy has been terminated, assuming it was terminated if you had a just cause ordinance for just cause.
Because we hear a lot of arguments that people make that seem to not understand that point, that it returns to market rate between occupants. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that would be unless you were under some other type of program, for example, a Section 8 program or some other subsidized program.
The programs that we're talking about.
If the council is okay with me moving to public comment, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
I just had a quick follow-up for the city attorney. Why couldn't we contract with Fair Housing or some other body to make decisions about just cause evictions?
You certainly could contract with a third party to do that. Fair Housing, I don't know whether they would be allowed. They're enforcing state law, and as a government agency, whether the state would allow them to take on regulation of municipal ordinances. That's certainly something we could explore. You could certainly contract with a third party.
Okay.
Some of the people Chuck have suggested perhaps do that, or create, a rental board, as has also been discussed.
Okay. And is Fair Housing, is it a successor, or is it similar to what used to be called SCRIMS, Sonoma County Rental Information Mediation?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Mr. Wysocki.
I would also suggest that staff reach out to legal aid of Sonoma County as well. That might be of help in discerning the cost of these programs, services.
Okay, Council. We'll move to public comment. Just for the information of those in attendance, the council will not engage in a dialogue. If there is an individual that the council wants to ask a specific question of, that would be acceptable. It doesn't happen too often, but we might ask that for clarification. I will be limiting the comments to 2 minutes. At this point, assuming that everyone is queued up and ready to go, we will be finishing our public comment by around 7:30. And that's with 2 minutes. So brevity will be appreciated. If you want to come down and say, I agree with the speaker, and turn around and walk back to your seat, there's nothing wrong with that. We are a very well-trained council. We don't necessarily need to hear the same concept 4 or 5 times before we hear it, before we understand it. If you feel compelled, I'm not going to stop you. But like I said, we have about 2.5 hours of public comment as it stands right now. And I appreciate everyone filling their names out in a very clear way so that I can read them, although I will probably butcher a few. Professor Robert Eiler is first, followed by Brian Ling. Not yet.
Okay. Is it up? Okay, great. Thank you. I did a report for Norbar on basically the economics of rent control in a general sense. Basically, if you put rent control or some kind of rent stabilization in place, there's a positive impact on the renters. There's a negative impact on the landlords. Property taxes are likely to go down because the mix of income spending between the gains from the renters and the losses of the landlords will lead to less spending, less taxes, including property taxes. And it really doesn't matter how many units you put under that. It's the magnitudes change, the conclusions do not. So hopefully you recognize this from very simple economics. The A, B, C, D, E, F areas are the sum of all the benefits from the market working correctly. When you go down to the bolded line, you lose areas C and E. There's a lot of debate in the literature of whether or not you lose area A because those can afford higher rents, might buy something else, but now they are tempted in a misallocation of resources to wait to buy, and this can affect the market for buying and, in fact, building homes. The economic impacts based on the assumptions we made look like this. Go to the far right-hand column. It's a loser in jobs, business incomes, and total taxes, specifically property taxes. And what I did is I estimated a number of units that would give me the end point of the following three graphs for purposes of understanding that it doesn't really matter the number of units. This is the loss of business income. You can see that the losses outweigh the gains every unit from 0 on. This is the loss of jobs. The reason these are so close is because, yes, there are some gains in jobs from consumer spending. They're mainly in services and retail. The losses of jobs are going to be in higher wage, trade-oriented jobs. So you are trading trades jobs for retail and other personal services. And then finally, this is the difference in property taxes as you gain more units. So with all that in mind, this is what I recommended. You might want to partner with landlords rather than forcing a change on them through incentives and put some skin in the game. Look to create more units. One of the things about the places you talked about today, they're in very urban areas, so they're going upward with apartments. They're not going sideways or have limits on going upward. And finally, recognize these decisions are regional and will not stop here. And in fact, you may trade gains some other place if you lose them here. Thank you.
Professor, I do have one question for you.
Oh, fine.
Just for clarification, you mentioned the potential loss in tax revenues. I wonder if you could explain that to me and how you came to that determination.
Sure. When you see more spending or less spending, there's a change in all tax categories. So when there's less spending in net, that means there's less incomes, which means we buy homes at a slower rate. We renovate at a slower rate, so the assessed values on properties move at a slower rate, or in fact, and basically you lose what you could have gained. So think of that as the opportunity cost of the decision you make on what you could have gained in tax revenue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
No, that was just for clarification, because he mentioned that number, so.
Yep.
And I'm done, so Mr. Ling.
Is that it?
I know
Thank you.
Well, then we can bring him back.
Sure.
Or someone else too. I wasn't clear on how he came up with that figure.
Thank you, Mayor Sawyer, Council. Brian Ling, I'm the Executive Director of Sonoma County Alliance. We are a 365-member organization, business advocates for a healthy economy, healthy community, healthy environment. I'm also a member of the Chamber's Advocacy Council. Certainly great to follow up on Dr. Eiler. He's a professional. Our big concerns are purely economic driven. The statement that stuck out on me the first time I saw some of his notes, net negative effect on community economy. I think it's ultra important here and cannot be ignored at all. You just saw the net loss of business income, other things, don't need to repeat all that. My last comments really our benefits of rent control do not outweigh the costs. If we want to tweak with the economy, we need to start looking at supply. We've heard about the issues on getting permits built. Let's start taking action on an aggressive policy, procedure, everything it takes to get building permits approved so we can start getting housing at all levels built to relieve the pressure on the demand. We're never going to satisfy the concerns on the demand until we start working on the supply. We can't encourage support enough. Lastly, a personal comment, and sometimes personal comments aren't appreciated. I was born in Memorial Hospital, lived here my entire life, Santa Rosa and outskirts thereof, and in 54 years, this is the first time I've ever heard Santa Rosa needs to look more like Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike? One thing I failed to mention, applause and booing is not encouraged. It'll take us twice as long to get through this presentation. So if you would agree with something that's said, you can raise your hands, et cetera, or just smile widely. Mike Arndt, followed by Harry Brown. Is Mike still here? Harry? Harry will be followed by Jim Stern.
I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue. I am a property manager in Santa Rosa, and I do not believe rent control or stabilization is the answer. I'm not quite sure what the answer is, but that's not going to solve the problem. I believe rent control would create a type of gridlock. Without new housing, there will be nowhere for people to go. Nobody's going to move on. Nobody's going to be able to move in. Therefore, a type of gridlock is created. It's like a stalemate. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for your brevity. Jim Stern, and Jim is followed by John Stiles. Is Jim here? John Stiles? And John will be followed by Thera Pitaro. Hold on a second. Get your mic on.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is John Stiles, and I'm a realtor. Honestly, rent control would benefit me personally. You see, I represent several investors that have older, probably between 40 and 50 units in Santa Rosa that would be 100% affected by this before 1995 rule. They've already told me that they're going to sell their property, so that's where I benefit, and then exchange into another area that they're not going to be controlled of what they do with their property. It's great for me, but not good for the city. It all boils down to supply and demand, not enough units available. Let's look at the problem, not the result. We need more units. How do we get them? Easier and cheaper to build. We need time and cost. That's what we really need help on. Let's get some more units. All of you on the council have heard it before, I'm sure. Rent control is not the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Thera?
Was this mine?
Pitaro? There you are. Welcome. Followed by Sue Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor, council people, and certainly staff for the great numbers you put together. I am, Oh.
Yep.
That way.
There you
go. I am a property owner of a home in Santa Rosa, which I've owned for 23 years plus. About 24 of that I've rented to tenants. I take good care, don't raise the rent, etc. I appreciate the value of the property, and so do the tenants. The issue that I'm bringing forward is this is a multifaceted problem, that what caused this where we are now, that's tough on the lower income people of Santa Rosa, absolutely. As I've traveled for NORBAR, NAR, National Association of Realtors throughout the country, Santa Rosa is not unique. Rental problems, rental prices, and economics affect every single city and geographic area. As our economy has come back, it really has exposed the gap of the economics of earning people and not. There's some other things I'll just throw out why the numbers that we've heard are even that dramatic as far as renters and homeowners. The downturn caused a lot of people to lose the houses. They did not go back into ownership, but rather had to rent. Maybe some of those aren't quite worked through the issues. So the demand is overwhelming and the supply is very, very few. Everything done in government and private ownership is about economics. Solutions have to come from all parties. I encourage you to do that on an economic basis that benefits renters and owners.
Thank you. Sue Carroll, and Sue is followed by Carol Johnson. Is Sue here? No. Okay. Carol Johnson? Seeing no one rise. Mary Jane Clifford? Seeing no one rise. Jennifer Holly? This is kind of hard. St. James Drive?
I'm coming.
Oh, Janver.
So thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm just a general contractor, and we fix things here. Been here for 30 years, fixing houses, and I'm a little nervous, sorry. So we started buying a few houses in the recession and fixed them up, refinanced them, and kept on going. And now we've been buying multifamilies. But the housing stock, as you know, especially in Roseland, is disastrous. And so, though I have a successful construction company in Healdsburg and Santa Rosa and around, we decided to take on some of these projects that have stacks of infractions and see if we can't make them whole. Well, I have 5 guys employed in several complexes now. And if you do this, I can go through all the numbers, but it doesn't make sense. I cannot rehabilitate housing. I just can't do it at that age. They need roofs, they need cockroaches addressed, they have holes in floors and showers. The money just is not there. And I don't take a dime out of it. It's just what we do. And the money with rent control, even this emergency thing that you're proposing, I have to take those guys out. Now, given the economy, I can find other work for them, but it just doesn't add up. And planning policy, for well-intentioned planning policy for years, has restricted growth in town, but there are just too many people. It needs to be addressed on that level. And if you don't want old housing or old apartment buildings to just disintegrate into nothing, it really cannot just be a 3 or a 5%. It has to be more. Clearly, there have been bad actors who have just taken the money and run. That's true. But there are a lot of other people doing as much as they can without finance to keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Pfeffer, and Joe is followed by Thomas Warlock.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm not going to bother to make the arguments pro or against rent control. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a short-term Band-Aid to a long-term problem. So I thought today I would differentiate by actually proposing 2 tangible, concrete, partial solutions If either of my ideas or both of my ideas are adopted or at least studied by the council or by staff at their direction, I think you might at least take a bite out of this problem. And I'm trying to address the supply side of the problem. I agree that the issue is really a supply problem. So the first one is that in the 90s and 2000 here in Santa Rosa, there were policies adopted couched in the phrase inclusionary housing. And I know I was personally subject to that. And there are dozens, maybe hundreds, I don't know the number, I'm sure staff could give you the number, but there are dozens of secondary units or granny units that are attached in this city right now, probably in the few hundreds. They're spread throughout the city, and they're all pretty much built within the last 20 years. I know I was required to build inclusionary units in subdivisions that I was involved with. Anyway, there are deed restrictions across the city on all of this housing. The approvals were conditioned on one, either the main house or the granny unit, but one or the other must be owner occupied. So if the city were open to this idea, you might direct staff to come up with some sort of a staff, instead of looking at rent control, look at invalidating those deed restrictions. And I think Councilmember Coombs actually made a comment earlier today in respect to the mobile home ordinance. Why would we prohibit people from renting their own property? And that is a partial solution. The other solution, which is not going to be as easy to do, would need more of a collaborative effort between the city, would be to look at incorporating or streamlining the process to create apartments within existing homes. There's a lot of large homes. An economist would say that we're underutilizing the resource. There's a lot of large homes in this city with empty bedrooms, bathrooms, living and family rooms. Why not create a process where we can create apartments within the walls? It won't tax our infrastructure, it won't damage the environment, and we could create more units without having to go into the ground and build from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. Thomas Morlock, and Thomas is followed by Hans Art.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I own a duplex at 1502 Neotomas. It's just east of what used to be the parking lot for State Compensation Insurance Fund. Please go by and take a look at it. It's well maintained. I've owned it since 1987. The duplex across the street isn't well maintained. When you consider the long-term effects of the stabilization ordinance you have before you for discussion, think about people like me who will not maintain their property. Little guys in the community, who owns duplexes, who owns triplexes, who owns fourplexes? We're all local members of your community, part of this county. We live here. We want to live here. The large apartment complexes, go on MapLive or Zillow or Craigslist and find out who's aggressively pushing the rents upward. It's not me with my duplex. Since 2002, my rents have gone up on my two-bedroom unit over the last 11 years, well, the last 13 years, 2.37%. My three-bedroom unit's gone up 3.56%. Those units in the last 3 years have gone up. The duplex, the two-bedroom went up 8.15%. Please let normal market forces resolve these issues. We do have a housing shortage. We need to address that. But rent control, I sincerely do not believe is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Hans Art. And Hans is followed by Teresa Park.
Thank you very much. My name is Hans Art. I live in San Francisco, but I have family. My mother lives in Santa Rosa, and my families have been here for over 100 years. And I came to, and I'm a landlord, I came to warn you that rent control is terrible. In San Francisco, it's distorted the economy, and it's distorted the politics of the city. I won't go into how it makes all your numbers worse. If you think your vacancy rate is low now, as soon as you pass rent control, it's going to slam down close to zero and stay there because nobody will move. So all your numbers will get worse, not better. It doesn't cure the problem. The people that came before me have said the word supply, and that's what cures the problem. If you pass rent control, you'll create a new entity in your government that feeds on complexity. You've heard how complicated this stuff is, and it goes on and on and on. Every couple of years, they'll come back with 10 new things they need to add to it, and then you'll find your budget is $3 or $4 million a year, just like Santa Monica. You know, the people who push rent control are left wing, and as soon as they get a foot in the door, you won't get them out. What they want is your job.
Teresa Park. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just hold the vocal comments, please. Teresa, there's Teresa. Teresa, thank you. Followed by Dennis Park.
Thank you. I know that you guys are trying to do a good job, but this is not the right way to do it. Study after study shows that rent control does not solve the problem. In any form, rent control is not constructive, and a 3% cap a year increase is destructive. And it seems like you guys may be punishing people who have worked hard and bought properties for their retirement. And the property values will decrease for the properties that have rent control. And therefore, I believe that this proposal could backfire here. And I ask that you please do studies before you guys pass any ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Park. Dennis is followed by Adrian Lobby.
Well, nothing new in me following my wife, that's for sure. Just a couple of comments. One is actually going back to the rent control ordinance in place for some time regarding mobile home parks. And I don't have the answer, but I'm just wondering how many of those have been developed since rent control was enacted in Santa Rosa. I don't think many, if any. Number two, my concern is I'm not quite sure I understand. We're talking about fair and equitable solutions. How do you take 20% of landlords and have them shoulder what is deemed to be an entire social burden, which in my thinking really should be done by social services. We've talked about folks on Social Security, of which I'm one. But I just think we're asking, this is kind of a form of discrimination to me. Quite frankly, you have 80% of the people get a pass because their unit's a year younger than maybe my unit. There's something patently not quite right about that. And I'd like you folks to really give some consideration about how unfair that is. And there are a lot of mom and pops that own small units, duplexes, triplexes, that bought these really to supplement their income. So please give some thought about those folks as well. And lastly, briefly, need these. There is an article, which I actually read today, Housing Conundrum. It was written by a fellow at the Hoover Institute in Stanford, pretty well-regarded think tank. And he says in here, well, some intentioned housing policies, like rent control, seek to ease the symptoms of affordability crisis. They are essentially implicit housing subsidies. But subsidies are designed to increase demand of the subsidized product, which actually further exacerbates California's problem. The only long-term solution is to deconstrain the housing supply. Short-term policies to alleviate symptoms are not sustainable solutions. He goes on to say, Californians need to realize that around the edge policies might alleviate the symptoms, but do nothing, I repeat, do nothing to solve the problem. This is from the Hoover Institute. So, thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Lobby, followed by Jennifer Coleman. Is Adrian still here? Jennifer Coleman? Yes. Oh.
Thank you. I'm a renter and I own a duplex. And it's hard for everybody. I see both sides of it. And it all comes down, what everyone said, is supply. We could get as radical as calling this a disaster or an emergency, where we need FEMA housing temporarily. I'd like to see the city jump in and see if they can get their hands around that. Let's look into it. Tiny houses have been proposed and turned down. There are a lot of single and coupled people here that could afford a tiny house in a homeowners association. I don't see that happening. I can't afford to subsidize other people. I'm trying to subsidize myself right now. And I've worked hard eating peanut butter and jelly Sandos for much of my life to get where I'm at. I don't live extravagantly. And I want everybody to have a fair crack at affordable housing, but it really has to come through supply. You must get that through your heads. It's an intuitive, logical reasoning of cogent thought that it has to come through supply. So please, please, supply, supply. Thank you.
Thank you. David Silver. David is followed by Kimberly Waite.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And Chuck, great research. My partner and I sold our buildings in East Oakland, serving the most affordable people, or the most in need of affordability, because it was an inhospitable place to do business. We came to Santa Rosa because we felt this was a great place to invest for the future. One thing is clear is that this is a community problem, and it should be a community solution. Based on Chuck's numbers, the group that is going to be solving this problem represents 19% of the housing stock here. So 19% of the building owners are being suggested to solve 100% of the problem. We should be concerned about new renters and affordability for them, new family formation, new households moving here, college students. There's probably a reason why only 13 cities out of 500 in California have rent control. Rent control protects the few that get in early and penalizes the people who want to move here or need to move for another reason. And I'll follow up on the other comments that it disincentivizes investment. So we'd strongly discourage rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Waite. Kimberly is followed by Marnie Goldschlag. Hi, Kimberly.
Mayor Sawyer and fellow council members, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak in front of you this evening. My name is Kimberly Waite, and I've been in Santa Rosa as a resident for the past 48 years. My husband, Rick Waite, and I own 2 rental properties in the city of Santa Rosa. We've owned both properties for over 25 years, and both are rented at what is considered under market rate. Both of us work in the real estate industry and recognize that rents are high in Santa Rosa and there are families struggling. We've had numerous discussions about the rental market in our area well before it became a political discussion over the past few months. It has always been our personal motto to work with our tenants and have a partnership with them. We've done this for the following reasons. One, we don't want high turnover for our properties. That does drive the cost up for us. We want good tenants that will pay according to our rental agreement. We want tenants that have a sense of pride in the property in which they are living. In exchange for this, we have purposely kept our rents below market rate. In one unit, we've had the tenant for 9 years without any rent increase. The other tenant we've had for 12 years with only one rent increase during that time, and that was less than 5%. These properties are their homes as well, where they have for the past 10+ years raised their children and grandchildren. On these properties, we pay for the maintenance, landscaping, taxes, insurance, mortgage interest, etc., to maintain the properties. Both of us would be in favor of you as the council working on some form of compromise that would be voluntary but not mandated. I fully understand that you need to do something. However, I do not think rent control is the answer. I do not believe rent control will address the housing shortage, which you've heard from several speakers prior to me that there is a shortage. My husband is a home builder and has been in Sonoma County for over 30 years. We can later discuss the need for more new construction to help meet the housing needs. However, tonight, I'm here to ask you not to impose rent control, but to consider another form of compromise to address the housing needs in our community. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Marnie Goldschlag, and Marnie is followed by Virginia Kerr.
Mayor Sawyer, fellow council members. My name is Marnie Goldschlag, and I'm actually reading this letter on behalf of David and Lynn Mantooth, who were not able to make it today. They are both self-employed, and taking off work is a very big financial challenge for them. However, they felt that they wanted to address the council. So on behalf of Dave and Lynn Mantooth own a rental property located at 1001 Henley Street in Santa Rosa. They've owned this property since January of 2007. The property will be impacted should you decide to move forward with a rent control ordinance. At the time they purchased their property, it was intended for investment purposes to assist them with their children's future college education and much further down the road, their own retirement. He states that they recognize that the rents are high in Santa Rosa and families are struggling. His family is not exempt from financial struggles. He is a contractor and his wife is a hairdresser. They both work hard and are currently putting 2 children through college. They have been good landlords to their tenants, and the tenants have been great. Their tenants were in place at the time they purchased, and they remain in their units today. Their expenses continue to increase, such as their property taxes, the interest rates, the insurance and maintenance. However, they are still under market in the rent that they charge. In large part, they do that because they feel that they have great tenants and they don't want to upset what they call the apple cart. His wife and him are asking today that you work towards a voluntary compromise as other communities have done and not impose a rent control ordinance. They thank you for your time and again ask that you not impose a mandated rent control, but instead consider a voluntary program and work with the landlords to accomplish this together. And that's on behalf of David Lynn Mantooth. On a personal note, part of my concern is I'm a lifelong resident of this county. I'm also a real estate agent. My personal concern is I keep hearing about the renters and the concern of the renters, and there's a huge concern. Rents are extremely high, but there should be concerns for property owners too. The property owners pay property taxes, they pay fees, they provide housing for those that can't afford it. And I think we need to remember they're providing a service that is greatly needed in this community, and I'd hate to see them penalized for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Kerr, and Virginia is followed by Joshua Panavla. Check. Is Virginia gone? Are you Virginia Kerr?
Well, I'll be Virginia Kerr then, if that works.
When I get to you, I'll
do it
pass
fast.
on it.
I'll do it fast. Dennis Park came up here and brought up a few things that I think were very valuable. I sat through the rent control for the mobile home parks, and I think they said there hasn't been a new mobile home park built in 30 years. 30 years. And what would be the reason? And that's because there's no financial benefit for mobile home owners to come into the area that has rent control. Also, it's a very few amount of rent units that are going to be tagged by rent control. So then you have a very small group of people trying to subsidize the problem of no units. I agree with all my colleagues that have come up here to say that we need more rental units. Rent control is a fast, politically astute way to let the community know that you're working on a problem, but it is not the solution that we need. It's not this council that has tagged down and made it so difficult to build, but it's been councils over the years that have made it almost impossible for affordable housing to be built in Santa Rosa. I'm also a member of Oakmont, yay. And we're gonna have a gray tsunami coming right at us in housing. Many people are using their housing right now to subsidize their retirement and are selling their homes so they can take the equity out of their homes, and they're turning around and renting because they can't afford any longer to retire the way that they thought they would because of economic problems. So there's a lot of things going on with rent control. There's a lot more issues. Julie, you mentioned that you're kind of looking at today's people who are renting today. What about the kids? What about the elderly? What about them that people are coming down the line right now that are going to be leaving their jobs in the next 5 to 10 years and are going to need housing, rental housing? We don't have anything to give them. I agree we should be looking at our stock right now and adding more to it, including granny units, additional units over houses. We have to look at other things besides just saying, hey, we're paying attention, we're going to pass this, but we're not addressing the problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Virginia. Joshua? Is Joshua here? Some people moving, but not Joshua. Jeanette McFall? Jeanette is followed by John Bly.
Hi, John. Thank you for fixing my bracelet. Okay. Hello. My name is Jeanette McFall, Realtor at Keller Williams, and a rental property owner family. I would like to give you my perspective as a realtor against rent control. A cap on rental amounts will create a cap on rental sales prices. When a rental home buyer considers a rental purchase, they look at the cost of utilities, repairs, fees, which historically increase in time. And they also ask, what are the rental amounts? What are the costs? What are the fees? If that amount is set below market demand, and costs are up, the price offered will reflect that amount. Another fact involving income property sales is that as costs go up and the rent amount stays below market, a point will arrive when the income property owner makes a choice between paying his mortgage and making repairs, or a choice between buying a rental or investing in PG&E. As interest rates rise, which we expect them to, since at this point it is a break even, as costs increase, I predict a rent control ordinance will result in an increase in the notices of default. In a bubble, one would not know that when a notice of default occurs, the property owner has choices. Modification will likely be denied as the bank will see the property owner unable to make it work. A second choice is a short sale. In a short sale, the purchaser needs to have the property vacated if he plans to occupy or renovate it, and that will eliminate that, and the property will foreclose. It is my opinion that rent control will result in an increase in foreclosures, unconstitutional taking. Look instead into creating an environment inviting to rental owners and home builders, not the opposite. If you need money for productive options, sell the hundreds of properties owned by the city of Santa Rosa to the private sector where it belongs. There's a room full of realtors against rent control that can help you there. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bly, and John is followed by Paul Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. John Bly. I'm Executive Vice President of the Engineering Contractors Association. I live in Santa Rosa, I work in Santa Rosa, and I rent in Santa Rosa. So I'm eminently qualified to speak on this subject. Anyways, we have a lot of people that have talked about this being a supply side issue. This is a supply side issue. We are looking to retain businesses and attract businesses for our economic balance in this community, and we don't have workforce housing for them. What to do, what to do? Don't do rent control. Look at it, and what I tried to do is I tried to go to the people that are actually out there and they can do something about building multi-unit housing. So I went to 3 developers that have properties that are either entitled now or they're working on entitlements to build multi-unit housing, and they just built them. I said, why are you looking now? The rents are coming up. Walt Keyser spoke to this about a week and a half ago. Our rents are a little bit too low, or have been a little bit too low to stimulate the new construction. They're coming up. So I suggest a comprehensive plan to work with these folks and see what we can do to keep the price down and get some more supply built. I asked these 3 developers, if there's a rent control ordinance in Santa Rosa, will you take another look at moving forward with your projects? All 3 of them said yes. Even though it's pre-1995, they think a community that puts pre-1995 rent control stipulations in, it'll only be a matter of time before they want to get their new units under rent control as well. So they look at it, and their future stream of rental income is affected. They don't want to build here. To your point about San Francisco and other places, their rents are higher. Look at Walt's numbers. Once the rents are higher, these people will probably take a different perspective on it. But for right now, we're razor thin margin. We need more supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Heck?
Yep, right up
Paul
here.
is followed by Richard Zimmer.
Yeah, hi, I'm Paul. I'm a long-term realtor here in Santa Rosa and abouts. I wanted to explain to you what that means. That means I get paid for solving people's problems. So do you guys. Rent control doesn't solve the problem. You've been told that. I'm telling you that. Even the government should understand that you can't legislate people's desires. People want to move here. You should do something and be happy that they're coming here. You should build more and stop the time that it takes, reduce the time that it takes to build. You should make the supply more plentiful. You may have heard that the real estate markets had a tough time. It's been in all the papers. Well, it's starting to come back. Our momentum's here. Putting rent control in this area will just kill it.
Don't do that. Find another solution. Work with the realtors. We're willing to work with you.
Thank you. Richard Zimmer, and Richard is followed by Carlene Marie Sweeney.
Good evening.
You sure know how to draw a crowd.
Hold on. Richard is first.
Hi, I'm Richard Zimmer. My wife Barbara and I have lived and worked in Santa Rosa for over 40 years. In all those years, we have bought rundown properties and rebuilt them, remodeled them in Sonoma County, and in the process, we have evicted drug pushers, pimps, prostitutes, drug addicts, and gun runners, and sometimes within 2 blocks of schools. And what happened to those neighborhoods when we did that? Well, what do you know? They blossomed. We rebuilt the property, moved in, modest income, young families. The whole neighborhood turned around. Currently, we own and manage our own units. 80% of the landlords in Santa Rosa own 10 or fewer units. They're not big folks. These are mom and pop folks. Rent control will do, and as it has done in other communities, will do this. First of all, there's no cap on rent control for owners' costs, soft costs. Mortgage rates go up, insurance, water, taxes. Did I mention taxes? There's no control over that. Maintenance costs go up. And one of the concerns I have about maintenance costs is we hire people to do our maintenance work. If we don't have the income to pay them, we're not going to do very much maintenance work. So there's far less work for roofers, painters, flooring installers, carpenters, plumbers, painters, the works. The neighborhoods where these rent control units will be starting to run down and decline, which will increase in costs for city services like police services. You're going to see some owners take their units off the markets or convert them to condominiums. And the condominium prices are going to be far more than the rents. Is that buzzer for me?
It is indeed.
Okay. I expect you to do one thing. Take a look at other rent control communities. See how many affordable units they've added since they've had rent control. And if they added any, how did they do it?
Thank you. Carlene Sweeney, there you are. Oh, well, no, you know that's you were just agreeing. Is Carlene here?
Right here. Right over here.
There you are. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Now it's going on 6. Thank you, council members, Mayor Sawyer, and Mr. Manager McGuinn, and staff. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. It's an issue that is very complex, and I'm going to talk about politics, economics, and make some recommendations. And but more than anything, I encourage you to do your due diligence and listen to your staff, because in situations like this, frequently the hard work they do and their due diligence goes not taken into the correct decision-making process. Okay, number one, I have personally, I have been an owner-builder for 25 years, including flipping properties in Orange County with an aggregate of 3.5 and a $1 million position that I walked away from 10 years ago due to certain situations, and I have been hand-to-mouth here ever since for 10 years. The reason why you have not seen me before is because I have not had an extra ounce of energy. New York City, Hamptons, Southamptons is a better analogy here. I suggest you look at a bigger picture than your local communities in the Bay Area. I looked at buying property in Hampton Bays, which is the blue-collar town within walking distance of Southampton. People there would leave for the summer and rent out their homes to college kids who would come in and pay $4,000 a month so that they could get the tips in the Hamptons. Okay? The economic presentation earlier was woefully short and quick and fast, and potentially does not take into account a lot of factors such as the train coming in, and it's going to not just be a tsunami, it's going to be an avalanche of problems. And if you listen to the language of Mr. McGuinn, who used such words as...
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney. You need to hurry up. Your time's up.
My time's up. Okay.
Yep.
So...
Like you're finished.
Okay, I got one.
Okay.
I have one last thing to say.
One sentence.
Okay, it's 2 words. He said, scramble, and that's what's going to be happening.
Okay, that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Michael Hale. Michael is followed by John Navarro. Is Michael here? I'm not seeing Michael. John Navarro,
I'm up.
There you are. Okay, good. And John will be followed by Chris Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. Pretty much a lot what I was going to say has already been said. So let me start with Santa Monica. I got this off the internet. From 1999 till now, there's been 60% of the long-term renters there have not moved. And I have to think that those properties are in need of repair. You may take a look at that on turnover. If you don't have turnover, then you're going to have property decline. Now, rent control itself. I am living the dream, or I should say the nightmare. I could tell you, I own a property in San Francisco. For the past 4 or 5 months, I've been going through my lawyer so he could talk to my renter's attorney. I think we have something ironed out, but I can tell you rent control will spur frivolous lawsuits. We're not talking about something that I did. We're just talking about something that a renter expects when they leave, even after just a few years. Minimum of $10,000 for a relocation fee, average of $30,000, and in excess of $100,000. Now, the only people I could see that rent control is going to serve well are attorneys, because they're getting paid to deal with this. And of course, the chosen few renters who are there now. But for the people coming in, this isn't going to help them. I think you guys have put a lot of work into researching rent control, and I commend you for it. But I think it's time to stop wasting time on that and time to invest your time into building our community. Find new ways of developing property with what we have to work with right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Hernandez, and Chris is followed by Joe Murray. No, Chris? Joe Murray? There you are. Joe is followed by Chichi Rosas.
Thank you. I'm Joe Murray, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a property owner in Sonoma County, and I have been for the last 20 years. I own 2 apartment houses here, a 14-unit and a 15-unit in Santa Rosa, and then I have a personal home in Guerneville. Excuse me. One of the most interesting questions I heard from the council tonight was, where did we get that 20% number increase in rent in 2 years? I haven't seen it. I rent a 1-bedroom apartment for $850, and I have for the last 2 years. A 2-bedroom apartment for $1,150, and that for 2 years. And that's probably $100 under the market, maybe $150. I just don't see 20% increases. And one of the council members asked, where did you get that number? And so far, I haven't heard the answer to that. There are 482 incorporated cities in California. There are only 15 cities who have put in rent control in the last 30 years. A number of cities have looked at it and turned away from it. It was mentioned that the city of Richmond just passed rent control. Well, I looked it up on Google this morning, and there's a quote from the mayor, Tom Butt, the mayor of Richmond, and he said after the passage of it, "I am disappointed rent control passed. It is a colossal mistake for Richmond. As time goes on, the supply of low rental apartments will dwindle, and we won't be able to replace it." Okay? That's the problem. It's a public policy issue, and you can't put it on the backs of landlords and solve the problem. What we need, more Section 8 housing maybe, and more low-cost housing, and there's federal programs for that. You need more supply, and that's been said 100 times. Well, thank you. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Cece Rosas? Followed by Hernan Vincente.
Hello, my name is Cece Rosas, and I'm actually a property manager, broker associate with DD's Rentals, and I've been there for about 9 years. I've been a resident of Sonoma County, actually Santa Rosa. I was born in Memorial Hospital too, 28 years ago. So I'm actually a tenant. I would benefit from rent control, which is oddly enough, because you would think that I'd be here, going for it. But I'm actually a tenant, and I've been a tenant in other multi-unit complexes that were built before '95. And my huge concern and issue is a just cause eviction. I've actually lived next to prostitutes. I've lived next to drug dealers, and I'm really thankful that when I had that issue and neighbors had that issue, that it actually was brought up to the property manager, and it was easy and clean. They were able to give them notice, obviously appropriate, 30 or 60 days, however long they stayed there, and they left. With just cause eviction being a potential topic that's going to be passed with rent control, I could potentially have to be involved in that to make it a provable actual reason that there is criminal activity or drug activity happening. And I can't imagine a lot of people that would be willing to do that, because at that time as a single female, I would have not wanted to jeopardize my safety to do that. Alternately, as a property manager, my vendors are very important to me. I mean, yeah, they're independent contractors, but I feel as if, I'm looking out for them, making sure that one, I can provide them work and provide owners at the same time a great quality vendor that can efficient, good price, and obviously making sure that they're doing quality work. With possibly rent control being approved, the hugest concern for me is that if owners aren't getting as much income, the handymen, the vendors that aren't the ones that could be passed on are going to be greatly affected. Even some of the outfits that are larger, their employees are going to be affected. So it's just something seriously to consider. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hernan Vicente? No, Hernan. Bruce Hinshaw. Bruce, are you here? Cynthia Murray. Cynthia, did you go? No, Cynthia. Jerry Laborde, Berg.
Good evening. I appreciate being able to talk with you again. And thank you. My name is Jerry LaLondeberg. I'm a member of the SEIU chapter board and a member of Homeless Action and a member of the North Bay Organizing Project. And I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to you. Because I trust from your experience as local politicians that you know about compromise and you know about how to get to what's going to work. We do this wrong when we disagree with each other too rigidly. This thing that we do when we assume the worst and glance away from the best of our erstwhile rivals. Deriding the other because some of their attributes are known is what both sides do to each other. The time is now to stand up for our principles, to hold each other accountable for our pronouncements. My friends and my yet-to-become friends, I call upon you to assure that all people are housed. Let us join together to select the people less housed than us and join with them in finding their proper homes. In so doing that, we will return with the solution to our problem. Some among us have lived this challenge and stand among us to carry their knowledge forward. The North Bay Leadership Council brought Carl Gordino here recently from the Silicon Valley Leadership Council. He talked about working together on the 95% that we can agree on and let the 5% that we disagree on rest between us. I hope you all will agree that this is an opportunity to make the changes that will improve housing for each of us as members of this community. I hope we will use this opportunity to make it better for all. And my final commercial would be simply to ask you, the City Council, and the county is working on this very diligently. The City of Petaluma is working on this very diligently. I think the municipalities could do something together that would move us a long way as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Jonathan Coe. Jonathan is followed by Kelly Bass.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jonathan Coe with the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. Not surprisingly, I'm here to add my voice to those who have said that rent control is not the right approach. At best, it's a Band-Aid. But at worst, I think, and I'm concerned about this worst, it's a distraction. There's no question that we have a housing crisis in front of us with the occupancy rate as high as it is, with people struggling to find places to live. We have a crisis we need to deal with. But it's a very complex issue, one that takes complex and very thoughtful solutions. And I urge you to address those going forward. More specifically, I think you've heard that the challenge is in inventory. The challenge is we don't have enough housing. So it's incumbent upon us to address each and every approach we can come up with to increase the amount of housing in Santa Rosa and beyond in Sonoma County, to remove the barriers that currently prevent that from being built. So what I'd like to suggest on behalf of the Chamber tonight as a way forward, and somewhat to echo the comments of the last speaker, is that we come together around a task force composed of the broad spectrum of the community that is impacted by this housing crisis, to look at the range of options that are before us and to come up with a strategy that we can all combine to support, that'll increase our inventory, that'll create low-income housing for those who need that affordable housing, that can provide rental housing for those that need it, that can provide new housing for people who are just forming families and moving out on their own. So I ask you to come together, bring us together around this opportunity to create an organization that can address this in a comprehensive fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly? Kelly's followed by Otto Kobler.
So, good evening. Kelly Bass-Seibel with the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. I'll start by saying that first I'm going to agree with Jonathan's comments before me. And on behalf of the Chamber, I just want to add that this housing crisis is not Santa Rosa's alone. It's cities across the Bay Area. And we're all struggling with the cost of rent and the lack of housing, whether it be affordable housing or workforce housing. I just want to point out the opportunity to look for cities that have not looked just at rent stabilization or rent control, but look at cities that have brought everybody to the table to look for a solution. Cities like Campbell, or more recently, our own Healdsburg, have dealt with this crisis by collaborating with property owners to develop a voluntary program. And we really want to encourage that we bring everybody to the table that's going to be affected by this and have a dialogue so that we're not pointing the finger and placing blame, but we're really working together to come up with a solution for our crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Otto will be followed by Cynthia Dickinson.
Mayor, council members, thanks for the moment to talk to you about the rent control issue that we're talking about. A lot has been brought up, and I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I'm a mortgage lender here in Sonoma County. There was a number that was mentioned that by HUD setting 30% of income, anything over 30% of income is being overpaying in rent. It means everybody who owns a home in Sonoma County overpays on their mortgage payment. HUD, FHA, allows for up to 50% debt-to-income ratio on all of their mortgage products, and I see it on a constant basis when people are purchasing homes, they're at a 45 to 50% debt-to-income ratio. To expect that renters are going to be, and I understand we want to make rent affordable, but it's not affordable in Sonoma County, and nobody, owners nor renters, are paying 30% of their income. It's all much greater than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Dickinson?
Yes, hi.
Hi,
Good
Cynthia.
evening, and thank you all for your great willingness to stay through this process, because it's so important to our community. I kept hearing that people are concerned about if we have an ordinance that there will be no more building. And I thought I was very clear by the staff that that was not the case in other cities that have a rent control ordinance. Or I also heard that there is a possibility of, once you have an ordinance, you can also have a decontrolling period once you've got the building done and the vacancy rate improves and you look at your housing stock. It's all the piece of the solution. There isn't just one solution, and I think we all know that. I'm here to talk about the students at the Santa Rosa Junior College. I do not represent the college, but I am the nurse practitioner in the Student Health Center. And they were here on the roster to speak, but they're gone because they have, school to go to, and the other faculty that were here are gone. And so I want to speak to them. They are the future. They are going to bring this community to where we want to go. And they cannot afford to go to school because they can't afford housing. So they have to have multiple jobs. And so I see them every day. And I want them to succeed. It's really important that our community makes that their priority. We have this wonderful facility, Santa Rosa Junior College, great support. We just need to help the students stay there by making affordable housing possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Cook. Michael will be followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Hi, good evening. Mike Cook. I'm also on a local professional, but also a member of the Land Use Task Force for the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce. And you've heard that and you've also received a letter from us regarding rent control and how we are against it. It seems like a short-term Band-Aid. It seems like something that will, probably fail in the future. And the monies that are saved in rent for the tenants probably will be offset by things like yard maintenance, water, trash, the things that maybe landlords pay for now, they're not going to pay for anymore. And in my opinion, we don't need more regulation and more hoops for landlords and developers to walk through. What we need is more incentives for people to come and build more supply and help our local economy, help our tenants, help our renters, help our business owners. There's not enough professionals in this community to support the jobs that are here. We are in a housing crisis. We don't want more red tape to walk through. We want more housing. And I think we probably can all agree on that. We need to work on long-term solutions, and I, along with, it sounds like several members of the public here tonight, are willing to work together to participate in a task force at your will to work with all stakeholders and come up with comprehensive and long-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Sanchez, and Daniel will be followed by David Kerr.
I'm Daniel Sanchez, North Bay Association of Realtors. I just wanted to say I agree with Michael Cook. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. David Kerr, and David will be followed by Roger Farah, I think, or Farah.
All right. Well, to start off, thank you all. In answer to your earlier question, Councilman Wysocki, the City of Berkeley has a budget of over $4 million and expenditures of over $4 million for their rent board. But I'd like to actually talk to you, having been a victim of rent control in both the City of Berkeley and the City of Oakland. In the City of Berkeley, the issue for me was the landlord would not fix things. He was not getting enough money because when rent control came in, my rent had been locked in fairly low. And so he couldn't raise my rent. And even when they did adjustments, the adjustments never allowed him to get enough money. It came to the point that I've almost electrocuted myself, and he still refused to fix a number of the problems in the property. That is a problem. You will see that happen here if you pass rent control. Secondly, when in the City of Oakland, when I was living there as a tenant before moving here to Sonoma County, I lived in a duplex, and it was a wonderful duplex, had a wonderful landlord who could not evict the tenant who lived above me because they knew how to skate the law. They knew how to avoid the just cause, and they were always just at the edge of being able to be evicted, but they weren't evicted. I had to move. Now, the benefit for you in all of that was I ended up moving to Sonoma County, so thank you all.
Thank you. Roger? Roger? Is it gone? On a Hurto, H-U-R-T-E, Hurte? Or Hurt? I think that's what this says. Nope. Thomas Phillips. Or Tomas. Followed by Sue Michelson.
Mayor and council members, I've been a Section 8 landlord in Santa Rosa, in Roseland, and South Park for 25 years. I want to, actually I emailed each of you this morning about a study in the 2009 Journal of American Institute for Economic Research, which said that 93% of economists agree that a ceiling on rent control reduces the quality and quantity of housing. Economics is the dismal science, so let me try to explain why this happens. People stay in their apartments when there is rent control. People don't move, so there's less housing available, less apartments for rent. It actually puts pressure on rents that are not controlled. Because there's a shortage, there's more people looking for places, so therefore the rent in other uncontrolled apartments goes up. The other finding was that it creates an incentive to demolish old buildings, which would be buildings built before '95, because those buildings lose value, so they end up getting sold, demolished, new buildings get built in place because the new owners can charge a greater rent. Homelessness will increase because there's less housing available. You know, rent control benefits a few and it harms the majority. Economist Paul Krugman said in 2000 New York Times article, the adverse side of rent control is one of the best understood and least controversial issues among economists. Also, rent control creates bitter relations between landlords and tenants with ingenious strategies to force tenants out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Michelson? Is Sue here? No. No. Trish McLean? Trish will be followed by, looks like also Koenig Schofer.
Good evening. I'm Trish McLean, and I want to share why I oppose rent control and just cause evictions. Rent control treats all landlords of the affected units the same and penalizes conscientious property owners, such as my in-laws, Alfred and Dora Kremisek, who own a duplex on West Steel Lane, for the actions of other landlords. My in-laws are not rich, and they are not greedy, and they don't raise their rents unreasonably, but they are dependent on that duplex for their retirement. Rent control could make it impossible for them to keep the property maintained over time, and a just cause eviction ordinance could cripple them. Have you ever tried to evict a tenant under existing California law? It is already a hard task and can cost a landlord thousands of dollars in attorney's fees and lost rents and take months to complete. It doesn't need to be made any more difficult. Rent control is also lopsided. It only controls up cycles in housing and does nothing to control down cycles in which an owner's income drops due to vacancies and suppressed rents. I urge you to pursue other avenues of stabilizing our housing market and creating affordable housing. Fast-tracking existing projects, expanding zoning for granting units, creating infill projects, and expanding affordable housing programs such as Burbank Housing and Section 8 are all better investments of the city's time and resources and will bring better long-term sustainable results. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Konishofer, followed by Keith Woods.
Thank you all. I have a statement for you all.
Thank you.
My name is Oso Konig-Schofer. I am a lifelong builder and developer. I just come off of 3.5 years as Director of Construction and Land Acquisition for Sonoma County Habitat for Humanity. In that position, I got an interesting understanding of affordable housing funding and the funding course, and I have this statement I'd like to read. Affordable housing is a community-wide issue. The success of our families sits squarely on their ability to maintain a stable place to live. The current rent increases threaten that ability. It's important to develop a plan to address this threat, but we as a community must distribute the responsibility equally. Currently, there's a system that distributes the cost of the housing to only a portion of the community. The fees paid by the developers in new homes have generated revenues for the city's coffers. The developer is required to pay a fee or build affordable homes, but the cost is added to the sale price in either case. While this plan collects money with relation to the impact made by a new home, it is unfairly skewed against small home builders. Since the fee is based on the sale price of a home, the more expensive, larger home will pay a higher fee to a certain point. But since the fee is capped, it allows the person to build a very large home and pay the same square foot fee as the person who builds an average size home. And indeed, the person who builds the 10,000 square foot home pays a square foot affordable housing fee of about 25% of the person who pays who builds the 1,000 square foot home. This is not the way to go. The cap should be eliminated. The larger home has more impact on the community, uses more land, uses more water, and impacts everything in a bigger way. By removing the cap, a home gets the fee increased. We have more money into affordable housing. I'm running out of time. Quickly, my second request is to spread this amongst existing home buyers. And we had a transaction fee, which has been diverted. Let's make an existing home sales fee that will go to affordable housing. And thirdly, exempt and assist affordable home builders like Habitat for Humanity in accomplishing this. Habitat has established a new policy that will partner with home builders and will allow them to build homes at a lower cost to the home builder than if they pay the fee. We ask the city to please endorse that policy. We've discussed it before. Thank you very much.
You bet. Keith Woods. Keith is followed by Jacques McNeil.
Can I have the time Daniel didn't use?
Yeah.
Is that going to be all right with you, Mr. Mayor?
No.
That gives me 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the way I see it. My name is Keith Woods. I work for the North Coast Builders Exchange as CEO. I'm a resident of the city. You've heard all the arguments now. We're just in a repetition, sort of the pros and the cons. Our Builders Exchange is opposed to the concept of rent control as having too many unintended consequences that need to be thought through very carefully. Who could not have sympathy for the people that are having trouble finding housing? I mean, my heart goes out to individuals and families in particular who can't afford to live in this great community that we've created. I have sympathy for them and sympathy for you for having to face this issue. I have one point I want to add to the arguments against rent control. When I talk to my counterparts in other cities where rent control exists, they find that landlords have no more incentive to keep up the properties, to make repairs, upgrades, the things that are necessary, because there's little or no offsetting revenue to accommodate this. And the worst thing that can happen in a community would be to have a whole set of rundown rentals that don't show our area well. I'm going to just make one observation here. It was in 1998, I talked to an economist when I worked at the Chamber. He was studying what's going on in Santa Rosa, and he said, you people are in for a big shock in the next 10 to 20 years. I said, why? He said, because everything voters and elected officials are doing are going to lead to a massive housing shortage. I said, like what? He said, you've got an open space district to prevent evil houses from being built. You have urban growth boundaries to prevent sprawl. You're protecting the tiger salamander, little critter, rather than providing housing for your people, and you have height limits on housing. You have no choices left, he said, but underground housing. And he said, build it underground, nobody has to look at it. He named it Vista Nada as a development. Well, he was prescient. And all I would advise to you, just in a closing observation, is follow the physician's creed of first do no harm. And I can promise you, based on what we know about, what I think you're hearing about rent control would do harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacques McNeil?
Boy, is it tough to follow Keith Woods.
Oh, there you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Jock McNeil. I am a real estate broker and co-own a property management company managing over 900 units in Sonoma County. I want to thank you for taking the time to explore solutions to the affordable housing issue. We all agree that this is a very complicated issue with many stakeholders. Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet that can solve it. It took several years for this problem of supply and demand to build up, and it will take a few more before we see significant change. Rent control is not the answer. It will make the supply worse, and it will create a significant administrative burden for the city of Santa Rosa, which apparently will be passed on to landowners, at a time when you are already spread thin. I urge you to carefully consider the long-term costs. This isn't a new problem, and it's been addressed in communities across California and the United States. Many have come up with alternatives to rent control that have helped alleviate the stress on the community. They've taken the time to work with stakeholders and create a compromise rather than a burden. We, as property owners, property managers, and real estate professionals, are willing to be part of the solution and participate in good faith to developing a strategy that will help council meet its goals and maintain Santa Rosa's diversity and economic viability. And I'd be happy to take part on any task force, although my wife will kill me for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Becker, and Keith will be followed by Patty Goodwin.
Good evening. I don't envy any of you sitting on that side of the dais, because the challenge you have ahead of you is almost Herculean. I noticed on some of the reports earlier, the percentage of increases was measured back only over the last 2.5 years. Now, if you actually pull it back going 15 years or more, you'll realize that by all measures, the amount that we've been talking about in terms of increases has overall been fairly small. What we've seen recently has been a spike. It's been a cycle. And the fact is that we went through cycles during the early part of the 2000s where, as property owners, as landlords, we were offering concessions in order to get tenants to move in. We were offering rent rebates. We were offering a lot of allowances in order to fill vacancies. It happened before. It could conceivably happen again. The fact is that we and you have to be able to establish policies and processes that are going to be agile and that are going to be flexible. The issue that I have with rent control and with just cause evictions is that they create bureaucracies that are anything but flexible. And for us to be able to move forward into the future, that's just not going to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patty Goodwin. And Patty is followed by Gary Lentz.
Hello, I work for Ken Martin, who owns almost 1,000 units in Sonoma County, rental units and apartments. We are prepared to work with the county on alternatives and being part of the solution that benefits everyone. There is a solution, but rent stabilization is not it.
Thank you. Gary? Gary is followed by Richard Pale. Pale?
Good evening. I really appreciate you guys having this session. It's been great to hear from the community. I was surprised to hear a council member say that they had already made up their mind about this. You know, we've heard from 99% of the speakers have been, as far as my count, have been against it. So I'm kind of surprised to find out that somebody's already made up their mind. I would say, you know, the old adage, don't just stand there, do something. I would reverse that. Don't just do something, stand there. Markets work. Supply and demand works. There's unintended consequences, as you've heard many times up here, that we just don't know what they're going to be. But some of them we do know what they're going to be. And I'll, first of all, tell you, as a member of the Chamber of Commerce Advocacy Council, we hear about workforce housing problems all the time, and you guys do too. People who are trying to attract workers to their businesses have a hard time getting them here because it's so unaffordable. Well, this is going to make the problem worse. This is going to make housing more expensive. And on a personal note, I actually lived in San Francisco for 10 years where there was rent control. And some of these things about dilapidated housing and things not being taken care of, I experienced that. I paid market rent when I moved into my unit, but the person above me was paying 25% of what I was paying. I was paying $1,200 a month, she was paying $300, and the place was falling apart. But he had no options. He didn't have enough money in his pocket to do the repairs. I mean, I didn't really have a lot of sympathy for him, but I understood because I understand markets. So this will reverse. One of the speakers just before me said that this will reverse. It will. If things go up and down, let the market work and approve more housing. That's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, is P-A-I-L-L-E. Richard, are you here? Aradana Walker. Followed by Lupe Alanis.
All right, first off, I want to thank you. I'm a real estate agent, but I have many friends. I did renting for 3 years and have many renters, homeowners, and landlords. And I want to thank you for your due diligence. It seems like the council and the city manager office has taken to review this issue. I moved here about 7 years ago from the East Coast, and I fell in love with it. I was very impressed with the quality of the majority of the housing and of the living. With rent control, we all need to also truly consider the future consequences. With it, it has been proven that landlords are discouraged from maintaining or fixing their properties. So the overall condition of the quality of living will be adversely affected. The cost of the city and ultimately us as citizens by the way of taxes to implement the rent control system, appeals board, et cetera, is extremely expensive, and this will put on hold other very important priorities for our city, such as affordable housing. Rent control does not solve the fact that there is not enough housing. For example, if today there were twice as many properties available, then rent costs would go down. It's kind of inevitable. It is my firm belief that we need to concentrate on making available more housing and honestly consider the future consequences of decisions that are made here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe Alanis? Is Lupe here? Great. It's followed by Sybil Day.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Guadalupe Alanis. I'm an organizer with Unite Here, Local 2850. We represent workers in the hospitality industry here in Sonoma County. I'm going to read a submission by Tony Sasha Samara, who is a program director of the Land Use and Housing at Urban Habit, has a PhD in sociology, and is the author of the 2014 policy report, Rise of the Renter Nation, Solution to the Housing Affordability Crisis. The more egregious assumption in the report by Mr. Ayer and the real estate lobby is that there is something naturally about the cost of rent right now, which in Santa Rosa, as this report knows, eats up about an average of 43% of the people's incomes. This is unsustainable for any moderate or low-income resident and is certainly not natural. Rental housing is, in fact, a perfect example of how economic models like this one break down. Decent, stable housing is a human necessity, and people can't choose not to have one because the price is too high. They either become homeless, have to divert to spending from other necessities like health, their kids, their education, move into overcrowded or rundown places that are unsafe and unhealthy. And yes, in some cases, they move to cheaper areas, leave their communities and pull their kids out of school, drive more, spend less time with their families, and maybe from a perspective of an economist or a real estate lobby, that's just fine. But the question before us here is whether that's the kind of place you want Santa Rosa to become. The question before the City Council is not whether the rental housing market should be regulated, but whether it should be regulated with you in the public interest or left to be regulated by real estate industry or their private interests. When access to decent housing and private profit come into conflict, it is the responsibility of the elected officials to act in the public interest, just as it is when private profit and clean water come into conflict. Like theoretical economic models, the real world has shown us again and again that unregulated markets lead us to polluted air, polluted water, and yes, rent gouging. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Sybil Day, and Sybil is followed by Sharon Hayes.
Good evening, Mayor Sawyer, City Council members, and city staff. I'm the Vice President of the North Bay Organizing Project. I'm a homeowner in Santa Rosa, a landlord, a realtor, and I support rent stabilization and just cause eviction policies. I'm also going to be reading from a submission by Dr. Samara. So this is from Dr. Samara. My work on affordable housing in the Bay Area has allowed me to see from a regional and a local perspective the devastating consequences of our current housing crisis. From this experience, I know that this crisis disproportionately impacts low and moderate income renters. I know that there are lots of kids having to leave their schools mid-year, parents forced to search for housing hours from their jobs, and neighborhoods dealing with the mounting mental and physical toll of chronic housing insecurity. It's no exaggeration to say that across the region, entire communities are being gutted. In over a decade as an academic researcher and many years working with communities on housing issues, I've come across every argument imaginable against basic renter protections. Protections that in many places are taken for granted as reasonable and effective. And I've seen many reports like the one submitted to you by Mr. Eller and the North Bay Real Estate Lobby. So let me make a few comments about this report. Economists tend to begin from the proposition that markets work best for everyone when left to themselves. It is from this ideological position that their models are derived. And I would stress that the report presented by Mr. Eller and the Realtor Lobby is just that, a model, a theoretical exercise. It is filled with hypotheticals, abstractions, assumptions, and estimates. From these, some numbers and charts are produced, and we are led to believe these correspond to the reality of Santa Rosa today, outside these doors, and should guide policy. But they are highly misleading. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sharon Hayes. Sharon is followed by Deborah Steen.
Nice to be standing here. Hi, I'm Sharon Hayes. I'm a citizen, I'm a homeowner, and I'm also a landlord, and I am highly in favor of rent stabilization in Santa Rosa. It's very important. I hope you do it. I'm here also to read a submission from Tony Samara of the Urban Habitat with a PhD in sociology and the author of the policy report, Rise of the Renter Nation, Solutions to the Housing Affordability crisis. And again, to state that the report by Mr. Eiler and the real estate lobby is highly misleading. For example, the report provides the figure 11 million as an overall estimate of what renters would gain and landlords lose from rent control if applied in 2015. But that figure depends on a number of questionable assumptions, including an annual 2.5% increase in income for all earners in Santa Rosa. We have no idea if this is true. We have reason to believe that for renters, the number would be lower. Given overall increases in income inequality across the nation and in Santa Rosa as well, there's every reason to believe that renters gain less than 2.5% annually, which makes, I add, a 10% rise in rental rates all the more sad. So as a result, the figure of 11 million in renter gains, landlord losses has no bearing on reality. Yet the report that you see apparently then proceeds to use it to generate a number of tables that estimate losses in jobs, business income, and tax revenue. These tables are then converted into 3 PowerPoint graphs you also saw. This may be, in fact, an interesting theoretical exercise, but it's one based on highly questionable assumptions. Also, Mr. Samara points out that in the report, Mr. Eiler suggests that under rent control, people waste resources needlessly trying to rent lower-priced apartments, and that without rent control, these wastes would not occur.
Thank you.
Now, oh, sorry, 2 seconds. Oh, thank you.
2
because
seconds?
I'm too slow. Last paragraph, okay?
How long is the paragraph?
Very short, very short.
1 sentence. Wrap it up.
If you've spent any time apartment hunting in the Bay Area, that you know that it's basically a full-time job and has nothing to do with rent control or any government intervention, and to say that it does, and therefore a waste of resources, is a fantasy.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Deborah Steen? Okay. Okay. Ms. McGowan? Followed by Jennifer Schallert.
Good evening, City Council. I have the perfect speech that's all laid out, ready to go. However, I do have to express that my heart is broken. I've seen this room filled with the majority of people that have a lot of money in this county, making decisions about those of us who do not. We've never made a decision not to build. Our City Council is doing a wonderful job supporting that. This is about the people that are in apartments and their rents are being raised by large percentages. They're being retaliated against. We're one of them, me and my son. We are amazing tenants. We always pay our rent. We take amazing care of the place. Everyone that's come out, city officials, attorneys, everyone has said that our place is immaculate. We're very respectful. However, rent control will give us protections. Just cause eviction will also give us protections. We've been evicted constructively for over 400 days with no help. We have no help. We're being harassed for our disability. I would encourage you to pass rent control, to protect those of us who are trying to keep our homes. We're not prostitutes. We're not drug dealers. We obey all the laws. I go to work. All I ask is for human kindness. I ask for this room of our community members to stop attacking each other. We need to become a community again that can't be divided. We need to stop thinking about ourselves and our own bank accounts. We need to bring the love back to Santa Rosa. And our City Council members, I beg you, become leaders with the rent control and just cause policies. I'm not asking us to be like any other city. I'm asking all of us to become a better version of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Schallert, followed by David Grable.
I'm Jennifer Schallert. I submitted to you guys this afternoon
2,800 signatures in favor of rent control. And I just have a little bit to say. The real question I think we need to ask ourselves is not based on what an economist has to say or a lobbyist group who's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars against this. It's what kind of community is it that we want to live in? The fact is if we don't have to devote over half of our income to rent, we will be able to spend money in our local shops, in our local businesses. The majority of the workforce here works in the tourism industry. We work in restaurants, we're students, and our local businesses would thrive without having to have an exorbitant cost of rent. And it's not irony that those who are actively opposing rent stabilization are the ones who are gaining financial benefits. And it's the people without monetary motive who support it. And it's always about execution. Like Nicolette just said, with proper management, our city could execute rent control and be quite successful. And I ask the city of Santa Rosa to take action and to fix our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. David Grable. David is followed by Hillary Izard. Is she gone? Is David? Oh, there's David.
Good evening. I have a letter also that I'm handing out, and Councilmember Wysocki already has one. I'm with the Housing Advocacy Group and the North Bay Organizing Project, and we strongly urge the council to move forward with consideration and adoption of a rent stabilization ordinance and a companion good cause eviction ordinance. Why? Well, you've heard a bunch of good reasons, and I don't have a whole lot to add to that. Half our residents in Santa Rosa are residents. Most of our young families are teachers, our city employees, our clerks, healthcare workers. They and their children badly need the stability that comes with knowing they're not going to get a 50% rent increase at the end of the month and can live in their houses or apartments, not their houses, their apartments, because it doesn't apply to single-family houses, without having that hanging over their head. Businesses should be behind this. I'm surprised to hear the chamber express reservations because a stable workforce needs stable housing, and stable housing costs. And businesses need a stable workforce. A teacher that I know just talked to a couple weeks ago had a rent increase. She had to leave town. Actually, she moved back east where housing prices are more affordable. That was the only way that she could manage. Landlords need to make a profit, no question about it. They don't need to make exorbitant profits, reasonable profits, and tenants need to take reasonable care of their apartments. What's good cause what about good cause for eviction? Because if without them, landlords can evict tenants without good cause just so they can raise the rent. So please say yes to affordable housing.
Thank you. Hillary? All right, thank you.
Hey, can I be Hillary?
Pardon me?
Can I be Hillary?
No, I'm sorry, you can't. Richard Canini? Did Richard take off? Georgia Berland? Beth Streets? Followed by Greg Lucas.
I want to thank you, first of all, for really trying to look at this from different angles. Rent stabilization is not going to help the population that started this as far necessarily as low income. What you're going to find if you pass that, people who are in homes today or apartments today that are pre-1995 are not going to move. It's not an income-based program. They're going to receive the benefit of rent control by the inherent right that they were renting at the time in the right building. That's all. There's no need They can do well with their lives. They can earn six-figure salaries as they do in San Francisco and still live in a rent-controlled building. Most of the people that have been here today are local owners, property managers, realtors, contractors. We're all small businesses. We're not earning six figures monthly and stashing cash away. We're supporting our city. We employ local people. We give them good jobs. We need more good jobs. I have a stack of over 100 signatures of local people that want you to not do rent control. They're asking you, they're all voters, they're all members of the community, and they're asking you, please don't impose this. This isn't going to solve it, and it's not going to give us more affordable housing, which is what the prompt was of all of this. So I would prefer that we have a conversation and we bring all the professionals and the renters to the table. We are a very regulated industry. We have building code. We have real estate law. We have fair housing law. People say we don't have all of this. We have more laws and regulations than a lot of other industries do. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Greg Lucas. Greg is followed by Dino D'Argenzio.
Mayor, Council, my name is Greg Lucas. I am a landlord here in the city of Santa Rosa, and I have been on this particular project or on this particular property since 1999. Again, I think it's a supply side issue. I think if you asked Mr. Regalia what the permits have been pulled since 2005, he would probably tell you in the dozens as opposed to in the hundreds or the thousands that we experienced before that. By going after us apartment owners that have an older property, and I think it was pointed out by Mr. Hawley, we will be left with no choice but to not invest in our properties and make those sustainable for people to live in. When you look at $1,000 rent and 2.3% of that as an increase comes to $19 a month, $230 wouldn't even buy you a sink at Home Depot. If you are an investor and you pulled the short straw of having an investment, which I did, pre-1995 apartments, this is my retirement. I would not be able to afford to fix it up and compete with the other landlords that have no restraint on it. It would be like pulling two of you to subsidize them. It would be your contribution from your 401k, from your retirement, to take care of 10 people. And that's what you're asking me to do. You're asking me to take money from my retirement and subsidize, and yet the rest of the council would not have that restriction on them. So consider something fair across the board that everybody can live with, I think is probably the better approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Dino, followed by Vicki Roberts.
Mayor and council members, thank you. I would say that most landlords that I know of, my name is Dino D'Argenzio. I've been with Keegan & Copeland for almost 30 years in commercial real estate. I transacted a lot of properties. I would say the majority of, and I hate the word landlord actually, I think it should be replaced, but property owners have put their lives and their investment in these properties, and now they're being asked to basically turn the control over of their assets to government and entitlement facilities. Most property owners take very good care of their properties. They have not raised rents radically. I object to actually the 20% increase that someone stated over the last couple of years. If you look at the last 15 to 18 years, it's averaged about 3.2% has been the actual increase of properties that we've been involved in, and most residential rates over the last 15 years have really been about 3 to 4% per year. So to make a decision based on someone saying 2 years at 20% and let's make a big decision over that, I think is a false way of analyzing it. I think you have to look at the last 10 or 15 years. I encourage you to go drive over to West Oakland. It's a complete dilapidated mess over there. I've called lots of property owners in that area. why are your properties in such bad disrepair? They seem to be rented. They say our rents are fixed, we can't raise them. A property that could rent for $1,200, $1,500 a month, we're getting $300 a month, and therefore we're not going to spend any money on it. I recently talked to some property owners there's a large complex that got approved and is being built west of Cleveland Avenue, east of the railroad tracks, south of Cottingtown, large complexes, and nearby are smaller, nice complexes, and those property owners are having to adjust their rents, and possibly the older complexes will lower the rents because the new complexes are much nicer and they have a rent that's at market. So I would say take a look at what this will do to the economy. Let the free market figure it out. It'll work. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Roberts? Did she? Okay, thanks. Ed Hines? Ed is followed by Omar Medina.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ed Hines. I'm a local realtor. I don't want to repeat a lot of things being said, but just quickly, I would say I oppose the rent control, and this free market economy that we have is a living organism, and we have to treat it as that, let it live. And us realtors have been in the trenches through some tough times. I lost my house, but you know what? I didn't cry and think of myself as a victim. I know you're sympathetic to a lot of the renters. My daughter's a renter in San Francisco. I've raised 7 kids in this county, and she has a master's degree in education. Control. Just 2 weeks ago, her rent was doubled. But you know, she'll find a way. She may move in with me. She may find a place with a roommate, double up, triple up. People have to man up. And when there's troubles like this, we have to use our human resources. And this panel's done a great study, and I appreciate all the information they've brought us, and it's very revealing. And I know you're going to return and deal with this issue. I hope that you put as much effort into our supply, like everyone said. And there must be a solution, but I think it's really unfair for us to put all this on your shoulders as a council, because it is a big, huge market. Our prices of houses have gone up, and we don't put a price control on our house prices. Why do we put a rent control on rent prices? We need to let it take care of itself. And I hope that there can be a task force if there's our Association of Realtors or the Builders Association, Chamber of Commerce, whoever the greatest minds that can find a solution. But there's a recent study that I think it was Realtor.com said this was one of the top 10 places in the United States to invest. And because we have a beautiful area here is one, a lot of people want to live here, and they're going to keep coming here. And we're going to have a shortage of housing. So we can't think we're going to solve it all, but we're making our best effort. Everyone's trying to work together. Thank you for your time and all your public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Omar? Omar's followed by Veronica and Marie.
Good evening, council members. My name is Omar Medina. I am president of the North Bay Organizing Project. We represent 25,000 members with over 20 member organizations, faith-based, nonprofit, labor, student, parent groups. I didn't actually come here planning on speaking, but when I see an injustice, it's really hard for me not to stand up and say something and give a voice to the issue. My job is as an eligibility worker for the county, and in that I see a lot of people's rental statements, their eviction notices, and beginning in November and December is when I started seeing some just drastic numbers, people's rent going up 20, 30, 40%, and this is just 1 year, not 3 years, 4 years. And so the issue to me is very real because I've seen it firsthand. But it's been represented sometimes as a low-income issue, but it's not just low-income. It's middle-class people. It's working-class people. As a county employee, I'm a member of SCIU 1021. County employees are represented, and my fellow workers are also struggling. I have workers that are being evicted, that can't pay their rents. There's members that are living in their cars because the problem has gone that far. People have to live out of county because they can't afford to live here locally. People should have the right to live where they work. People have a right to a roof. And I think that's just a basic human right. So it's going to be difficult, but it's a community issue. We all have to sacrifice a little, but we need to do what's right. The county recently worked on the portrait of Sonoma, and we want to make our community a better place, whether it be more affordable housing so that students have a place to do their homework, places to live, not having to live 3 families to a home, as many people around the neighborhood that I live in. But affordable housing isn't the only solution. Rent control is needed, and it's what you have the power to do. So please pass rent control, please pass just cause eviction. Think about the fact that the decisions you make could affect whether someone becomes homeless, whether a child goes without food, whether a child is living on the street. So thank you.
Thanks, Omar. Veronica, followed by James Bennett.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and the council members. I am a low-income, affordable housing participant, and I appreciate it. And I come to you not with an answer. Formerly, I was a real estate agent and property manager, 17 years of it, in another state. And then I worked on a housing task force for a couple of years and helped run the shelters. So I really come to you with many facets. And I see a lot of statements, but I don't see questions. And I have a few. And one of them is this: I don't understand why there is a number like 1995. I don't know where that came and was pulled out of. The property that I live in is probably 45 years old, and I've lived there 18 years. I get inspected twice a year to make sure that it's up to standards. This year, I've had 4 inspections. Part of that inspection is due to a couple of tenants putting our landlord and property owners' feet to the fire to fix some things. Part of it was necessary, but it's letting, okay, you want to let nature take its course. So now the city's involved, and these people are coming out in droves. A lot of time is being spent, not only on the investigations, then the inspections, and then the paperwork, and then the remedies. So, oh shoot, I have only just begun with my questions.
Actually,
Call me Wendy. Okay.
Now you're ending.
Okay, I will come back.
All right. Thank you. James Bennett. James will be followed by Clayton Engstrom.
My name is James Bennett. The last 10 years, I've been a very prolific property rights activist in Sonoma County because I understand the importance of property rights. Our framers knew it. The people that own property in this room know it. Our liberty, our security, and our financial abundance is largely anchored in private property rights. I see this as the latest in a long list of instruments, many of which the public knows about and many of which they don't know about, that undermine and sabotage private property rights. Now, we all get the downside of inflation. When we own private property and find a way to pull it off, we get the upside. The free market works. The free market has this wonderful organic symmetry about it. A small business owner, a landlord, I hate that term too, asks a question, and the public answers the question, and they always get it right. I can't afford to live in Vail. I can't afford the place I want on the water in Mill Valley. I can't afford the spread I want on the beach in Malibu. The market goes through cycles. It falls into vogue, it enjoys appreciation, it falls into decline. This is something that we aspire to. This is something that creates opportunity. It's natural. It's not government's job to meddle in the magic that is the free market. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton Engstrom.
Mayor Sawyer, members of the council, and staff, thanks for an opportunity here to speak tonight. Let me just say just a few things as you're trying to deliberate over this, that my property taxes go up 2% every single year. Okay, so when the property taxes went down, now they're jumping up really, really much faster to come up to what the market conditions are. And certainly I hope that you would allow any type of rent control ordinance to have those types of pass-throughs, and also other pass-throughs. You know, the JC bond, that was another big hit. Let me just tell you, I've been one of those, I guess I'm one of those bad landlords. I've been a landlord for 35 years. I just had a long-term tenant, I just adored her. 8 years she lived in my place. Never raised the rent. I told her about a year ago, listen, I've gotten this other rental and I'm working on it, and as soon as I'm done with that, you're gonna see a rent increase. I told her this a year ago. And I said, so she's a Section 8. And I said, hey, get with Section 8 and get this thing all figured out, but there's gonna be a rent increase and it's gonna come. I gave her 60-day notice and she waited all 30 days, and then she gave me the 30-day notice that she wasn't gonna be paying the rent. And let me tell you, I'm very sorry to see her leave. She said she couldn't afford to pay the rent, and it was a very minimal rent increase. It's just something I need to get around to doing it. So I call myself a bad landlord because maybe I should have increased that, boiled the water a little slower on her. She moved to Cloverdale today. I'm sorry to see her go. She said that the Section 8 people wouldn't increase her the allotment for the increase at all. So maybe something there has to be fixed for that, because I'm certainly sorry to see her. I have a bunch of rentals. I care deeply about their condition. I care deeply about the people that rent from me. I have only evicted people 3 times in 35 years, if I can just go on. The only time I asked somebody to leave is we did not have any neighborhood harmony. The neighbors constantly complained about these people, and I had to say goodbye to them. Please try to include this in whatever kind of ordinance, if you have to come back with something. Thank you.
Thanks, Clayton. Well, I have one card left. It's a single name, and it's either Marie, Mario, or Maria. What are the odds? It's Mario.
The O was a scribble. After World War II, Churchill said you can always count on the Americans to do the right thing after they try everything else. About 20 years ago, I spent a couple of years speaking to the City Council regarding the economic imbalances, the increase in the homelessness because of it, the food and shelter at the kitchens and so forth were Band-Aids, needed to focus more on the housing costs going up and the wages not. Another large contributor is the practice of increasing rent by disposing of tenants with no regard of the burden of expense, the stress and strife added to their already existing financial difficulties. For myself, having a valuable shelter, with the housing costs that began to get so ridiculous, I went to a bit of trouble to get a motor home for myself, saving a valuable shelter space for somebody who wasn't able to. In 2004, I dropped out of the workforce and took classes at the junior college. At that point, the homeless population had increased to about 1,100, and the 200 beds at the Armory was virtually replaced by 40 beds over on Brookwood and the 100-plus beds over in Finley. Adding insult to injury, the City Council adopted a law that even Charlie Cochran on the radio indicated it was inappropriate, making homelessness a crime. In 2006, the federal court ruled that it was a violation of civil rights to charge homeless people with a crime. And since the local court has been dismissing the cases from my initial citation, I don't think the federal government intended for me to spend $431 to the city of Santa Rosa for the privilege of having my civil rights violated. The right thing that you can do is to rescind that law and at least consider that displaced tenants are a burden and the tenants create more problems after they're out on the streets. And if you decide to try something else again, you can at least consider undoing the legal mistake that it may be more damaging in the future. I'm not going to have another case dismissed. I'm going to handle the civil manner in a civil
Thank you, Mario.
manner.
Thank you very much.
Not playing chess, but it's
We'll be taking a break for approximately 20 minutes and we'll reconvene. Welcome back to our study session. Here it is 7:30 and we haven't really started our meeting yet. So council, questions for staff before we go into comments? Anything that testimony brought up that you would like some further clarification on? Seeing none, well, Ms. Combs.
I just wondered, a number of people expressed concern about whether or not we were interested in production, and I think we have a strong interest in the production of housing. And I'm wondering if staff could sort of list the items we're going to be covering between now and November so that the public that's still with us understands that it is our intention to move production forward.
Well, on October 20th, we will begin a two-part study session on addressing inventory, which is under the affordable housing conversation. The first session is sort of a education of what we're currently doing, and then that'll be partnered on November 3rd with a session about where we could go and how we could aggressively tackle the inventory issue.
Did you have, are you? Okay. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Chuck, this may be for you. What impact could we anticipate if rent control was passed having on the acceptance of the housing vouchers?
I don't have an answer to that. I think it's a good question, and we'll be glad to put it on the list and evaluate it.
And I'm assuming it may go with the next
So-
study sessions that we were doing.
Units that are accepting Section 8 vouchers would be exempt from rent control because they're governed under the contracts when they enter into the agreement to provide that type of housing. So they would be exempt. Whether there's going to be an impact on supply and demand, that's another question, but they would be exempt from, those units would be exempt from the rent control ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wysocki.
If I could follow up on the inventory two-part session, is that going to include such topics as zoning changes, inclusionary zoning, less parking requirements? Will that be
We're
part
going
of
to look at what the options that we could bring to you all for consideration, including some zoning conversations and where you would like us to go in that.
additional granny units to facilitate, changes
Well,
to
again,
facilitate?
we'll lay out some options. There may be some additional stuff that, once again, you push us further on, but we're going to be looking at as many options as we can bring you for the 3rd as we can.
Can you consider those 3 items you've just been pushed on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, are we ready for our next recommendations to staff? Keeping in mind, I want to reiterate what Mr. McGlynn mentioned earlier in the evening, some hours ago. In looking at the range of strategies to manage rent increases and protect renters, that each one of these, the possible items of the 4 that were suggested, as you go down the list, the price tags get higher as far as staff time, the staff obligations, and therefore, because of the staff obligation, et cetera, and also the need for outside assistance in some cases, the prices get higher as well. So there's no free parking, and there are some things that would be virtually free, and I think Healdsburg probably managed that, but beyond that, there's a price tag to virtually everything that we'll be discussing this evening, and then we'll get that price tag subsequent to this evening after we come up with our long or short list of requests. So that's my preamble. Everything has a price. So who would like to begin? Mr. Olivares.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief. First of all, thanks to staff for the wonderful presentation, and also thank you to the community members that did come, and all of those that sent us correspondence. We did receive a lot of correspondence about this issue, and I believe that all of us have probably done our own research as it relates to rent control and other rent stabilization remedies, if you will. And we have, and we've heard a lot of information from staff, the public, and I've still been waiting for that aha moment, and it's not here yet. It just hasn't happened for me. I do hear, and I do see a community that's willing to work on possible solutions. I also know that staff is looking at some other possible discussions coming up in October as well. But I don't believe that we have explored all the options. I think we're maybe jumping too quickly into what we think is an option, and I'm not seeing it. I'm over 30 years of rent control in other communities, and I don't see communities jumping at this as the solution. I'm not seeing this touted as a best practice of dealing with this issue. I do hear communities like Healdsburg that have taken the time to have discussion with stakeholders in the community to look for viable solutions. We need to have a plan. This isn't a plan. I think looking at this strategically would be much wiser for our community to take advantage of those that are willing to come to the table to have some discussions about how to make this happen for us, to deal with the shortage in housing, to deal with affordable housing and all the things that go along with that. It ties into our discussions in the past with homelessness as well. I mean, it all ties in. It's a bigger piece, and I don't like going at it piecemeal. I think that we can slow it down and have some more detailed discussions as a community, as a council, to be part of that, to be a partner in that discussion. But I think we can and should take advantage of some opportunities to have some broader discussions about actually having a plan to deal with this issue in the long term.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Corsi.
Thank you. And again, to the staff, thanks for a lot of good information. And thank you to the public, especially those who are still here. That's a lot of perseverance out there. But the conversation today with a lot of people was really helpful. I may not be brief because I'm a little overwhelmed with information right now. But I'll start by saying that I don't think rent control is the answer. I think it might be part of an answer, but I haven't even gotten there yet. And the reason that I haven't gotten there yet is because I don't want to do this on a piecemeal basis. As I've said before, I don't think we're doing it on a piecemeal basis. There was a suggestion today about a task force. What you're seeing in front of you, what you've seen here today, what we've been seeing from the community in our inboxes for the last couple of weeks, this is the task force, folks. This is a plan that we've put together that this is not the first day of it. We've had a couple of meetings so far. We're going to have several more. And besides the meeting that the city manager talked about in October, we've got several on our calendar coming up between now and November. That's what we're doing. And we're putting together a list of things that I hope will have an impact, and I think will. You know, I wish that we weren't here talking about rent control, but I'm not hearing an alternative that I think is the answer from the people who are coming up and talking about not doing rent control, because the answer is not just increasing the supply. You know, that may provide false hope for some people, but we had a report recently from Walt Keyser, who told us that for the supply to increase in Santa Rosa, prices have to be higher. So by all means, let's build more housing. I'm absolutely for doing that, but let's not pretend that it's going to increase affordability. That housing is going to be more expensive, and it's not going to make the price of other housing go down. We've got practically a 0% vacancy rate right now. That means that when people get a rent increase that they can't afford, people who are already paying half of their income on rent, if they get a rent increase, it means that they can't find a place in Santa Rosa. They don't have an alternative in Santa Rosa. This is why we came up with rent control for mobile home parks, because mobile homes aren't mobile. Well, renters aren't mobile in Santa Rosa right now because there's no place for them to go. So what I kept trying to hear today was what is the alternative to rent control? And again, just increasing the supply is not the answer. I'm very much interested in hearing about programs that work in other communities that may be something short of rent control, but just a voluntary agreement from a few landlords is not a program that I have a lot of faith in. Good luck to Healdsburg, but that's basically just kicking the can down the road as far as I can see. I'd like to hear about arbitration programs, and I'd like to hear more about rent control programs that have existed in communities for some time. Richmond is the most recent one, but it doesn't exist yet, and I don't think that we should use that for a model. After Richmond, I think Los Gatos is the next most recent one from 2004, and I'd ask you to look at that one a little more closely. We can create affordable housing. We know how to do it. And we're going to be talking about that in the next couple months too. And I hope that we keep this in mind, that we can create affordable housing by strengthening our inclusionary zoning ordinance and requiring affordable housing to be part of every new for-sale development in Santa Rosa. We can create affordable housing by helping to build it with matching funds for nonprofit builders who are going out there and using those matching funds provided by the city to leverage loans and tax credits and build housing that is affordable to low-income people, low, moderate, very low. Those are the ways that we can create it. But we can't create enough to make up for what we're losing when rents are increasing 20% in 2 years. I'm looking for a way to preserve the affordable housing that we've got. I haven't seen that yet. I look forward to seeing that in the near future. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Okay, well, you would like to take a well now? Okay, I could go. I mean, it's, someone said a little bit earlier today, although I think it's a little bit simplistic, that any conversation other than dealing with our lack of inventory is a distraction. And that is a little simplistic, because these are people's lives that we're talking about, and we're talking about people that are having a very difficult time finding housing. And if they lose their housing, it's a potential that they could be out on the street. So that's hardly a distraction. But I do believe that our true solution is an inventory. I do believe that ultimately what we need to do is spend our energy as a council and as a city, and spend our time and spend our money identifying opportunities and tools that we have either not considered at all, or that we have not considered in many years, to increase opportunities to build homes. And that's where I would prefer to spend my energy as a council member. I do consider the rent stabilization to be a Band-Aid, and I don't see it as a solution. I have been the Just Cause for Eviction ordinance. I was neighbors to someone who just went through an incredibly difficult eviction. They were the ones that were trying to get rid of this tenant. It took months. I think there are plenty of California state laws that protect sometimes the wrong people. And so I'm not interested in moving down that path either. Voluntary programs, like the Vice Mayor said, are impotent, and I think that they are pretty much useless. It's a nod, but it does not get the job done, nor ultimately would monitoring or community outreach. So my choice is to spend our time and energy and staff time and energy looking for those tools and opportunities that I stated earlier when it comes to increasing our, rapidly increasing our housing inventory. Ms. Carlstrom, did you want to go? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As was alluded to, I rather tipped my hand on this. I am a renter in the city of Santa Rosa. I have rented in every segment of our city. And this was an extremely difficult conversation for us to have, and I want to commend everyone that came to speak to us. All of you elicited a response. It's difficult to be in the middle of a personal issue. This one hits very close to home, and so I will keep my comments actually rather brief. I do not see this as a purely economic issue. I do not see this as a purely market issue. We heard a lot of testimony today that this is simply a supply and demand question. And were that the case, I and the other 50% of renters in Santa Rosa could just move somewhere else. We cannot. Thus, in this silo, the market influences are being hampered. I see this as an issue of conscience for our community, and I want to see us doing everything we can to impact the cost of living in Santa Rosa. So, I've already indicated I would like to see staff come back on a form of a rent control ordinance. I would like to see just cause eviction come back as an option. I would like us to pursue the tenant credit clearinghouse. And again, you'll need to reach out to, I believe it's Catholic Charities on that one. There's work being done for high-risk tenants, the people that are extremely close to becoming homeless. And I would appreciate staff reaching out. Again, I believe it's with some of the nonprofits, the NGOs, the faith partners. I've asked you already to look into what Fort Collins is doing with respect to housing and owner occupancy requirements. We heard Mr. Regalia, you brought some really interesting information on how many units are occupied by their owners. And I think that there may be some opportunities there. I think it's really interesting to have the conversation about Healdsburg, but we can't forget that Healdsburg, I believe, banned Airbnb at the same time that they implemented their voluntary housing, their rent control. So there's another market influence there that we haven't pursued yet. I would like us to look into, I'd like more information on what we can do as far as deed restricted properties are concerned. The model of the cobblestone homes next to Safeway. I think that is an opportunity that we need to be pursuing as well. And it's been suggested a number of times tonight that we on the council are seeking to redistribute wealth or don't care what happens to the land. I want to be very, very clear. I consider myself very lucky to live in a home with lovely landlords. And I care about what happens to them. I care about what happens to the people who own property in our city. And I have no problem with someone who has taken the time and made the investment in a piece of property, earning a fair rate of return on that. I have absolutely no problem with that. And so I do see some of the limitations to the rent control as a construct that's been proposed. I understand there are other costs going into effect, costs that impact what that landlord needs to charge for rent. So I am looking for a little flexibility there. But I also cannot see whether, myself as a single mom, or whether a senior citizen on a fixed income being displaced from their home, and if, if doing something to help that not happen is a Band-Aid, I simply can't accept that. We spent $800,000 on a fish fountain. We can spend some money to help renters in Santa Rosa. So that's it. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schweno?
Thank you, Mayor. So one encouraging thing, and thank you for all the information that was presented by staff and also for all the comments by the community. And we have received many different opinions sent to all of us here, and I really appreciate that. And so the one thing that is in common, I think everyone can agree on the problem. And there's a lot of communities that I don't think can even identify what the problem is. But where we differ is the solutions to the problem. And so for me, rent control, with all of the information that I've been provided, looking and hearing it from subject matter experts, people who've been engaged with this, the economists, to me it just doesn't make sense, because there are some unintended consequences that I think would be detrimental to this community in the long run. Because I'm not for a Band-Aid approach, but what I would be a big advocate of, let's continue the discussion. We've come this point, I don't think the discussion on rent control ends here today, and I would be a proponent of whether we want to call it a task force or partnership. Let's continue the dialogue, because there are some other models that are out there. One of the other things with some of the rent control challenges that I have, it does solve the problem for some folks, but not for all. And that's what, again, I think has some detrimental effect for the community as a whole. I'm also interested in, again, getting a group of community stakeholders together, and let's talk about what are those metrics for success. Because, again, if we're going in this venture, to how do we develop strategies for where we want to go if we don't even talk about what success looks like? So for me, I want to continue the discussion, whether it be a council, committee. But as far as it goes today, I can't be in support of what's been presented, this whole idea of rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. Or, well, Mr. Wysocki or Ms. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Combs. Thank you.
And I won't be brief. I apologize for that up front. So as I said, I think this is about community stabilization, not just rent stabilization. We have two strategies for what is agreed on by a recent article in the Press Democrat, by our Chamber of Commerce. We do have a housing crisis. It's been agreed on. We are all there. And there are two basic structures for getting out of that, and one of them is preserving, and the other is production. And we have on our agenda a lot of conversation about production of housing. I continue to ask that those who are speaking to us about abandoning preservation, that they help me find some policy that they can work with that will protect people who are living here right now. Preservation is what protects the people who are living here right now. These are folks who are the backbone of our community. These are folks, a number of folks came up and said that it concerned them that people wouldn't move. Well, I considered that a bonus. That's a benefit to our community to have stable households. It's a benefit to our children. It's a benefit to the parents who are volunteering in schools because they'll be in the same schools. It's a benefit to the churches. It's a benefit to our community to have the same people living in their homes. When people are forced out, they're displaced as rent goes up. Other people move in. The onus of producing housing that moderate and low-income people can afford falls upon this council, falls upon our city. We can agree as a group that moderate market rate housing, I mean, we've been told by our expert, I'm always having trouble with his name, Walter Keyser, that our housing currently doesn't cost enough to make production move forward, that it doesn't pencil out at the rates we are now. That's a real problem for our city that we're going to have to overcome to stimulate production. But we can stabilize rents where they are now in our community for the people who are living here now and have thousands of units protected at a fraction of the cost. And I have to admit, it concerns me when I hear so many people talking about subsidies, because I wanted to know when a fair rate of return became a subsidy. We're talking about ensuring a fair rate of return. That is not a subsidy. So I'm not talking about subsidized housing. We're talking about a fair rate of return. So we've got a bunch of nuanced problems. They have multiple causes, and we have to be nuanced in our solutions. And that means that there's going to be lots of production side conversation and solutions. But right now, what staff has presented to us are our only preservation options. So obviously, I'm hearing every day about families who are losing their homes because of skyrocketing rents. And I think I have a responsibility to do all I can to help working families in our community stay in their homes. And I think that one of the most effective ways, one of the most cost-effective ways to do that are providing basic protections for renters. It stabilizes our community, it prevents unwanted evictions, and it prevents skyrocketing rent increases. So I would ask staff to contact and to look into the MTC studies that were funded at Berkeley by Dr. Miriam Zook on displacement gentrification. I would ask them to talk to Dr. Juliette Brody, who is an associate dean at Stanford, who has done a number of interesting projects related to the economics and why the traditional Economic 101 model is not the accurate model for this. I recommend staff consult with Carol Lamont in Fremont. She set up their voluntary program and is now basically speaking about the problems associated with running a voluntary program. It's not working there. And she felt, so it's worth listening to her. I hope staff will reach out. You know, there are a lot of collateral benefits to stability in our community. Kids do better. It's safer in a neighborhood where people know each other. No one is saying that we want to allow drug dealers and criminals to live and do criminal activity in their homes. Nobody's saying that. California law doesn't allow it. When a person moves out, it returns to market rate. So the market forces are not as disrupted as they were during World War I, World War II marketing. So I'm hoping, and I'm agreeing with our vice mayor here, that this is the task force. And I'm hoping that we will hear more in the future on this, and that we can move this forward so that perhaps staff can clarify for us what kind of direction staff needs. What is it that you need for us to be saying to you today? We ask you to bring something back. What is it that you need to know?
At this point, I think there's still one more council member to weigh in, and then I can tell you.
I'm sure there'll be comments.
Well, I do want to thank the public, the residents and staff for this presentation, and my colleagues for the conversation. The quote earlier that these economics affect every single city in America is probably not far from the truth. Also, I do appreciate a lot of our residents, a lot of our speakers that stayed away from sloganeering and tried to offer constructive thoughts. And I agree that the solution is going to have to come from all. It shouldn't be just one segment. This is our first presentation. It's on preservation. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the production side of it. The question that I have that still remains is, I asked earlier, is how does rent control, rent stabilization stop development of new market rate units? I haven't seen that answered, so that claim rings a little hollow with me until I see something that says, well, it's the camel's nose under the tent. No, I want to see some evidence of that, because these cities in California that have rent stabilization, rent control, I get the sense that nothing's stagnated there. So I would be in favor of seeing this come back to the council for potential ordinance with the moratorium, because when staff is ready, that's part of it. Also want to hear more about deed restrictions. To me, that was invalidating the use of granny units. The example just mentioned, I think, had to do with apartments becoming condos. This is the other way. We want more units to be available for the rental pool. And that's what earlier speakers had referred to, that there are some deed restrictions. I'm not certain. It's just concerning when you see about the lack of upward mobility for the younger generations, which is why I'm calling for this to come back. We're talking about disposable income percentages going to shelter of 50%, 60%. And that's going to be our kids. That's going to be our grandkids. Do we want to relax the urban growth boundaries and increase sprawl? Because guess what? Sonoma County just became less special. So I think we have plenty of potential solutions in our tool bag. I'm willing to stand up, just like I said I would for the mobile home park, to help protect our elders. I want to protect our younger generation. Having said that, and catching the eye of some of the landlords, and I don't mean that as a derogatory term, I'm very cognizant that it's some of your retirement and you've worked really hard to build that up. So I also want to keep that in mind as to how pervasive we make this ordinance, whether it be 2, 3, or 4 units as the floor. I'm still very open for that. I'd like to hear options, because I've seen so many numbers along with my colleagues as to how many units we have here that are available and where the points are. I want to be very aware of where we draw that line. I will try and do my best to be fair. As we've heard today and tonight, fair is a relative concept. And what tugs at me to be fair is to be fair in governing our city for the generations behind us. That's why I look forward to seeing more of this. Thank you.
So at this point, there seems to be a majority that wants us to carry forward in this work. What I would have to say is, like when I began the conversation, we are going to have to go outside to actually ask for some help to do this work. I will be bringing back most likely a contract for service, just like there is at the other community that's struggling with how to bring this forward. I want to do that at the front end of that conversation so we can really get all on the same page about where we're going. And you will then understand more of what we're talking about. So the commitment right now is that would be the next step to bring forward to the council so we get full authorization. I know one of the challenges in a study session is you all can't vote. Right now what we're hearing, though, is there's a preference to pursue some of these alternatives, and we will bring that back for formal conversation. But as I began the conversation, to do this work, Because again, you're not going to get every answer to every question because there's competing points of view on some of this that we're facing out there. And we can talk to, as I said, we'll talk to an expert who will then contradict another expert. I think you heard some of that going on. So some of this is you're going to have to make a decision based on what you feel is the right direction for the city to take. So we'll take this under advisement. The advisement right now is to build a program which would include options that we would look at that touch upon these things as we can get more information. The one we will set aside at this moment is the voluntary option. We will look for things that actually engage, educate, and we will build from there to a complete program that would include the possibility of you all adopting rent control. It's not that dissimilar from the process you're going under with the Nexus study in terms of what you have options and where you want to adopt and finally take action. But I wanted to really be clear that we're going to need some assistance to get this work done, and that we will be bringing back a contract for consideration with a team to help us do this work on the front end as opposed to an action item that would do that on the back end, and we'll try to figure out how to bring that forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. So you're clear on the next steps?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I do want to thank Mr. Regalia for your investigations and all the work that went into your fact-finding, wherever there are facts. There seems in this discussion sometimes there are few, but I appreciate you bringing as many as you possibly could to light to our discussions today, and I thank the members of the public who came out to speak. I don't think that we've had, in my experience, 2 back-to-back meetings where we filled the chambers on 2 relatively similar topics. But that clearly indicates the attention that this gets in our community. So thanks to all the members of the public as well. At this point, we will move to our regular council meeting. Our 4 o'clock meeting, which is a little over 4.5 hours late. And so we do have someone to accept our proclamation on the Russian River Cleanup Day. So, well, actually, we have a staff member. Heather is going to accept the proclamation, and our vice mayor is going to read it. Thank you very much.
Whereas the Russian River is Sonoma County's premier natural resource, providing water for agriculture, wildlife, recreation, residential, and industrial uses. And whereas the Russian River is internationally known for its beauty and recreational amenities and has attracted millions of visitors to Sonoma County. And whereas efforts are now underway to restore and enhance this once world-class steelhead stream. And whereas tons of trash, junk, and debris are annually dumped into the Russian River and along its banks, damaging both the aesthetic and biological qualities of the river. And whereas the Russian River Watershed Cleanup Committee, a project of the Sonoma County Conservation Council, has for 28 years sponsored a massive volunteer river cleanup effort each September and asks that volunteers from all 9 cities and the County of Sonoma sign up to help with the effort by registering at www.russianrivercleanup.org. And whereas the following agencies and hundreds of volunteers will all donate time and materials to participate in the event, including the Sonoma County Water Agency, PG&E, River's Edge Canoe Trips, Burke's Canoes, SOAR Inflatables, Belgian Race Consulting Engineers, Russian River Watershed Association, Russian River Keeper, and the Ratto Group. Now, therefore, be it resolved that John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim September 26th, 2015 as Russian River Cleanup Day.
Thanks, Evan. I do have one card Colleen, would you like to speak? I mean, we normally have two times for public appearances. You needn't wait until the end of the meeting if you'd like to speak now. All right, because I only have one card.
So can I have 3 minutes this time?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I don't think I need a mic here.
Oh, yes, you do, because we need to record your comments for posterity. That's okay. We'll just move it up.
Can you give me a 30-second warning bell this time instead of a 5-second at the end?
You know, it's 10 seconds. That's about as far as we can go. That's what it does. We're stuck by technology.
All right, hang on a sec here. Okay. My name is Carlene Marie Francis Sweeney, and I was born in 1958. I am a photojournalist, documentarian. I promise you I will follow these stories. My current project, spanning 1975 to 2015 in photography, is titled End of the Middle Class. My next one will be the Wine Country Water War. My 9/11 documentary is in the New York State Museum in Albany in the permanent collection. I've consistently earned a 4.0 GPA as a student of the English language long before my photos landed in the museum. Basically, what I want to talk about is leadership. For the women here tonight, I want to encourage you, well-behaved women seldom make history. And for all of us here, as JFK once said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country. I suggest you invite the best minds. Innovation is possible. And also, great spirits have always, I'm paraphrasing, don't have it, great spirits have always had to deal with mediocre minds. I'd like to ask you to stand up now and act with courage sooner than later. I ask that you think of these things before you go to bed at night and the first thing when you get up in the morning. You have got an extraordinarily complex situation on your hand. I call it an onion. As my father would say, please do not give it lip service. Sonoma County is the #1 place in the USA. I have been in 37 states, 19 countries. One of my mentors created the Environmental Impact Report as we know it today. She presented it to the California State Assembly close to 50 years ago. I spent 12 years in the Sierras in a ski resort called Mammoth Lakes. This area is as fragile. Currently, the Russian River, I won't even begin to tell you how bad it is out there. I just got back from spending 2 weeks out there because my current home situation is so bad. While paying rent, I have been camping for the last 2 weeks. The locals say don't go in the water, do not swim. If you've got a cut, it will get infected. The postings are not on the water, they're over to the side. The last thing I want to say is back to Wine Country Water Wars. It is my opinion that the seminal film Chinatown will pale in comparison to what you face in this region. I ask you to aspire to higher places in the politics in this state and rise to this occasion and do everything in your power to turn this boat around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney. We have no staff briefings this evening. Mr. McGlenn, any report this evening?
No.
Madam City Attorney?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Statements of abstention by council members this evening? Seeing none, moving to mayors and council members' reports. Any reports this evening? Mr. Wysocki.
Really briefly, I attended as the mayor and council members representative of Sonoma County, the Sonoma County Agriculture and Open Space Preservation District meeting last Thursday. Good group, things going on. They're planning for the existence of the district after the sales tax may sunset in 31, who knows, but very forward-looking presentation on that. Also attended the water awareness event put on by Santa Rosa Water. Nice little part of City Hall that we should use more often, I think. A lot of residents there, a lot of interesting information.
Excellent. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick events I wanted to share. I'd really encourage everyone else to. I took advantage of the offering to take a tour of the Animal Services Facility. Learned a lot about that operation. Very impressed with the quality of the staff there. Also attended the LoCN event last Friday, which is a great community event. I think there's about 225 folks there. Also, I know I joined the mayor and Councilmember Oliveras at the Apple Valley Garden celebration. One other tour that I took too was at the Community Health Center. If you ever have an opportunity to take a look at that, they're inviting community members who have an interest in improving the quality of this community to see what they have to offer. It's really, I learned a lot during the tour, so I really encourage that. And lastly, I had the opportunity to participate in the Tomorrow Leaders Today retreat where we talked about public speaking, and it was a great opportunity where one in particular speech was great when these are high school juniors doing the public speaking, and she made reference they could talk about anything they wanted to. She talked about her favorite teacher, and when she mentioned her 5th grade teacher was a former, well, close friend of mine, former city employee, and you just see the impact that teachers can have. Here was this 5th grade teacher had this impact on this junior who now is sharing it in front of the other group. So that TLT has just started up again, and it's a real great program. I was happy to be a participant with it, and I think director of a variety of different departments, Guin, was also participating in the morning. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other reports, council?
Sure, Ms. Carlstrom.
Just quickly, I'll have an SCTA update next week, but I wanted to let the council know that Councilmember or Vice Mayor Corsi and I had a meeting with two of the city's SMART representatives, Supervisor Zane and Councilmember Carol Russell, in continuation of a conversation we've asked them to engage with us as your SCTA representatives. I wanted to let the council know that the RFQ for the Railroad Square project evidently elicited 30 applicants, which is very exciting. The responses to that are due September 21st. I understand then our city manager will wade in along with the general manager for SMART, and proposals will be due, at least at this point, on November 30th. So they have an aggressive timeline. We look forward to seeing the results of that. And also, our staff let them know that our Jennings preliminary hearing at the PUC will be September 11th. And we will hopefully have a report out from what happened there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To be clear, the hearing on the 11th is just a scheduling hearing, and so it's not a hearing where anything's going to be decided other than a potential scheduling, and the parties are looking at a potential alternative dispute resolution option.
All right. Good. Just too late. We'll just move on then. Approval of minutes for August 11th. Any corrections to the minutes, council? Hearing none, we'll move on to consent. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 11.1, resolution, Santa Rosa Bicycle and Pedestrian Bridge Amendment to Sonoma County Transportation Authority, STA, Cooperative Agreement. Item 11.2, resolution, portal-to-portal compensation for mutual aid responses. Item 11.3, resolution, authorized submittal of grant application to the California Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery, Cal Recycle, and designate signature authority for the Cal Recycle Illegal Disposal Site Abatement Program for Trash Cleanup Prevention and Education. Item 11.4, resolution, grading subcontractor substitution, Bear Neighborhood Park and Gardens.
Thank you. Council questions on consent items? Sure. Ms. Combs.
I just have a brief question about 11.2. Are we not receiving portal-to-portal compensation now?
No, we are, but we have to comply with the state's mandate.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On 11.1, first of all, I noticed that the original cooperative funding agreement was signed by Mayor Sawyer and Supervisor Mike Kearns, so it's been a while ago. My question is, what are we committing to here, and what's the plan forward from here?
I have Director Jason Nutt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're not committing much. In this particular case, the Measure M sets aside about $250,000 for each of the crossing alternatives in a particular community. We have not requested those funds in full from the SETA for our current evaluations of the overcrossing at the junior college area. We had requested $50,000 previously, as described in the staff report, and we're requesting the additional $200,000 currently. That would, in essence, reimburse us for work already performed. We undertook a feasibility analysis that was concluded over a year ago. We are in the process of doing a project initiation document right now, and these funds that we'd be receiving from SETA would help compensate so that project can be completed this fall.
And what would be the next step? Is it EIR next?
The next step is a project. It's a PA and ED. It's basically the environmental document that allows us to move into the next phase of the project. At the end of that process, we'd be, in essence, ready for final design and construction.
And is there a timeline for next steps to come before us?
That project is currently unfunded, so we will be looking for funding sources over the course of the fiscal year in an effort to try to get underway as soon as possible.
Thank you.
I have a question on the same item. Mr. Nutt, you mentioned that, or correct me if I'm wrong, did you mention that the 200 that we're now looking at was for reimbursement for work that was done prior to?
It's for work that's currently ongoing. That we're trying to complete this fall.
Okay. So one of my favorite topics is public works and how it functions. When was it designated to move forward? If it's unfunded, so explain it to me. How did the money get allocated? Where are we with the current allocations? Where are we with the project? When was it last discussed as a council? I'm just trying to, because I wasn't here, so I'm trying now to get up to speed on this conversation. I was there in the beginning, but I haven't been around for a while. Where are we and how did we get here?
That's a really great question. I have the exact same answer, which is where I actually wasn't here either. So let me see if I can get our supervising engineer, Dave Montague, to come down and provide you with a little bit more of the history as to how we got to this particular location and when the prior approvals were.
Okay, and then how we're going to use this $200,000. That's part of my question.
Well, the $200,000 at this point is simply a reimbursement in an effort to complete the project. So it's not really new money or additional funds. We're reimbursing ourselves for time and costs spent on the consultant, Stephen Grover, who's been doing the work to complete the project initiation document.
Okay, so I'd be curious to know how those monies were first authorized.
Can I insert here that we say what the words are rather than use words like PA and ED? Because some of us think a PA system is like a microphone and an ED is an executive director, and I don't think that's what you meant.
Councilmember Coombs, I completely agree. I got to be honest, it slipped my head as to what the A stands for. It's something like Project Alternative Environmental Document.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, the question, how did we get to where we are?
Well, when the 200, so money has been, staff time, I assume, engineering, I'm not even sure how the money was spent. So money has been, time has been used, we're reimbursing ourselves for that time used. How was the decision used? How was the decision made to use the time? And then how are we going to move forward with the project where we're reimbursing for work that's already been performed, which seems a little cart before the horse, but I'm curious to know how that works in Public Works.
Okay, the SCTA strategic plan has the Access Over 101 project in the strategic plan, $250,000 for each municipality, 4 municipalities. There was $1 million put aside for that. The SCTA allocated $50,000 to us as we requested, and got the co-op agreement executed, got the $50,000, used that money to start the feasibility study. So that was completed by Stephen Grover, and other monies, which are summarized in the staff report, were allocated to continue with the staff costs and with Stephen Grover. And there were public meetings. That money was spent to have the public meetings and collect information, complete the feasibility study, and so now we're been working on the project initiation document, which is looking further into the chosen alternatives from the feasibility study, and we've been working on that for several years with stakeholders and making sure our timing was good. So we have, the expenses are also summarized in the staff report, and the list of the council actions and resolutions are also in here. So there's a chronological summary of the actions that council took to keep this project moving. And there's there's 4 council items over the past few years that have given us direction. There was one of the council items was to review the feasibility study and gave us direction to continue to complete the project initiation document.
So the project initiation document was, we were working on that document without funding necessarily in place, or we were expecting it to get the funding in the next go-around, or how does that work?
There was a little
So often these agreements, when you're dealing with a funding source, they actually expect you to advance the project, and then you ask for the funding after that you've done substantial work into the project. So this is not an unusual arrangement. Often the federal government, state government, other third parties, Mr. Mayor, will actually expect you to do the work, advance the work upon the promise that you will be reimbursed when the work is at a substantive place of completion. We can look at more detail there, but it's not an unusual process to work in a reimbursement process with other funding entities. They promise us the funds, we do the work, then we ask for the actual cash in our larger budget conversation. We will be getting into prioritization conversations with the council. This is one of the active things that Jason and his team and other members of the city are looking at, so that when we come back with a CIP program, and again, that conversation really kind of kicks off on the 22nd, we get into the courthouse square, is how we fund as a city our capital improvement program as a whole. And this is obviously part of that conversation, is how do we, once we get to a certain point of this project, how are we going to pick up the funding and how are we going to prioritize projects as a community?
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Mr. Wysocki.
And I appreciate the explanation as well. Is it the project initiation document, this is essential to secure future funding for this project down the road, should we deem it appropriate? Is that a correct statement?
Yes, this sets us up so we have a defined list of alternatives to go in for the environmental document.
Okay, and again, it's county money, it's Measure M money that we're dealing with here.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I do have one card on our consent calendar. Gary? You didn't wait the entire time, did you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did.
What time did you arrive?
Because, sometimes I like to come down here and just say something positive to you guys. You know, it's worth waiting for to do that. This is a great project. We're really excited that it's moving forward. And I've been involved with MTC's scoring for the Alternative Transportation Program this year. And I feel fairly confident that once the environmental work is done, this is one of the most competitive projects, and it's likely to be funded through the ATP program. But we just look forward to the fact that there is no safe crossing from 9th Street to the northern city limit. There is no place for kids and people on bikes to get across without going through a freeway interchange. So it's a great project. We love it that there's progress happening, and I'm really looking forward to someday being able to get over to Cottingtown from the JC without playing Frogger through Steel Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards on this item, and Mr. Vice Mayor, you have the consent calendar.
I move items 11.1 to 11.4 and waive further reading of the text.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Your votes, council. And I have 7 ayes. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right. Our first vote of the evening. And I don't have any other cards for public comment, unless someone would like to give us some public comment. Seeing no one rise, we have no report items, no public hearings, written communications. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.1, Marin, Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District Manager's Report for August 2015, provided for information. Letter to Bay Area Air Quality Management District regarding complaints received on Bodine asphalt plant operations, provided for information.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I...
Sir, Mr. Schwedhelm.
If I could ask a question. So it's my understanding this letter has already been sent.
Correct, and the reason it says complaints is we continue to receive complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other business to conduct, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Santa Rosa, out there in the middle of everything.
You still texting?
I gotta let daycare know that I'm running late. They charge if you're late. And I'm not usually one of those people to text and drive.